seen him so far in so many years, isn't it? Even after the Ukraine offensive, he hasn't really appeared to be this weak.
So, if you were to look at the bigger picture, the Russian president is fighting not just Ukraine, but an offensive where NATO countries are actively assisting Ukraine, where NATO forces are ensuring, when the pipeline went up, efforts were made to ensure that his finances were curtailed. In a lot of ways, yes, Russia is fighting with its back to the wall, but in many other ways, the fact that Russia is still fighting, still in a position to carry on the fight, and the fact that Ukrainian counteroffensive till a couple of days ago was being argued, wasn't able to, they weren't being able to make much headway. So it still remains to be seen, how long will this offensive continue. But you're absolutely right. The longer this offensive continues and the counteroffensive continues, it's not good news for Moscow if Wagner forces are turned, if Russian forces are facing these problems. The fact that analysts are saying a very large number of Russian population, especially their young men who could be fighting this war, have actually fled the country. They've gone. Their economy is taking a hit. So overall, absolutely not good news for Russia when something like this happens at a time when Ukraine says that the real phase of their counteroffensive is yet to begin. But the fact also remains, Russia remains in control of 1/5 of Ukraine.
Yes, 1/5 of Ukraine. Gaurav, I also want to ask you about the Wagner group. You did say that this has been brewing for a while now. This is a private military army. Talk to us a little about their strength and how big are they in that sense? Are they in a position to give a real challenge to Putin as what it appears to us right now?
When you're fighting a war with your back to the wall, every resource is required, and the 25,000 strong forces that are available to Russia, forces that they're not actually working as an auxiliary force, but the main strike force in some areas. The Wagner forces, it gives Russia plausible deniability. It helps Russia with these private mercenary groups, private militias carrying out, the most brutal of offensives, not following the rules of war, not being bound by various international conventions on war. They've actually succeeded in pushing the Ukrainian forces back in multiple areas. Bakhmut, for example, you have the Wagner forces carry out one of the worst offensives against the Ukrainian forces, forcing them to retreat. It was a bloody battle. It was more a battle of prestige, according to some American analysts saying that there is no strategic value of this area. But both Russia and Ukraine wanted to hold Bakhmut for prestige. Russia continues to do so for now, and the Wagner forces had a very major role to play in it. However, they've now been turned, which would mean that more Russian troops, more Russian military troops would be required. There have been reports that Russia is trying to desperately raise additional forces for the new phase of this conflict. Should that happen, and without the Wagner forces, one, it's advantage Ukraine. Two, Wagner forces know the vulnerabilities in the past 15 odd months of the Russian forces, and they can exploit that. They've just made this announcement that they've shot down a Russian military helicopter. So, when you're fighting an adversary across and then you have enemies within, it's a setback for the Russian forces.
Well, absolutely. Kremlin, of course, has ordered for the arrest of the boss of Wagner. Is what we know is whereabouts at the moment. What reports suggest is unknown. Gaurav, I'm going to thank you for joining us with your views and perspective on that story. And we're staying with developments from Russia. Now, tensions between Yevgeny Prigozhin and the Russian defense military are finally coming to a head, with the Wagner leader threatening to attack Russian troops in retaliation for what he says was a deadly strike against his own paramilitary forces. Listen in.
The head of Russia's Wagner Group mercenary organization is, for the first time, publicly rejecting Moscow's official justification for the war in Ukraine, saying the reason for the invasion was based on lies, running directly counter to President Putin's own statements, and marking a new milestone in the months-long feud between the Wagner founder, Yevgeny Prigozhin, and Russia's top military brass. This is part of Prigozhin's video, which was posted on Telegram.
Why was the war needed?
Война нужна была для того, чтобы
The war was needed so that a handful of scumbags could have a blast and get PR attention showing how strong the army is.
она была нужна ради
The war was needed not in order to return Russian citizens to our bosom, and not in order to demilitarize and denazify Ukraine.
психически больной.
It was needed for one star with additional embroidery, so that one mentally sick man could look good on a coffin pillow. Shoigu lives by the principle that a lie must be horrific for people to believe it. That's when the lies come.
Prigozhin's referring to Russia's defense minister Sergei Shoigu, a constant target of his criticism. He's often accused Shoigu and other military leaders of incompetence, but rejecting the core reasons for the war is new for Prigozhin. He says Shoigu's deceiving President Putin and that the war was also used to enrich the ruling elite. Prigozhin also specifically uses the word war in the video, not the phrase special military operation used by the Kremlin. Prigozhin's enjoyed unusual freedom in publicly criticizing Moscow, although not Putin himself, whom he relies on for support.
All right, now the final leg of his US visit as the state guest, the Indian Prime Minister Narendra Modi addressed the Indian community at the Ronald Reagan Building in Washington, D.C. The Prime Minister's much anticipated address began with international singer Mary Milben rendering India's national anthem. The Prime Minister also announced that Indian origin members will not have to leave the US for an H-1B visa from now onwards. He's announced that the United States will open new consulates in Bengaluru and Ahmedabad. Lauding several deals inked during the maiden state visit, the Prime Minister announced India-US ties had embarked on a glorious new journey by converging on global strategic issues, technology transfer, manufacturing cooperation and much more. Chants of Bharat Mata Ki Jai and Vande Mataram reverberated inside this building.
To unite, yoga. आप में से बहुत से लोगों की H-1B वीजा के रिन्यू को लेकर भी लंबे अरसे से एक डिमांड थी। अब ये निर्णय लिया गया है कि H-1B वीजा को रिन्यू करने के लिए आपको अमेरिका से बाहर नहीं जाना पड़ेगा। Thank you. अमेरिका में रहते हुए ही अब ये वीजा रिन्यू हो जाएगा। इसके लिए इस साल एक पायलट प्रोजेक्ट शुरू किया जाएगा। इसका बहुत बड़ा फायदा हमारे आईटी प्रोफेशनल्स को भी होने वाला है। इस फैसले के जो भी अनुभव होंगे उसे देखते हुए यही व्यवस्था भविष्य में एल कैटेगरी वीजा के लिए भी हो सकती है। आप में से बहुत सारे लोग यहां बरसों से अमेरिका में रह रहे हैं। यहां आप अपने जीवन में, अपनी दिनचर्या में व्यस्त रहते हैं, लेकिन मैं ये भी जानता हूं कि आपका मन, आपका दिल भारत में भी लगा रहता है। और इसलिए आपकी सहूलियत ये भी भारत की प्राथमिकता है। आपकी जरूरतों को देखते हुए भारत इस साल सिएटल में एक नया कॉन्सुलेट खोलने जा रहा है।
Well, to begin with, let's talk about the visit to the United States of America. Prime Minister Narendra Modi had a very fruitful and a successful visit to the United States of America. It's a state visit, a historic one where there have been many firsts, with a very warm, resounding welcome, not just from the Indian community, but from the Biden family also. The Bidens inviting him for a private dinner, apart from the state banquet that they were anyway going to host. The private dinner was overlooked by the First Lady herself in terms of the layout, in terms of the fact that a spectacular vegetarian meal was prepared for the Indian Premier. We've had Indian Premiers in the past also who've been vegetarian, but the special nuance of having millets added to the menu. In terms of the deals and the announcements, there have been so many when it comes to substantive outcome. Be the GE F414 deal with HAL, that is going to be a game changer. Manufacturing in India. India has been pushing for not just complete technology transfer, but also has been saying that if India is buying your product, your complete product, then source the raw materials, source from India whatever that they can source. And if they're looking at manufacturing outside, then look at India to manufacture outside. The Artemis Accord, another very important move forward in space collaboration, where we could see Indians in the International Space Station by 2024. There are so many aspects when it comes to economy, trade, but one pain point for all the Indian Americans was the visa issue. And I'm not talking about delays in visas, that's for the Indians. I'm talking about Indian Americans and the H-1B visa policy, or for that matter, those with work permits now can get their visa stamped here. A huge move forward for all these people. They were so happy when Prime Minister Narendra Modi spoke about it. But also in terms of visa delays, more consulates coming up in India, and similarly more Indian consulates coming up in America. So a lot of substantive talk, forward movement. There have been certain areas where we looked at countering China, certain other areas where because of the Russia-Ukraine war, there has been conversation with regards to how that is headed. India, again, the Indian Premier repeated that this is not an era of war. The congressional address, a historic one, second time for an Indian Premier addressing the congressional joint meeting of the Congress in itself was historic. It has never happened before that one Indian Premier addresses the US Congress on two occasions. That happened, but the messaging over there absolutely clear. For all the naysayers of democracy and Indian democracy, Prime Minister Narendra Modi pointed out that India indeed is a democracy, that there is a voice for dissent. And while there have been areas of concern, we saw the lunch at the State Department with Kamala Harris and Antony Blinken. So a forward movement there where Kamala Harris is looking to engage India, and Prime Minister Narendra Modi started off on the right foot by saying, when he spoke about Indians coming and achieving in America, he said there's one standing right behind me, and he was referring to the Vice President. So he is going a very successful man when it comes to achievements from the visit. And Prime Minister Narendra Modi's two-day Egypt tour begins today. Well, after a power-packed three-day visit to the United States of America, the Prime Minister is gearing up for his Egypt visit. This will be Prime Minister Modi's first visit to Egypt, and also this would be the first official bilateral visit of the Indian Prime Minister to Egypt since 1997. Upon his arrival at Cairo, the Prime Minister will hold a roundtable meeting with the Egyptian Prime Minister, followed by an interaction with the Indian diaspora, community members, as well as the Egyptian thought leaders. During his two-day visit, the Prime Minister will visit the 11th century Al-Hakim Mosque, historic and prominent mosque in Cairo. He will visit Heliopolis War Grave Cemetery to pay tributes to the Indian soldiers who made the supreme sacrifice fighting for Egypt during the First World War.
we are having for the first time a roundtable between Honorable Prime Minister and the Egyptian Prime Minister. After President Sisi's highly successful visit to India in January 2023, both countries agreed to elevate the relations to a strategic partnership, and on his return, President Sisi constituted a special India unit in his cabinet, which consists of senior ministers, and they have been tasked to improve relations with India. So Prime Minister will be having a meeting with the India unit, and I'm sure that this will lead to very concrete outcomes and further deepen bilateral relations.
Moving forward, Prime Minister Narendra Modi's second leg of his two-nation tour is Egypt. A very important tour, a very important country for India. President Sisi had come visiting India for the Republic Day, and then now Prime Minister Narendra Modi, a long overdue visit, is going to be in Egypt for an official visit to the country, where he is going to engage the North African Islamic nation that holds a lot of sway in the region and is a powerful country, and is going to engage them on many quarters. Security is going to be very important and top of India's agenda. Economic and trade ties, given Egypt's position, geostrategic position. But what he's going to do is, apart from the bilateral meeting, he's engaging an India group that was constituted by President Sisi after he went from India, when he had come for the Republic Day. He went and constituted this group. He's also going to meet thought leaders of Egypt. He's going to go to the Grand Mufti Mosque in Egypt and the Al-Hakim Mosque. So a lot of messaging, a lot of symbolism, and a lot of substance. Symbolism and substance has been part of Prime Minister Modi's agenda in America. It will be so in Egypt as well. And then in Egypt, as he does in every country, he is going to engage the Indian community there as well.
A story and much more up on our website too. That's indiatoday.in. You can also download the India Today app for all news and updates. That brings us to the end of this edition. Health 360 follows. Do stay on for that. Thank you for watching.
You are watching India Today.
If you travel towards these Western countries, European countries, it's crazy how people they are involved in yoga. Every third street will have a beautiful yoga center. It's not only that you're just running outside and you got some place and practicing yoga. There are dedicated academies, institutes, studios to practice yoga. So what our experience is, let it be the streets of Manhattan or in Japan. People, they practice there. They spend a year or 2 years, and then they are back to Himalayas. You will see them in Himachal Pradesh, in Rishikesh, or in Nepal, these kind of mountain ranges. They come and they spend their time. They try to go more deep in yogic practices.
In my early educational days, I was a little boy and I was very lost. I didn't know where to turn, I didn't know what to do, I didn't know who to believe. So I always wondered why I was here. I knew I was here for a specific reason. We implement the practice of yoga. So naturally, it changes your inner mechanism. I gave up my business in the UK and I sold my house in the UK to come to India to learn the ancient teachings of yoga and pranayams, breathing techniques, mudras and meditation techniques. And it's helped me so much, because obviously moving from England to India is such a big jump, and it's enabled me to have a stronger mindset. Now that I realise that this is what I need to do in this lifetime, it's very passionate for me to bring these teachings back to the West, back to England, and help humanity.
this happen? Let me tell you the science behind it.
For more informative videos like this, keep watching India Today News Mode.
Traveling from different parts.
Armed with facts,
Looking at political back.
she takes the news by its horns.
You think the future of these students are not hampered?
Fierce, bold, and direct, setting the tone for the biggest stories from every corner and every angle. Expect nothing but the unfiltered truth.
News first, niceties later. Watch me, Nabila Jamal, on India Today.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
Why does this happen? Let me tell you the science behind it.
For more informative videos like this, keep watching India Today News Mode.
You are watching India Today.
Yoga Research and Development Center. Health 360 is telling you all about India's gift to the world. divine journey from self to true self. And to find that true self, India today is in Bengaluru city. We are at the Akshar Yoga Research and Development Center. And as we commemorate Yoga Day celebrations across the country, we're going to tell you all about yoga. In every sense of the word, yoga is India's gift to the world. I'm Sneha Mordani, watching Health 360.
Yoga is not just about body postures or flexibility or another way of exercising or moving your body. It goes much beyond, much deeper. It's a very deeper connection with your own self.
Nostril breathing, close your right nostril with your thumb. Inhale from your left nostril. Close your left nostril and exhale from your right. Many people, they say, I feel suicidal, like domestic abuses, the many things that happened at the time. And I used to get the phone calls and I was scared. And what can I do? What should I do at this time? This is happening, what should I do? And only thing at that time I knew is this will help. And then be strong right now and log in the morning. Few months later, I remember this person, the same lady who called me, who was saying that I was feeling suicidal, and they called me after 3 months and she tells, मैं कहाँ मरने की सोच रही थी and now मैं headstand कर रही हूँ. That was kind of liberating.
The myth about yoga just being something which can be equated to exercise is absolutely something that we need to move away from, and regular practices will make us believe, and results will tell us that it is something beyond just exercises.
Complete focus on your breath. It really works on rewiring your brain in such a way it will help us grow as a person. As I told you before, no matter what profession that I am in, I might not be a yoga teacher or anything. I can be the best in everything I do. That's what yoga does. 3, 4, 5, 6.
If there's a group of friends and one of the person is known to have a very frequent anxiety attacks or very frequent panic attacks, what the others would advise is that just breathe, relax, you should not take too much of pressure, you should just chill, right? But what is happening inside, only that person knows. The best part of yoga is that it doesn't force anything that you should come out. It's not a toxic positivity.
Everybody give me a smile, a cheeky smile. A big one, big cheeky smile. There you are, looking so beautiful.
When we are talking about yoga asanas, like yoga asanas would directly work with your blood flow. And when your blood flow is impacted, then we are talking about not just flexibility or strength or just at that level. We are talking about something beyond that.
Inhale, Bhujangasana, roll your shoulder back, drop your head behind. And exhale, Adho Mukha Svanasana, push your heels down.
The practice of yoga is believed to have started with the very dawn of civilization. The science of yoga has its origins from thousands of years ago, long before religions and belief systems were born. In the yogic lore, Shiva is seen as the first yogi or Adi Yogi and the first guru or Adi Guru.
there is no doubt that Himalaya is the origin of yoga. And that's the reason why people from all over the world, they are inclined towards these divine mountains. In our practices, when we are, we say that we practice or train on mountains, for us, yoga is a time immemorial practice. Giving any specific time, it'll always will be a kind of conflict. But still, when we go with the documents, so documents like Hatha Yoga Pradipika, Bhagavad Gita, Patanjali Yoga Sutra, and Rig Veda, they have immense information about yogic practices, and each these scriptures, they have their own method and way to teach us about the principle and the science of yoga.
The beginnings of yoga can be traced to the Indus Saraswati civilization in northern India over 5,000 years ago. Around the time of 1800s and 1900s, yoga masters began traveling to the West, attracting attention and many followers. In the year 1893, Swami Vivekananda traveled to Chicago, attending the Parliament of Religions, preaching to the attendees about yoga and the universality of religion. He wowed the audience there, and thus began the journey of yoga moving out of India's shores. More than 100 years later came India's moment in 2014, when yoga was consciously popularized by the Indian government. The idea to tell the West that yoga is India's gift to the world, undoubtedly a symbol of India's soft power.
योग हमारी पुरातन पारंपरिक अमूल्य देन है। योग मन व शरीर, विचार व कर्म, संयम व उपलब्धि की एकात्मता का तथा मानव व प्रकृति के बीच सामंजस्य का मूर्त रूप है। यह स्वास्थ्य व कल्याण का समग्र दृष्टिकोण है। आइए हम एक अंतर्राष्ट्रीय योग दिवस को आरंभ करने की दिशा में कार्य करें।
With the acceptance of yoga from international platforms, when you have the whole world involved in yoga, not emotionally, now it's kind of official announcement all over the world that International Yoga Day, 21st June, and the whole globe celebrates this. So people, those who are involved, for sure, it's an achievement for them. But those who are not aware, they also got the information. And collective consciousness will help to go more deep in this science. And that's what we are seeing from past 8 years.
The 21st day of June is celebrated as Yoga Day world over. 300 million people globally have embraced this practice, reaping benefits for their bodies and their minds.
If you travel towards these Western countries, European countries, it's crazy how people, they are involved in yoga. Every third street will have a beautiful yoga center. It's not only that you're just running outside and you got some place and practicing yoga. There are dedicated academies, institutes, studios to practice yoga. So what our experience is, let it be the streets of Manhattan or in Japan. People, they practice there. They spend a year or 2 years and then they are back to Himalayas. You will see them in Himachal Pradesh, in Rishikesh, or in Nepal, these kind of mountain ranges. They come and they spend their time. They try to go more deep in yogic practices.
In my early educational days, I was a little boy and I was very lost. I didn't know where to turn, I didn't know what to do, I didn't know who to believe. So I always wondered why I was here. I knew I was here for a specific reason. We implement the practice of yoga. So naturally, it changes your inner mechanism. I gave up my business in the UK and I sold my house in the UK to come to India to learn the ancient teachings of yoga and pranayams, breathing techniques, mudras and meditation techniques. And it's helped me so much because obviously moving from England to India is such a big jump and it's enabled me to have a stronger mindset. Now that I realise that this is what I need to do in this lifetime, it's very passionate for me to bring these teachings back to the West, back to England and help humanity.
Those who've embraced it tell us how yoga is possibly the most holistic wellness and health practice.
The whole science of chemical is yoga. My anger, my happiness, my joy, my stress, everything is yoga. If I'm able to take a benefit, for sure I would like to share with my family. And that's what the philosophy of yoga is, Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam. We believe that whole world is our family. So it's very important to share this gift with everyone.
Yoga can be used in every way. Even as I told you, I myself joined to lose weight. The way you do any particular asana or the combination of asanas that we do, then how you combine asanas with each other and how you do with the breath, it matters. Another person who wants to get rid of the stress or anxiety or want to become flexible, everything works because of the combination that you're doing. It is asanas along with the breath techniques that we do.
When you do an asana, and you're not doing just an asana for your postures or building your strength or your flexibility, but you are doing it along with using your breath, you're doing it completely mindfully. You are in the present moment. There are 72,000 channels in our internal life force, unconscious body. What does it mean? Ayurveda speaks about it. Our rishis, munis have spoken about it long back, thousands of years back. What does it mean and how do they get blocked? Yoga is something that works on these channels.
When we talk about yoga, people don't even know that there is something called yoga for vision. Like your eyesight can be impacted with regular practices of yoga. Again, the same concept of channelizing your blood flow, and there are certain postures which trigger that more than the others. So when we are talking about inversions, or when blood is directly flowing towards your face or towards your upper body, then these kind of practices, when done regularly, will definitely result to a healthier vision and staying away from basic lifestyle disorders that we may have otherwise. Pressing certain pressure points with your fingers, they again stimulate your blood flow in a way that it would provide glow to your face. And again, regular practices. In fact, some of the face yoga practices can also be combined with breathing techniques like pranayama.
Diabetes is not just a problem of your body, it is a problem of your hormones, it is a problem of your stress levels, it is a problem of your spirit. You have to work on all forms, you have to work with your food, you have to work with your activity levels. There are particular asanas that work on your particular organs. There's accumulation of energy in your system which needs to be removed, and yoga works on that. So there are a lot of things that, and we have seen, I have seen in my personal practice also that yoga is really helpful and very holistic when it comes to reversing diabetes.
28-year-old Parth Patel, a practicing doctor who's battled depression and bipolar disease, tells us that his weapon has been yoga.
I had done my MBBS from Gujarat, and while I was doing the MBBS, the whole purpose of me becoming a doctor was to incorporate the healthy lifestyle into the society. But as I went into the deeper version of deeper layers of dealing with the patients, I got to understand that it was not providing health in the real terms. Rather, it was creating more illness in terms of side effects, in terms of putting a hole in the pocket. And that realization really got me thinking, really got me question about a lot of my choices about becoming a doctor. And those questions I didn't have the answers to got me into that, not just depression, but the bipolar disease, that I used to become a little bit maniac about thinking how would I deal with this, because I really wanted to serve the society, but there was no real way I could find to actually do it. That was for me at least. And on the other hand, I used to feel very helpless, thinking that what am I going to do as one person against the entire system, the healthcare system that we have, and how even if I take certain steps, how those steps are going to make a difference into the world. And that's when I started practicing yoga for myself, and that's when I found the results, not just in the physical body. Of course, I really gained some good strength, stability and flexibility. My mental stability also increased. I was able to be in a lot more peace with myself.
Hoshidar Dubaj, a hotelier who fought hard against alcoholism, says that yoga came to his rescue.
When I was a hotelier, I was working in hotels, so nearly that time, weekends or we finish our work on the weekdays, and meeting friends and just having a drink was giving me that confidence that this is life. But nearly then I felt like does it make sense? Because my purpose, I'm not understanding my purpose, like why am I doing all these things? So the journey was, after joining the yoga, I really felt like that alcohol is not allowing me to grow. It is just giving me that a rush of happiness, peace, and that wasn't I was actually looking out for. But then when I started practicing with Akshay Yoga, and the most important is the guidance of my guru, it nearly changed my life.
The world found itself in the middle of a pandemic in the year 2020. The pandemic has truly robbed us of our mental peace and physical well-being. But the quest for solutions is still on.
This announcement itself was a panic, because no one is trained to live an isolated life. And what need to be done, what I should do, this kind of thoughts, this kind of lifestyle, it was natural to go through with the stress, anxiety and depression. Because yoga is having the mechanism to treat mind. Yoga is having that technique to engage you. People, those who got involved in this process, you see their outcome is totally different. When we meet people, in that fun part, they say that those were beautiful days. Why? Because morning they were able to practice, evening they were able to practice, and they were engaged. My 1 hour is dedicated for my physical practice. So pandemic time, people, they became super conscious about their health.
That brings us to the end of this edition of Health 360. We're signing off from Bengaluru City. Until next time, stay safe and do take very good care of yourself. Bye for now.
Watching India Today.
Weather forecast now. Delhi, maximum 41 and minimum 31 degrees. Mumbai, maximum 29 and minimum 27 degrees. Kolkata, maximum 33 and minimum 26 degrees. Bangalore, maximum 27 and minimum 21 degrees. Chennai, maximum 32 and minimum 26 degrees. Hyderabad, maximum 27 and minimum 22 degrees.
Kerala's public health. All political parties traveling from different parts.
Armed with facts,
Looking at political back.
she takes the news by its horns.
Do you think the future of these students are not hampered?
Fierce, bold, and direct, setting the tone for the biggest stories. From every corner and every angle. Expect nothing but the unfiltered truth.
News first, niceties later. Watch me, Nabila Jamal, on India Today.
Why does this happen? Let me tell you the science behind it.
For more informative videos like this, keep watching India Today.
Cheers, bonhomie, and the biggest global bond. World's biggest and oldest democracies unite. Modi-Biden, a new chapter in India's foreign policy. Watch all this and more on World Today, only on India Today.
Weather forecast now. Delhi, maximum 41 and minimum 31 degrees. Mumbai, maximum 29 and minimum 27 degrees. Kolkata, maximum 33 and minimum 26 degrees. Bangalore, maximum 27 and minimum 21 degrees. Chennai, maximum 32 and minimum 26 degrees. Hyderabad, maximum 27 and minimum 22 degrees.
Kerala's public health. All political parties traveling from different parts.
Armed with facts,
Looking at political back.
she takes the news by its horns.
Do you think the future of these students are not hampered?
Fierce, bold, and direct, setting the tone for the bigger stories. From every corner and every angle. Expect nothing but the unfiltered truth.
News first, niceties later. Watch me, Nabila Jamal, on India Today.
नमस्ते। आप लोगों ने इस हॉल में एक प्रकार से भारत का फुल मैप बना दिया है। हिंदुस्तान के हर कोने के लोग यहां नजर आ रहे हैं। आप यहां दूर दूर से आए हैं। ऐसा लग रहा है जैसे मिनी इंडिया उमड़ा है। अमेरिका में एक भारत श्रेष्ठ भारत की इतनी सुंदर तस्वीर दिखाने के लिए मैं आप सबको हृदय से बहुत बहुत बधाई देता हूं, अभिनंदन करता हूं। साथियों, यहां अमेरिका में मुझे जितना प्यार, जितना स्नेह मिल रहा है, वो वाकई अद्भुत है। और इसका श्रेय यहां अमेरिका में आपकी मेहनत, आपके व्यवहार, अमेरिका के विकास में आपके योगदान को जाता है। मैं अमेरिका में रहने वाली मां भारती की हर संतान का अभिनंदन करता हूं। मैं प्रेसिडेंट बाइडेन का भी आभारी हूं। बीते 3 दिनों में लगातार हम साथ रहे। बहुत सारे विषयों पर हमारी खुल करके बातचीत हुई और मैं अनुभव से कहता हूं, वे एक सुलझे हुए अनुभवी नेता है। भारत अमेरिका पार्टनरशिप को एक नई ऊंचाई पर ले जाने वाले व्यक्तिगत रूप से उनका बहुत प्रयास रहा है और मैं सार्वजनिक रूप से उनके इस प्रयासों की सराहना करता हूं। साथियों, इन 3 दिनों में भारत और अमेरिका के पारस्परिक रिश्तों की एक नई और गौरवशाली यात्रा प्रारंभ हुई है। ये नई यात्रा ग्लोबल स्ट्रेटेजिक इश्यूज पर हमारे कन्वर्जेंस की है। ये नई यात्रा मेक इन इंडिया, मेक फॉर द वर्ल्ड, उसको लेकर हमारे कोऑपरेशन की है। टेक्नोलॉजी ट्रांसफर और मैन्युफैक्चरिंग में हमारा आपसी सहयोग हो या फिर इंडस्ट्रियल सप्लाई चेन में बढ़ता तालमेल, दोनों देश एक बेहतर भविष्य की ओर मजबूत कदम उठा रहे हैं। जनरल इलेक्ट्रिक कंपनी का भारत में फाइटर प्लेन के इंजन बनाने का फैसला भारत के डिफेंस सेक्टर के लिए ये मील का पत्थर साबित होगा। ये समझौता करके अमेरिका सिर्फ टेक्नोलॉजी ही शेयर नहीं करेगा, बल्कि म्यूचुअल ट्रस्ट को भी शेयर करेगा। डिफेंस इंडस्ट्रियल कोऑपरेशन रोडमैप से दोनों देशों के बीच पार्टनरशिप और गहरी होने वाली है। मैं इस यात्रा के दौरान माइक्रोन, गूगल, एप्लाइड मटेरियल जैसी दिग्गज कंपनियों ने भी भारत में बड़े इन्वेस्टमेंट की घोषणा की है। माइक्रोन द्वारा सेमीकंडक्टर सेक्टर में $2.5 बिलियन का इन्वेस्टमेंट भारत को वर्ल्ड सेमीकंडक्टर चेन से जोड़ने वाला है। एप्लाइड मटेरियल्स द्वारा भारत में सेमीकंडक्टर इक्विपमेंट के लिए $400 मिलियन का निवेश अब भारत में अपना ग्लोबल फिनटेक सेंटर खोलने जा रहा है। बोइंग ने भी भारत में $100 मिलियन के निवेश का ऐलान किया है। एमआरओ फैसिलिटी हो, पायलट्स की ट्रेनिंग का प्रोग्राम हो, बोइंग कंपनी इस दिशा में भी अपना सहयोग बढ़ाएगी। ये सारे समझौते, ये सारी घोषणाएं भारत में इन्वेस्टमेंट के साथ साथ जॉब क्रिएशन, रोजगार, हाई टेक्नोलॉजी मैन्युफैक्चरिंग और इनोवेशन को बढ़ावा देगी। साथियों, भारत अमेरिका ने जो आर्टेमिस अकॉर्ड साइन किया है, वो अंतरिक्ष में बहुत सारी संभावनाओं के द्वार खोलने जा रहा है। नासा का आर्टेमिस प्रोग्राम मून से लेकर मंगल तक के मिशन के लिए अपने आप में बहुत बड़ा है। इस प्रोग्राम से भारत जुड़ेगा तो दोनों ही देशों को फायदा होगा। नासा के साथ मिलकर स्पेस में भारतीय एस्ट्रोनॉट भेजने को लेकर भी बात आगे बढ़ी है। इंटरनेशनल स्पेस स्टेशन में भेजने के लिए नासा द्वारा भारतीय एस्ट्रोनॉट्स को एडवांस ट्रेनिंग भी दी जाएगी। और इसलिए मैंने कल कहा, स्काई इज नॉट द लिमिट। साथियों, ये सारे समझौते, ये एग्रीमेंट्स सिर्फ कुछ नीतियों को आगे बढ़ाना मात्र नहीं है। ये भारत अमेरिका के करोड़ों लोगों के भाग्य को नई ऊंचाई देने का काम हुआ है। टुगेदर we are not just forming policies and agreements. We are shaping lives, dreams, and destinies. साथियों, आप में से बहुत सारे लोग यहां बरसों से अमेरिका में रह रहे हैं। यहां आप अपने जीवन में, अपनी दिनचर्या में व्यस्त रहते हैं, लेकिन मैं ये भी जानता हूं कि आपका मन, आपका दिल भारत में भी लगा रहता है। साथियों, आप में से बहुत से लोगों की H-1B वीजा के रिन्यू को लेकर भी लंबे अरसे से एक डिमांड थी। अब ये निर्णय लिया गया है कि H-1B वीजा को रिन्यू करने के लिए आपको अमेरिका से बाहर नहीं जाना पड़ेगा। Thank you. अमेरिका में रहते हुए ही अब ये वीजा रिन्यू हो जाएगा। इसके लिए इस साल एक पायलट प्रोजेक्ट शुरू किया जाएगा। इसका बहुत बड़ा फायदा हमारे आईटी प्रोफेशनल्स को भी होने वाला है। इस फैसले के जो भी अनुभव होंगे उसे देखते हुए यही व्यवस्था भविष्य में एल कैटेगरी वीजा के लिए भी हो सकती है। साथियों, आप भारत की हर उपलब्धि से खुश होते हैं, उसे सेलिब्रेट करते हैं। आप गर्व करते हैं जब दुनिया के इतने सारे देश यूएन हेडक्वार्टर पर योग दिवस के लिए जुटते हैं। आप गर्व करते हैं जब यहां के सुपरमार्केट्स में मेड इन इंडिया प्रोडक्ट दिखता है। आप गर्व करते हैं जब भारत के टैलेंट को दुनिया की बड़ी बड़ी कंपनियों को नेतृत्व देते देखते हैं। और आप गर्व करते हैं जब नाटू नाटू की धुन पर पूरी दुनिया थिरकने लगती है। और आज आप ये भी देखकर गर्व से भरे हुए हैं कैसे भारत का सामर्थ्य आज पूरे विश्व के विकास को दिशा दे रहा है। आज भारत दुनिया के उन देशों में से एक है जहां अर्थव्यवस्था इतनी तेजी से आगे बढ़ रही है। पूरी दुनिया की नजर आपके भारत पर है। आप भी सोच रहे होंगे आखिर ये कैसे हो रहा है। ये किसने किया है? साथियों, ये मैंने नहीं किया है, ये मोदी ने नहीं किया है। भारत में हो रही इस प्रगति का सबसे बड़ा कारण है भारत का आत्मविश्वास। एक 140 करोड़ भारतवासियों का आत्मविश्वास। सैकड़ों वर्षों की गुलामी ने ये आत्मविश्वास हमसे छीन लिया था। साथियों, भारत मदर ऑफ डेमोक्रेसी है। और अमेरिका आधुनिक लोकतंत्र का चैंपियन है। आज दुनिया इन दो महान लोकतंत्रों की साझेदारी को और सशक्त हुए देख रही है। अमेरिका हमारा सबसे बड़ा ट्रेडिंग पार्टनर है और एक्सपोर्ट डेस्टिनेशन है, लेकिन अभी हमारी पार्टनरशिप का असली पोटेंशियल सामने आना बाकी है। इस पोटेंशियल को आगे बढ़ाने में आप सबकी बहुत बड़ी भूमिका है। आप सभी ने यहां बहुत नाम कमाया है। आपने अमेरिका के विकास में बहुत बड़ा योगदान दिया है। अब जब भारत ने आजादी के अमृत काल में विकसित भारत के निर्माण का संकल्प लिया है, तब आपसे अपेक्षा और अधिक बढ़ जाती है। साथियों, मुझे इस बात की भी खुशी है कि अमेरिकी सरकार ने भारत की 100 से ज्यादा एंटिक्विटीज, पुरानी मूर्तियां, चीजें जो हमारे यहां से चोरी हुई थी ना, से अधिक उसे लौटाने का फैसला लिया है। ये पुरातन वस्तुएं बरसों पहले कुछ सही रास्ते से आई होगी, कुछ गलत रास्ते से आई होगी, अलग अलग तरीकों से अंतर्राष्ट्रीय बाजार में पहुंच गई थी। इन ऐतिहासिक वस्तुओं को लौटाने के लिए मैं अमेरिकी सरकार का विशेष रूप से आभार व्यक्त करता हूं। किसी दूसरे देश की भावनाओं का सम्मान, उसके लोगों की भावनाओं का सम्मान दोनों ही देशों के रिश्तों को और मजबूती देते हैं। मैं जब पिछली बार अमेरिका आया था, तब भी भारत को बहुत सी पुरानी ऐतिहासिक वस्तुएं लौटाई गई थी। और आजकल दुनिया में मैं जहां भी जाता हूं ना, तो उनको लगता है ये सही व्यक्ति है। इसको सुपुर्द करो, सही जगह पे पहुंचेगी। ये दिखाता है कि भारत अमेरिका के बीच रिश्ता सिर्फ व्यापारिक ही नहीं, बल्कि भावनात्मक रूप से भी मजबूत हो रहा है। साथियों, भारत और अमेरिका की पार्टनरशिप 21वीं सदी की दुनिया को फिर से बेहतर बनाने के लिए है। इस पार्टनरशिप में आप सभी की भूमिका बहुत बड़ी है और मुझे पूरा विश्वास है कि इस भूमिका को निभाने में आप कोई कोर कसर नहीं छोड़ेंगे। आपका ये भरोसा, आपका विश्वास मेरे दिल में पहले भी था, आज भी है, कल भी रहने वाला है। आप सब दूर दूर से आए, आप सबको मिलने का मुझे अवसर मिला और यहीं से सीधा एयरपोर्ट जा रहा हूं। तो जैसा भोजन के बाद आखिर में मीठी डिश होती है, ऐसी स्वीट डिश को खा करके मैं निकल रहा हूं। आप सब स्वस्थ रहें, समृद्ध रहें, इसी भावना के साथ आप सबका बहुत बहुत आभार, बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। भारत माता की, भारत माता की, भारत माता की, बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
Month when the International Chess Federation released the rankings for the under-7 category, right on top was an Indian wonder kid. Anupriya Yadav from Prayagraj has secured the first position at the age of 6 years, leaving behind players from the rest of the world.
सबसे पहले प्रिया दीदी से मम्मी ने सीखा था, क्योंकि मैं मम्मी को बहुत फॉलो करती थी, तो इसलिए मैंने मम्मी से सीखा। पापा फिर करने लगे मेरे साथ, मैच खेलने लगे, तो उसे फिर जब पापा से भी हाई लेवल पे हो गई तो दीदी ने सिखाने लगा।
Anupriya is inspired by her sister Priya Yadav, who is a national level chess player. Her parents want to see both of them become grandmasters.
हमारी भी दो बेटियां ही हैं, इसलिए हमारे लिए हम बेटों से बढ़ के हैं और हमारा यही सपना है कि ये इनके नाम से हम भी जाने जाते हैं। हमको हमारे अगल बगल में अगर कोई जान पहुंचेगा तो कोई भी बोलेगा प्रिया यादव का घर बताइए, अनुप्रिया यादव का घर बताइए, तो सीधे हमारे घर पहुंच जाएंगे। हमारा नाम तो बहुत कम ही लोग जानते होंगे।
While Anupriya aims to be a grandmaster, her immediate goal is different.
मैं पापा को हरा लेती हूँ बस। मम्मी को भी हरा लेती हूँ। दीदी को? दीदी को तो नहीं।
अब आगे सपना क्या है, किसको हराना चाहते हैं?
दीदी को।
After the latest rankings were released, school teachers felicitated Anupriya for her achievements. Anupriya is now a hero at her school. Bureau Report, India Today.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
People often donate heart and eyes, but now you can also donate your skin. North India's first skin bank is ready in Delhi's Safdarjung Hospital. Eligible disease donors can donate skin and give someone a new lease of life. Burn victims can immensely benefit from these skin banks for their graft surgeries.
स्किन बैंकिंग में ये खास बात है कि इसमें कोई मैचिंग की जरूरत नहीं है। कोई भी पेशेंट स्किन डोनेट कर सकता है। उस मरीज की उस डिजीज़ की दी हुई स्किन किसी भी दूसरे मरीज में इस्तेमाल हो सकती है। ना कोई ब्लड ग्रुपिंग मैचिंग चाहिए, ना कोई और HLA मैचिंग चाहिए। और जिसमें ये स्किन हमने लगाई है उसको जीवन में कोई स्टेरॉयड और इम्यूनोसप्रेसेंट्स खाने की कोई जरूरत नहीं है।
Safdarjung Hospital authorities are also doing everything they can to make people aware about skin donation. With the help of specialized equipment and proven techniques, donated skin is processed and stored in bank before transplantation.
इतने सारे वार्ड्स हैं, जो भी नए डॉक्टर्स ज्वाइन करते हैं, जूनियर रेजिडेंट्स हैं, वो ज्वाइन करते हैं, तो उनको सेमिनार्स लेके, उनको इन्फॉर्म करके उनको बताया जाएगा। डेथ फॉर्म है, जब हम लोग उसको साइन करते हैं तो उसमें भी हम सोच सकते हैं कि हम उसमें भी ऐड करा दें कि हम आई डोनेशन के लिए विलिंग हैं और स्किन डोनेशन के लिए विलिंग हैं।
As of now, there are 16 skin banks across the country, and here's hoping that this latest center in Delhi opens the doors for many more such skin banks in India. With Neetu Jha, Bureau Report, India Today.
Watching India Today.
कि हमारी लड़ाई एक बंदे से है। हमारे रेसलिंग प्रेसिडेंट है, वो जिम्मेदार रहेंगे।
अरे संसार में कोई पैदा नहीं हुआ जो दाग लगा दे।
कितने साल से आप कर रहे हो कुश्ती?
मैम 6 साल से कर रही हूँ।
6 साल से?
यस मैम।
यहाँ टूट भी गए?
ये तो मैम टूट ही जाता है, सबका टूटता है।
सबका टूटता है? सबसे मुश्किल क्या है कुश्ती में?
मुश्किल तो मैम देखो कुछ भी नहीं है, वो तो प्रैक्टिस पे निर्भर है। जो भी प्रैक्टिस करेगा उसको तो
हो जाएगा ठीक, जो भी प्रैक्टिस करेगा।
ये तो पहलवानी की निशानी है। हाँ। जो पहलवानी करेगा 1 साल में, 6 महीने में, 2 साल में, उसके तो टूटने ही हैं।
टूटने ही है? हाँ।
कई बार मैट पे घिसट वगैरह लग जाती है तो उससे ये फूलने लगता है जैसे, तो उसमें पानी बन जाता है। पहचान होती है, मतलब कोई देखता है तो दूर से पहचान लेता है कि पहलवान है ये। ऐसे कहते हैं कि पहलवानी में चोट लगना श्रृंगार है, तो वो श्रृंगार तो सभी को पहनना पड़ता है, चोट तो उसलिए लगती है।
मन में कब आया कुश्ती करनी है? घर में कोई और है कुछ जो करते हैं कुश्ती?
यस मैम, पापा भी हैं।
पापा करते हैं? तो उनको देखा बचपन से? आपके घर में कौन करता है कुश्ती?
कोई भी नहीं करता, मैं ही हूँ बस।
कोई नहीं करता? फिर ये मन में कैसे आया?
स्कूल में, हमारे स्कूल में स्पोर्ट्स था, तो वहाँ मतलब लड़कियाँ रेसलिंग करती थी ना, तो उनको देख के मतलब मन किया करने का। और दंगल मूवी नहीं आई थी तब, उसको देख के हुआ था मतलब।
देखिए पूरी पिक्चर देखी दंगल?
हाँ।
एक बार, कई बार?
कई बार देखी है।
कई बार?
पर मेरे पेरेंट्स तो नहीं थे ऐसे, तो उन्होंने मतलब लड़का लड़की, जैसे पहले तो ये था कि लड़का लड़की में मतलब करते थे फ़र्क, पर ना तो मेरे पेरेंट्स ने ऐसा कुछ किया।
तो माँ बाप को कन्विंस कैसे किया? क्या बोला?
मेरे पापा ने ऐसा मतलब सपना था कि मेरा एक बेटा या बेटी कोई स्पोर्ट्स करे, तो मेरे भाई ने मतलब किया नहीं, उसकी मतलब रुचि नहीं थी, तो मेरी थी, तो मेरे पापा ने मेरे को स्टार्ट कराया था। मेरा भी नहीं था रेसलिंग में, मैं तो वैसे आई थी, बस फिजिकल फिट होने के लिए आई थी।
आते हैं, देखते हैं, शाबाशी देते हैं?
हाँ।
क्या क्या बोली?
ऐसे बोले, धमकाते भी हैं, तब कुछ गलती करते तब तो धमकाते ही हैं।
कौन? पापा धमकाते हैं?
हाँ।
क्या बोलते हैं?
कि ऐसे करना चाहिए, तूने ऐसे नहीं किया।
पहलवानी के बारे में तो कुछ पता नहीं था। पापा ने कहा करते कि पढ़ना को नहीं, पहलवानी करनी है, तो बस नो आया करता, स्कूल में ना जाना, बैठे स्कूल का काम ना करना, तो मतलब इंटरेस्ट बन गया कि जल्दी तक खाड़े में छोड़ दे, स्कूल तक पंडा छूट जाएगा और पहलवानी करनी। फिर
लड़कियां ज़्यादा करती हैं कुश्ती, लड़के ज़्यादा करते हैं?
अब तो लड़कियां भी लड़कों के बराबर ही करने लगी हैं।
करने लगे हैं? अच्छा, अगर लड़के के साथ दंगल हो तो कौन जीतेगा, लड़की या
लड़की?
लड़की। अच्छा, यहाँ विनेश फोगाट के कितने फैंस हैं? अरे भाई साहब, बहुत
कीमती है। जो हमारे प्रेसिडेंट साहब थे वो ये कर रहे थे।
हमें तो पता चले कि हम गलत थे, कौन गलत था, वो सब अंधेरे में है।
सबसे फेवरेट रेसलर कौन है
इंडिया में? तो विनेश फोगाट है।
अच्छी लगती है विनेश फोगाट?
हाँ।
क्या अच्छा लगता है उनका विनेश फोगाट?
स्पीड ज़्यादा है उनमें, स्पीड बहुत पसंद है उनकी।
आप अध्यक्ष जी को मेरे सामने लेके आइए, तो मेरे सामने 2 मिनट बिठा दीजिए और वो आंखों में आंखें डाल के बोल दीजिए कि हमने कुछ गलत नहीं किया है।
एक टाइम वो आ गया था साक्षी दी के पास कि अपने जूनियर से हारने लगे थे वो, तो कोई भी रेसलर हो इसमें टूट जाता है, मींस डिमोटिवेट बहुत ज़्यादा होता है, पर उन्होंने ऐसा नहीं किया, वो अपनी मतलब प्रैक्टिस कंटिन्यू करते रहे, तो इसलिए मैं साक्षी मलिक को कह सकती हूँ फेवरेट रेसलर।
वो खुद पीड़िता रही है, उनके साथ वो खुद शोषण का शिकार रही हैं, तो आप समझ सकते हो कि हर स्टेट में फैले हुए हैं।
बेदाग क्या होता है? दाग क्या ऐसे रहेगा, ज्यों की त्यों धय दीनी चुनरिया, कबीर दास ने ऐसी ओढ़ी है, ऐसे सफेद सफेद रहेगा।
बजरंग पुनिया का सबसे अच्छा क्या लगता है?
मतलब कति टाइगर की जूं इतनी स्पीड था, चला को अगले ने बिल्कुल थका दिया है, उसने दिखने का, आँख खोलने का मौका ना देना था। इतनी स्पीड और इतना इंडोरेंस, मैंने तो उसका सबसे बेस्ट इंडोरेंस लगता है।
पहले तो 1-2 लड़कियां थी, अब हमारे साथ 5 से 6 लड़कियां हैं। किसी सरकार से लड़ाई नहीं है, नहीं हमारी किसी विपक्ष से लड़ाई है, हमारी लड़ाई सिर्फ ब्रजभूषण से है।
Brijbhushan Sharan called me separately to his dinner table. He placed his hand on my breast. He touched me on the pretext of a breath test. He groped my breast repeatedly, 3 to 4 times. He touched me inappropriately on my thighs and my shoulders.
हमारी जो है ना बहन बेटियों का सलाम करता हूँ। खेल में जो है ना आप अब चलोगे, अब थोड़ा सा ध्यान हो गया सबका कि खेल में ऐसा ऐसा भी होता है, तो ये तो एक ट्रेलर है, इससे आगे आगे बहुत बड़ी चीज़ें ऐसी ऐसी नज़र आएंगी जो एक खेल की दुर्गति की हुई है कई चीज़ों से।
आप लोग कोचेज हो, अखाड़े सारे बहन बेटियों के साथ खड़े हैं?
सभी अखाड़े ही अखाड़े नहीं, सभी लोग जो है ना बहन बेटियों के साथ खड़े हैं, अंदर खाता है। सभी की भावनाएं जो है ना इन बेटियों के साथ है, इन खिलाड़ियों के साथ है।
आपके हिसाब से अभी हिंदुस्तान में सबसे अच्छे रेसलर कौन कौन है?
ये तो धरने बैठे हैं सारे रेसलर तो।
अच्छे रेसलर मानते हो आपको लगता है साक्षी मलिक?
सब बढ़िया रेसलर हैं, ऐसे थोड़े, ये तो हिंदुस्तान की शान है।
देखो इन जो रेसलर बच्चों जो हिम्मत करके जो ये
उठा दिया इसके खिलाफ आवाज़। आज वो जो है भुगत रहे हैं। जो आज जो एशियन गेम होने थे आगे, उसकी तैयारी में लगे थे जो मेडलिस्ट थे, मेडल के प्रबल दावेदार हैं ये, और आज वो सड़क पर मेहनत नहीं करे, जो रोटी नहीं खा सकते, सो नहीं सकते, आज उस कितना जो आज कष्ट हो रहा है।
और एक बात और मैं ये क्लियर कर देना चाहता हूँ, मैं हमारा किसी सरकारों से कोई इंटरेस्ट, कोई सरकार आओ कोई सरकार जाओ, लेकिन हमारा ये है कि भाई हमारा जहाँ हर रोज़ फेस होना पड़ता है वो फेडरेशनों से फेस होना पड़ता है। उस फेडरेशनों के अंदर जो है ना मान लिया एक अच्छा माहौल सुनिश्चित किया जाना चाहिए। खिलाड़ियों के लिए जो बहुत सी और भी त्रुटियां हैं वो सब जो है ना सरकारों ने देखनी पड़ेंगी। और इसमें अकेला एक ब्रिजभूषण की बात नहीं है, इसमें अनेकों ब्रिजभूषण अलग अलग उनमें बैठे मिलेंगे।
क्या मैं अगर मेरे को कुछ हो जाता है, मेरी फैमिली क्या करती है मतलब मेरे बाद। तो मैं आज भी बोल रही हूँ, अगर किसी भी खिलाड़ी को कुछ भी होगा रेसलिंग में तो प्रेसिडेंट, देश जो हमारे रेसलिंग प्रेसिडेंट है वो जिम्मेदार रहेंगे, हमारी फेडरेशन जिम्मेदार उस चीज़ की।
लेकिन आपकी मन की बात के पीछे खिलाड़ी लगातार वहां पर खड़े और कह रहे हैं सांसद ही छूटे तभी कुछ होगा।
सांसद मैं उनकी कृपा से नहीं बना हूं, सांसद मैं अपनी जनता के कृपा से बना हूं, चुनाव लड़ करके जीता हूं और उसका अधिकार उन्हें नहीं है।
और उनकी छवि खराब करने की जो है कोशिश की जा रही है।
नेता की पहचान नेताजी की वजह से तो है।
आप भी खड़े होते हैं?
जी, नेताजी के लिए हम लोग धरना देंगे और क्या।
मेरे गाँव गोंडा में सब लोग बहुत मानते हैं नेता।
हाँ, मानते हैं नेताजी को।
सिर्फ गोंडा में कि आसपास भी?
बाहर भी, आप बाहर क्षेत्र पूछिए, नाम आप सुने होंगे पूरे यूपी में।
1991 में जब ये पहली बार भारतीय जनता पार्टी के टिकट पर चुन करके सांसद बने, तभी से इनका एक अभियान शिक्षा के क्षेत्र में शुरू किया और अपने आवास के पास में ही नंदिनी नगर महाविद्यालय की स्थापना की। जब भी इनका चुनाव होता रहा है, लोकसभा का चुनाव जब होता है, तो इंटर कॉलेज और डिग्री कॉलेज में इतना बड़ा स्टाफ इनको मिल जाता है तमाम, चूंकि बच्चे भी जो डिग्री कॉलेज में पढ़ने वाले बच्चे होते हैं वो सब एबव 18 ईयर के बच्चे होते हैं, जो निश्चित रूप से खुद तो वोटर होते ही हैं, साथ साथ में वो इनके लिए समर्थन जुटाने का और प्रचार करने का काम भी करते हैं। और इसी का नतीजा है कि कोई भी लोकसभा का चुनाव जो आता है वो चाहे जिस संसदीय सीट से लड़े, का एक जो देवीपाटन मंडल है उसमें इस पूरे क्षेत्र में इतना बड़ा प्रभाव है कि अपने उस प्रभाव का इस्तेमाल ये अपने चुनाव जीतने में करते हैं।
बजरंग जो आज कूद रहे हैं नेताजी के खिलाफ, नेताजी उनको यहीं से पढ़ाए हैं सर, यूनिवर्सिटी में अपने नाम लिखवा के। पहली शिक्षा बजरंग की यहीं से हुई है और यहीं से उन्होंने गोल्ड लिया है ऑल इंडिया यूनिवर्सिटी में।
कुश्ती तो उन्होंने बचपन से ही शुरुआत कर दी थी। इनका कुश्ती का शौक था, खेल कूद में अभिरुचि लेते थे, कुश्ती में बहुत आगे नहीं बढ़े, लेकिन एक अपना ये था कि नहीं हम पहलवान हैं तो हम कुश्ती को आगे ले जाएंगे। एक तो ये हमको जरूर स्वीकार करना पड़ेगा, इन्होंने कुश्ती को ऊंचाइयों पर तो जरूर पहुंचाया है।
आज मैं बड़े जिम्मेदारी के साथ कह सकता हूं कि दुनिया में कोई भी देश हमारे मुकाबले सुविधा नहीं दे रहा है, तो हमारी मांग है कि भारत का कोई राष्ट्रीय खेल होना चाहिए, उसमें कुश्ती नंबर 1 पर है।
इस एकेडमी को तैयार करने के लिए नेताजी ने अपना खून पसीना पूरा लगा दिया था। कुश्ती के में फंड नहीं था कि टीम बाहर जाए, हर खिलाड़ी अपने पैसे से बाहर जाता था। जब से नेताजी ने कार्यभार संभाला, हर पहलवान को फेडरेशन के पैसे से बाहर जा रहा था।
नंदिनी नगर की एकेडमी में ऐसा क्या है? नेपाल, पटना, बंगाल, यहाँ से लोग चले आ रहे हैं, ऐसा यहाँ पर क्या मिल जा रहा है बच्चों को?
देखिए, कहने के लिए बहुत कुछ है। देखिए, ट्रेनिंग होता है यहाँ पे, बहुत अच्छा ट्रेनिंग होता है। हमारे सर जी हैं, बेलारूस से कोच हैं, जो कि वो खुद ओलंपिक खेले हुए हैं। कि रहने खाने का एकदम उत्तम व्यवस्था है।
हर व्यवस्था यहाँ पे नेताजी ने प्रोवाइड किया है। यहाँ हमारे पास 6 मैट का हॉल भी है और जिम है हमारे पास। नेताजी आते हैं, कुश्ती देखते हैं, अगर उन्हें कुछ गलत सही या कुछ लगता है टेक्निक के लिए, वो टेक्निक बताते हैं कि इसमें क्या कमी है, कौन सी प्रैक्टिस करनी है, हमें क्या डाइट लेना है, इन सब की जानकारी देते हैं।
बहुत अच्छी व्यवस्था कर रखी है नेताजी ने, ऐसी व्यवस्था कहीं नहीं रहती। अभी हम लोग गए थे खेलने हरियाणा में, तो वहाँ पे न खाने का दे रहे थे, न रहने की सुविधा दे रहे थे, जबकि वही कंपटीशन हो रहा था। और जब यहाँ नेताजी करवाते हैं कंपटीशन, तो हर चीज़ का व्यवस्था देते हैं, खाने का, रहने का, हर चीज़ का व्यवस्था देते हैं।
सपोर्ट मिलता है, जैसे पिता का सपोर्ट करता है ऐसे भी करते हैं।
ऐसा हो जाते, डांट देते, मार भी देते हैं।
तो पिता के सामान जैसे पिता है वैसे भी डांट देते हैं, बस और कुछ नहीं।
Prigozhin Sharan called me towards his bed and hugged me forcefully. To fulfill his sexual intentions, he tried to bribe me. He offered me supplements in exchange for sexual favors.
अब मैंने बोल दिया है, जो बोलना था बोल दिया है। अब मेरे लिए कुछ रहने दीजिए।
सर ये कह रहे हैं कि अगर आपने इस्तीफा नहीं दिया तो आपसे कराया जाएगा जबरदस्ती।
तो भूचाल आ जाएगा, ऐसा क्या वो मुंह खोलने वाली है?
और हो सकता है हम खोल दे तो सुनामी आ जाए।
सच सच बताइएगा, आप जब आए यहाँ पे माहौल कैसा लगा? कभी असहज महसूस किया लड़कियों को लेकर के? कुछ रवैये में परिवर्तन या माहौल यहाँ कैसा है?
बिल्कुल भी ऐसा नहीं है, बहुत अच्छा है यहाँ पे सर। मुझे 2 साल हो गया, आज तक ऐसा कभी भी फील नहीं हुआ।
कहते हैं वो गलत तरीके से छूते हैं, उनकी निगाह गलत होती है, गलत तरीके से बात करते हैं।
ऐसा बिल्कुल भी नहीं है सर। अगर ऐसा होता तो कुछ तो फील हुआ होता हम लोगों को, ऐसा कभी नहीं लगा।
मेरे से बड़ी सिस्टर है, वो भी यहाँ पे पहलवानी करी है, उन्होंने यहाँ से इंटरनेशनल खेली है, उनका विदेशों से भी मेडल है और मेरा भी नेशनल है। मैं उनके साथ आई, अगर उन्हें ऐसा कभी लगता तो वो मुझे क्यों लेके आती?
इतनी बड़ी ओलंपिक की खिलाड़ी हैं, वो गलत क्यों बोल रही हैं?
तो वही हैं सिर्फ, और भी तो है इंडिया में प्लेयर, 3 ही प्लेयर थोड़ी ना है पहलवान, और भी तो पहलवान है पूरे भारत में। सिर्फ एक ही घर के पहलवान है, ये 3 ही पहलवान है इसमें।
बहुत दुख की बात है कि नेताजी के ऊपर गलत आरोप लगा रहे हैं। इतना कुश्ती को बढ़ावा देते बावजूद भी लोग गलत आरोप लगा रहे हैं, तो गलत है।
ब्रिजभूषण जी को बाहुबली कहा जाता है। आपका भी वार्तालाप हुआ, इतनी जगह आप मिले हो, क्या कारण है ऐसा? क्या लग रहा है आपको?
अब ऐसा है जी, हमें तो पहले तो इतना नहीं पता था, बात से पता था कि बाहुबली। अब ये ट्रैक रिकॉर्ड निकालिए आप, वो मान लिया 50-50 60 जो मुकदमे, हर तरीका कोई भी ऐसा वो नहीं बच रहा जिसमें मुकदमा ना लग रहा, तो वो अपने आप में क्या साबित कर रहा है?
13 की बात है ये। तो गीता अपने जो ने उस लड़की का, मैं पंजाब की लड़की, उसका नाम तो आपके सामने नहीं ले सकता मैं, तो उसने जो ने कुछ हरकत की होंगी, तो उस लड़की ने जो ने गीता को बोला अभी ये छेड़ना, हरकत, टोंट कसना, ऐसी बातें।
किसी कोच के द्वारा ऐसा हो रहा?
नहीं, जो फेडरेशन अध्यक्ष है ना, उसके जो ब्रिजभूषण के शब्द हैं ये, इसके बारे में जो ने गीता के उस लड़की ने बताई, गीता ने जो पे मम्मी आगे बताई।
ट्रेनिंग कहीं चलती है तो वॉलंटियर भी वही बन जाते हैं, रेफरी भी वही बन जाते हैं, कोच भी वही बन जाते हैं।
स्टेज पर बैठ करके माइक हाथ में लेकर के भीड़ को भी कंट्रोल खुद ही करना, और कुश्ती को भी जो है ना, एक आधी कुश्ती उसमें पूरा टूर्नामेंट में 2-4 कुश्तियाँ ऐसी आ जाती थी जिसमें रेफरी को भी लताड़ लगानी होती थी, कोच को भी खुड़काना धमकाना होता था। तो इस तरह के वो सारे काम जो है ना कर देते थे, उसके लिए कोई इस तरह की कोई बड़ी चीज़ नहीं थी, और ऐसा हर कंपटीशन के अंदर था।
जो बड़े खिलाड़ी थे वो पहले क्या करते थे कि नेशनल वो नहीं लड़ते थे, वो डायरेक्ट ट्रायलों में जो फर्स्ट आता था, जैसे 4 में 4 को कुश्ती हुई और वो फर्स्ट आ गया, एक जो फर्स्ट आया उसमें ये अकेले ट्रायल देके फर्स्ट आ जाते थे। नेताजी ने परंपरा तोड़ दिया, तो इनको फोगट परिवार और बड़े पहलवानों को बहुत तकलीफ हुई।
क्या इसकी जो शुरू से मानसिकता है, जो मैं तो बहुत कम मिला हूँ, क्यों मेरे ऐसे जो सुनूँ तो मेरा उस आदमी से वैसे हो जाती, एलर्जी हो जाती है, नफरत सी हो जाती है। आज कोई बोले या न बोले, लेकिन इसकी जो करतूत है, इसके सबको पता है कितना घटिया आदमी है कि इसकी लड़कियों के प्रति कैसी नज़र है।
कई बार जैसे अब हम बाउट करते हैं तो कई बार शाबाशी देते हैं, हाँ। तो अगर किसी ने शाबाशी दी तो इसके अंदर भी क्या वो डिफरेंस कहीं फील होता है, या लगता है शाबाशी तो गुरु की शाबाशी होती है?
नहीं, डिफरेंस मतलब गुरु की शाबाशी लगती है, क्योंकि हमारे सर है जो मतलब अपने पेरेंट्स, हमारे पेरेंट्स की तरह ही रहते हैं हमारे साथ, तो शाबाशी देते हैं हमें, तो अच्छा फील होता है कि सर ने हमें शाबाशी दी है, अच्छा ही फील होता है। बाकी गलत फील तो कुछ नहीं होता हमें।
आपको लगता है कि पेरेंट्स के दिमाग में डर बैठ गया?
पेरेंट्स का डर जायज़ है, होना भी ज़रूरी है, कि मेंटलिटी पे भी होता है कि हमारा बच्चा ऐसा नहीं कर सकता या ऐसा है। अगर बच्चे के साथ भी कुछ ऐसा हो रहा है तो पेरेंट्स को भी थोड़ा फ्रैंक होना चाहिए बच्चों के साथ, ताकि वो अपनी सारी बात शेयर कर सके।
बाहर ऐसे इतने सारे अखाड़े हैं हरियाणा में, ऐसा ज़्यादा कुछ कभी आपने सुना नहीं है?
छोटी मोटी खबर तो सुन लेते हैं भाई, ऐसे कॉन्टैक्ट न्यूज़पेपर, न्यूज़ मतलब फ़ोन अलाउड नहीं है तो ज़्यादा पता नहीं। घर पे जाते हैं तो न्यूज़ नाच देखते हैं, तो ही लड़कियों कंपटीशन में जाते हैं तो लड़कियां थोड़ी बहुत बताती है, तो ही
जो लड़कियां बाकी अखाड़ों की कहानियां बताती हैं उसमें क्या थोड़ा बहुत क्या बताती हैं? उनको ऐसा लगता है कि अखाड़ों में कुछ गलत होता है?
हाँ,
दूसरे अखाड़ों में
मतलब दूसरे अखाड़ों में एक आधी बताती है कि कदा कोचिस अच्छा नहीं है हो, ऐसा मतलब उनको फील होता है तो बता देती है। टच उनको फील मतलब टच करते तो फील अच्छा नहीं होता है, ऐसे बताती हैं वो कभी कभी।
कोच कोई कैसा हो, चाहे जिस तरह हमारे स्कूल कॉलेज में जाया करती थी, तब भी मेरे पूरा विश्वास था लड़कियों पर। आपने दंगल मूवी देखा भी होगा, क्यों एक लड़के ने कोई हरकत कर दी थी न, जो ने गिर के जो बबीता ने कूट दिया था, और वो आज भी जो है अगर कोई उनको बोल दे तो आज भी बर्दाश्त नहीं करें। वो कोई गलत हरकत करे तो तुरंत चमाता धर देंगे।
क्या आपको ऐसा लगता है कि थोड़ा सा माँ बाप में थोड़ा सा डर आया है अभी, या
अब आया थोड़ा सा? जो नए बच्चे आएंगे ना, उनके माँ बाप सोचेंगे भाई भेजें या ना भेजें हमें, कुश्ती में तो ऐसे होता है, तो थोड़ा सा फर्क पड़ेगा।
अगर आपको लगता है किसी अखाड़े में कुछ गलत हो रहा हो तो क्या उसकी बदनामी होगी?
बदनामी तो होती है, जो गलत होगा तो बदनामी होगी।
तो लगता है हरियाणा में लोगों में गुस्सा होगा अगर कोई कुछ ऐसी गलत?
बहुत गुस्सा होगा, अब भी गुस्सा हो रहे हैं।
कि यार ये इस तरह का काम, जिस चीज़ के हम भरोसे बैठे हैं, जिन लोगों के भरोसे बैठे हैं, जिन लोगों के साथ अपनी बहन बेटियों को हम भेज रहे हैं, जहाँ कैंपों में हैं वहाँ उनके भरोसे पे हम भेज रहे हैं, तो फिर विश्वास कहाँ रहेगा? बहुत छोटे लोग जो है ना, इसमें खेती वाले, मजदूरी वाले, रिक्शा चलाने वाले, ऑटो चलाने वाले, जो बहुत जो नीचे स्तर का जो एक जिसको हम तबका बोलते हैं, उस तबके से खिलाड़ी आते हैं, और वो इस देश का तिरंगा पूरी दुनिया में फैला के आते हैं। कोई मंत्री या कोई एमएलए दुनिया के अंदर तिरंगा लहरा के नहीं आते।
इस्तीफा कोई इतनी बड़ी चीज नहीं है, लेकिन अपराधी बनकर नहीं, अपराधी बनकर के नहीं, मैं अपराधी नहीं हूँ, और मैं ऐसी बहुत विपत्ति देखा हूँ। मैं अपने आप को जानता हूँ, मैं अपने आप को जानता हूँ, मैं अपने आप को देख रहा हूँ, और आपसे फिर मिलेंगे, गारंटी के साथ मिलेंगे और साफ सुथरा होकर के मिलेंगे, दावा है मेरा, नोट कर लीजिए।
उनके कहने से तो ये होगा नहीं कि नेताजी फेडरेशन में न रहे, नेताजी सांसदी में न रहे, नेताजी कुश्ती में न रहे। नेताजी को वो लोग तो थोड़े बनाए हैं, नेताजी को जनता चुन के भेजी है। कुश्ती बहुत ऊपर गई है सर, जब से नेताजी आए हैं कुश्ती बहुत ऊपर चली गई है, हर चीज़ नेताजी ने बदल दिया है। लेकिन अच्छी चीज़ किसी को अच्छी नहीं लगती सर। ये लोग चाहते हैं कि नेताजी को किसी तरह से बदनाम करके हम अपना फेडरेशन हरियाणा में ले जाएं।
क्या आपको ऐसा लगता है, जो आपने पॉलिटिक्स की बात करी, हरियाणा और यूपी की पॉलिटिक्स बन गई है ये अब?
ये किसी की पॉलिटिक्स नहीं बनी। पॉलिटिक्स तो बनाने वाले कुछ लोग होते हैं, उनको बनानी पॉलिटिक्स है। ब्रजभूषण का काम पॉलिटिक्स का ही है, वो खिलाड़ी तो है नहीं। पॉलिटिक्स मेरे 6 बार का सांसद है, पॉलिटिक्स तो है उसके पास। अब पॉलिटिशियन जो आदमी है वो पॉलिटिक्स ही नहीं करेगा तो और क्या करेगा फिर वो?
मैं तो यही जानना चाहता हूँ कि जैसे दिल्ली हुआ, पंजाब हुआ, मध्य प्रदेश हुआ, यहाँ के भी बच्चियाँ भी तो लड़ती हैं, क्या इनके साथ नहीं हुआ? इनमें से तो कोई विरोध नहीं करने आया, बस यही फोगट परिवार जीजा साली का ही धरना जीवी लोग ही आए।
ये एक परिवार के ऊपर लगाना, ये मानसिकता कमजोरी का परिचय है। एक आदमी आगे होने वाला तो होता है, जो साक्षी मलिक है और जो लड़कियां हैं जो 10-12, तो क्या वो एक परिवार हो गया?
Along with the other protesters who were trying to march forward, there was a scuffle. We saw Sakshi Malik being dragged and detained by the Delhi police. The kind of visuals that we saw, extremely disturbing for likes of Sakshi Malik. These are our nation's pride. These are players that have got us medals.
इतना सबने देख लिया, इतने सारे वीडियोस आ गए, फोटोज आप लोगों ने देखी, कि आपको लगता है लड़कियां पीछे हटेंगी अब रेसलिंग से?
ऐसा कुछ नहीं है, जिसको आना है वो अभी भी आएगी। कॉन्टैक्ट स्पोर्ट है मान लिया, पर कॉन्टैक्ट मतलब इस तरीके से भी नहीं है। रेसलिंग में तो देखो होगा ऐसा तो, पर ये नहीं है कि हम किसी को ऐसे सोचे कि ये गलत तरीके से हो रहा है। वो हमारे ऊपर थोड़ा डिपेंड होता है कि हम उस बंदे को कैसे ट्रीट कर रहे हैं, हम और वो बंदा हमारे साथ कैसे ट्रीट कर रहा है।
ये ज़िंदगी को उतार चढ़ाव से भय ना मानो, अपनी बच्चियों को जो है सदृढ़ मजबूत बनाओ और उसका माइंड वॉश करो भी। अगर कोई गलत हरकत करता है तो उसको तुरंत जवाब दो।
तो जो पूरा ये चल रहा है दिल्ली के अंदर, क्या आपको लगता है इसे खत्म हो जाना चाहिए जल्द से जल्द?
इंडिया वाले उनकी ना सोचते, इतने दिन हो गए उन्हें सड़क पर पड़े, ना उन डाइट मिलती, ना प्रैक्टिस होती, इतनी बुरी हालत कर रखी है। वो तो सब देखा है, इतने मेडल लेकर आए अपने देश खातर, इतनी बुरी अवस्था कर वे इंडिया खातर मेडल लेकर आएंगे। मेरी आशा तो वही मैट पे ना चढ़ा है, मेडल तो लेने दूर की बात गई।
ये नहीं होना चाहिए था, क्योंकि एक रेसलर है वो अपने देश के लिए करता है जो करता है, एक लेवल अचीव करता है, तो जब सारा देश उनके साथ होता है तो अब क्यों नहीं?
तो आपको लगता है उनके करियर में भी दिक्कत हो रही है?
हाँ, मेरे को तो लगता नहीं कि अब उनके साथ ऐसा हुआ है तो वो वापस मैट पे आएंगे।
Watching India Today.
Forecast now. Delhi, maximum 41 and minimum 31 degrees. Mumbai, maximum 29 and minimum 27 degrees. Kolkata, maximum 33 and minimum 26 degrees. Bangalore, maximum 27 and minimum 21 degrees. Chennai, maximum 32 and minimum 26 degrees. Hyderabad, maximum 27 and minimum 22 degrees.
Why does this happen? Let me tell you the science behind it.
For more informative videos like this, keep watching India Today News Mode.
Weather forecast now. Delhi, maximum 41 and minimum 31 degrees. Mumbai, maximum 29 and minimum 27 degrees. Kolkata, maximum 33 and minimum 26 degrees. Bangalore, maximum 27 and minimum 21 degrees. Chennai, maximum 32 and minimum 26 degrees. Hyderabad, maximum 27 and minimum 22 degrees.
Why does this happen? Let me tell you the science behind it.
For more informative videos like this, keep watching India Today News Mode. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
Watching India Today.
Hello, very good morning. You're watching India Today TV. I'm Sneha Mordani. Let's get started with the headlines in the solution first. Prime Minister Narendra Modi's mega diaspora connect in Washington, D.C. says India shaping the world's vikas, hails India-US ties. Singer Mary Milvin touches the Prime Minister's feet after singing the national anthem.
भारत माता की, भारत माता की, भारत माता की.
Prime Minister Narendra Modi meets CEOs on final day of the US visit. The meeting marked by pledges of deeper US-India cooperation on areas including space, artificial intelligence and quantum computing. The Prime Minister has wrapped up his US visit. Now he is on his way to Egypt to formalize strategic partnership during the Prime Minister's visit. Manipur on the boil. Home Minister Shah calls all-party meeting at 5 p.m. Congress says no Modi, no meeting. Massive escalation in infighting in Russia. Russia accuses Wagner chief of mutiny. Military tanks roll on the streets of Russia. Wagner's call in march for justice. Some breaking news just coming in. Another stabbing horror from the national capital. Accused Mohammed Zaid is stabbed. A 20-year-old accused of absconding. Efforts to arrest him underway. Up goes all guns blazing against the Delhi Lieutenant Governor. Worsening law and order situation under the governor is what AAP has said.
ये बाहर आइसक्रीम खा रहे थे तो वहाँ एक लड़का चौमिन खा रहा था नशे में और वो लड़का क्या लगा इधर पे इन्होंने कहा क्या बात है भाई उसने चाकू मार दिया लड़के के।
हमें पता नहीं कुछ भी, मतलब बस यही मुझे तो खबर पड़ी थी वहाँ से कि उसके चाकू लग गया तो हम भागे गए थे सारे।
जिसको चाकू लगा वो कौन?
वो मेरा भाई है।
कितने लोगों को चाकू लगा?
2 लोगों के।
दोनों की कैसी हालत?
एक तो ठीक है और एक ज़्यादा सीरियस है, आईसीयू में है।
तो चाकू मारने की वजह क्या थी?
वजह तो कुछ नहीं थी, बस मोचोदी ऐसी हुई थी, उसी ने ऐसे में चाकू मार दिया।
क्या काम करता है
भाई? सप्लाई करता है चिप्स वगैरह।
और जो आपके मामा का लड़का है जिसको
ये गांधीनगर में काम करता है प्रेसिंग का।
रोड पे बैठे हुए थे ये युवक, एक युवक आता है दूसरे समुदाय का और पता नहीं इनको क्या कहासुनी हुई है, उसके ऊपर वो चाकू घोंप देता है इसको। स्थानीय लोग इकट्ठा होते हैं, उन्होंने पकड़ लिया उसको, पकड़ करके उसको बैठा लिया, वहाँ पुलिस को फ़ोन कर दिया। उससे पहले ही पता नहीं कहाँ से नाल मुस्ताबाद से लगभग 50 के करीब लड़के आते हैं और वहाँ से छुड़ा करके उसको ले जाते हैं।
Himanshu Mishra is getting us more details on that story. Joining us from the spot right now. Himanshu, इस केस के बारे में बताइए। दूसरा ये स्टैबिंग इंसिडेंट है, कुछ ही दिनों में हमने पहले भी एक स्टैबिंग इंसिडेंट देखा था। डिटेल्स क्या है इस केस में?
देखिए, फ्राइडे तकरीबन 9:30 बजे की ये बात है जहाँ पर हम खड़े हैं। ये दयालपुर, नॉर्थ ईस्ट डिस्ट्रिक्ट का दयालपुर इलाका है जिसमें ब्रिजपुरी है। अंदर ही घर है, गली के अंदर। राहुल और सोनू दोनों कजिन ब्रदर हैं। रात में डिनर के बाद वो आते हैं आइसक्रीम खाने के लिए, यहीं बैठे रहते हैं। तभी किसी मामूली बात पर मोहम्मद जैद, जो कि उनका पड़ोसी ही है, अगली गली में उसका घर है, उससे कहासुनी होती है और इसी दौरान मोहम्मद जैद ने चाकू निकाला और सबसे पहले राहुल को मारा पेट के निचले हिस्से में। जब सोनू बीच बचाव के लिए आया तो उसको भी दोनों हाथों पर, सोनू को भी चोट के निशान लगे। इसके बाद चूंकि 9:30 का इलाका है, काफ़ी घना इलाका है ये, तो फिर लोग जब थे तो जैद भागता है और ये आप जो दुकान देख रही हैं, इस दुकान के अंदर वो भाग करके जो काउंटर है उसके पीछे बैठ जाता है। तभी राहुल भी जाता है और राहुल चूंकि उसे चाकू लगा था इसलिए राहुल वहीं गिर पड़ता है। तो राहुल को उठा करके पास के लोग हॉस्पिटल ले गए और इस शटर को बंद कर दिया क्योंकि अंदर जैद था। लेकिन आरोप है कि उसी दौरान बड़ी संख्या में तकरीबन 15, 20, 25 लोग आते हैं, शटर खोलते हैं और जैद को छुड़ा के ले जाते हैं। और इसके बाद जब पुलिस पहुंचती है तो पुलिस को आरोपी नहीं मिलता। फिलहाल पुलिस ने इस मामले में आर्म्स एक्ट और हत्या के प्रयास की कोशिश के तहत मामला दर्ज किया है और आरोपी की तलाश कर रही है। राहुल हॉस्पिटल में एडमिट है जहां पर उसका इलाज किया जा रहा है।
जी, शुक्रिया हमारे साथ जुड़ने के लिए। हिमांशु getting us all of those details from Delhi city. As far as that recent, very recent incident of crime is concerned, a man has stabbed another young man in Delhi. More news coming in. Union Minister Giriraj Singh has taken a dig at the opposition for this meeting that has been called by Home Minister. Tukde gang with dreams of becoming the Prime Minister. Nothing will come out of the opposition's meeting. Okay, this has got to do with the opposition's meeting that was held yesterday in Patna. That's what Giriraj Singh, the minister, is saying.
हमारे नेता ने कहा फोटो सेशन, एक फोटो सेशन ममता बनर्जी बिहार आके नीतीश कुमार को क्या मदद करेगा? अब मैं पूछता हूं फारूक अब्दुल्ला यूपी जाके क्या मदद करेंगे? अखिलेश यादव फारूक अब्दुल्ला के यहां जाके क्या मदद करेंगे? ये लोग सब प्रधानमंत्री के सपने वाले टुकड़े टुकड़े हैं, इसीलिए ये फोटो सेशन चला है, इससे कुछ नहीं होने वाला।
All right, so you heard in fact from Giriraj Singh, who's taking a dig at the opposition. Remember, the opposition 15 parties came together just yesterday for a meeting in Patna to discuss and to chart out the strategy as far as the next Lok Sabha elections in 2024 is concerned. Aditya Vaibhav is getting us more details. Aditya, already the BJP was going guns blazing against all of these opposition parties, and all the more reason because there was no consensus really at yesterday's meeting, isn't it?
Well, exactly, Sneha. As far as the last day's meeting of the opposition is concerned, of course, the BJP was at all loggerheads as far as the opposition meet is concerned, and they were actually taking jibes, even the dulha jibes, who will be the groom, who will be the leader of the opposition, if at all it unifies in the near future. But then, after Lalu Yadav technically retorted in his epic characteristic reply, wherein he technically suggested Rahul Gandhi to get married, and this is the fresh volley that is now coming in from Minister Giriraj Singh, who has technically described the entire political meet as nothing but a tea party, and he technically went ahead and said that the opposition satraps technically gathered here. It was a rendezvous planned in Patna so that the Tukre gang technically comes ahead and chooses a prime minister among themselves. So you can categorically see the way Union Minister Giriraj Singh has been slamming the opposition post-its meet in Patna. Sneha.
Thanking you for the moment. Aditya Vaibhav getting us those details. Meanwhile, uneasy calm prevails in Manipur. Union Home Minister Amit Shah has called for an all-party meeting today to discuss the situation in the state. This is going to be the first all-party meeting since the clashes broke out in the northeastern part of the country. The meeting is going to take place at 3 p.m. in Delhi. The motive of the meeting is to mull over the current situation and the ways to restore normalcy in the strife-torn state. The Congress has attacked the Prime Minister over his silence on the violence in Manipur and his visit to the United States at a time when Manipur has been rocked by violent ethnic clashes in the past 1.5 months. Over 100 people have died in these clashes so far. Opposition has slammed the meeting, arguing that the Prime Minister's absence makes this exercise meaningless.
ऐसे दर्दनाक स्थिति में प्रधानमंत्री जी ने एक शब्द नहीं बोला। कर्नाटक के चुनाव के बाद भारत में भी रहे, अब अमेरिका में डेमोक्रेसी की बात कर रहे हैं। अब मणिपुर जल रहा है। अब इतने दिनों के बाद में ऑल पार्टी मीट बुलाई, जबकि पहले से मांग हो रही है। ऑल पार्टी मीट मिलने के बाद क्या फैसला होता है वो उसके बारे में वो आने के बाद ही बताया जा सकता है कि क्या इसकी दवा है।
एक सांप्रदायिक स्थिति पैदा करने की साजिश जगह जगह पर हो रही है और जिससे समाज की एकता पर सोच ये कार्यक्रम आज भारतीय जनता पार्टी और उनके साथियों का और इससे सामना करना हो तो मिलकर सामना करना चाहिए। बाकी कुछ ना कुछ मतभेद के हो सकते हैं मगर लार्जर नेशनल इंटरेस्ट के लिए बाकी कोई भी आपस की समस्या हो वो नज़रअंदाज छोड़कर हमने आगे जाने का तय किया है।
Congress has in fact said that this exercise of meeting with the opposition and the other parties at this time is pretty meaningless. For over a month and a half now, the Prime Minister is silent Why did he not then cancel his visit to the US is the question that the Congress is asking. Should the Prime Minister not intervene and do what is possible to stop the ethnic violence in Manipur that we've been seeing for over 100 days now? In fact, 100 people have died and many others have been injured in the violent clashes that Manipur has seen. On the final leg of his US visit as a state guest, the Indian Prime Minister addressed the Indian community at the Ronald Reagan Building in Washington, D.C. The Prime Minister's much anticipated address began with international singer Mary Melvin rendering India's national anthem. The Prime Minister also announced that Indian origin members will not have to leave the US for an H-1B visa from now onwards. He said that the United States will open new consulates in Bengaluru and Ahmedabad. Lauding the several deals during his maiden state visit, the Prime Minister announced that India-US ties had embarked on a glorious new journey by converging on global strategic issues, technology transfer, manufacturing cooperation and much more. Chants of Bharat Mata Ki Jai and Vande Mataram reverberated inside this building.
Yoga is truly universal. आप में से बहुत से लोगों की H-1B वीजा के रिन्यू को लेकर भी लंबे अरसे से एक डिमांड थी। अब ये निर्णय लिया गया है कि H-1B वीजा को रिन्यू करने के लिए आपको अमेरिका से बाहर नहीं जाना पड़ेगा। Thank you. अमेरिका में रहते हुए ही अब ये वीजा रिन्यू हो जाएगा। इसके लिए इस साल एक पायलट प्रोजेक्ट शुरू किया जाएगा। इसका बहुत बड़ा फायदा हमारे आईटी प्रोफेशनल्स को भी होने वाला है। इस फैसले के जो भी अनुभव होंगे उसे देखते हुए यही व्यवस्था भविष्य में एल कैटेगरी वीजा के लिए भी हो सकती है। आप में से बहुत सारे लोग यहां बरसों से अमेरिका में रह रहे हैं। यहां आप अपने जीवन में, अपनी दिनचर्या में व्यस्त रहते हैं, लेकिन मैं ये भी जानता हूं कि आपका मन, आपका दिल भारत में भी लगा रहता है। और इसलिए आपकी सहूलियत ये भी भारत की प्राथमिकता है। आपकी जरूरतों को देखते हुए भारत इस साल सिएटल में एक नया कॉन्सुलेट खोलने जा रहा है।
To begin with, let's talk about the visit to the United States of America. Prime Minister Narendra Modi had a very fruitful and a successful visit to the United States of America. It's a state visit, a historic one where there have been many firsts, with a very warm, resounding welcome, not just from the Indian community, but from the Biden family also. The Bidens inviting him for a private dinner, apart from the state banquet that they were anyway going to host. The private that dinner was overlooked by the First Lady herself in terms of the layout, in terms of the fact that a spectacular vegetarian meal was prepared for the Indian Premier. One pain point for all the Indian Americans was the visa issue. And I'm not talking about delays in visas, that's for the Indians. I'm talking about Indian Americans and the H-1B visa policy, or for that matter, those with work permits now can get their visa stamped here. We saw the lunch at the State Department with Kamala Harris and Antony Blinken. So a forward movement there where Kamala Harris is looking to engage India, and Prime Minister Narendra Modi started off on the right foot by saying, when he spoke about Indians coming and achieving in America, he said there's one standing right behind me, and he was referring to the Vice President. So he is going a very, very successful man when it comes to achievements from the visit.
Well, the US Vice President also hosted a dinner, a lunch in fact, for Prime Minister Modi, where they raised a toast to the Indian-US ties. Prime Minister Modi, Antony Blinken and Kamala Harris spoke about their shared love for yoga, samosas and democratic values. In attendance were Indira Nooyi and top diplomats, among others.
Make those hopes a reality. Cheers.
The clinking of glasses, more than a simple gesture.
Whether we call it the American dream, whether we call it the Indian dream, our people believe profoundly in opportunity. That no matter who we are or where we come from, we can make something more of ourselves.
Their toast embodied the diplomatic triumph of unity and progress. Indian-American author Jhumpa Lahiri, American actress Mindy Kaling of Indian descent, Indian singer Diljit Dosanjh debuting at the Coachella Valley Music and Arts Festival this year. The hall embraced the Indianness flourishing across the United States.
Here in the United States, India is part of our daily lives. We enjoy Jhumpa Lahiri's novels over samosas. We laugh at the comedies of Mindy Kaling. We dance to the beats of Diljit at Coachella. And yes, Mr. Prime Minister, and I can say this from personal experience, we keep ourselves more or less fit and healthy doing yoga.
The lunch hosted by the US State Department in honor of Prime Minister Narendra Modi made a profound affirmation of interconnectedness.
The historic number of members of the United States Congress with Indian heritage. Representatives Ami Bera, if you're here, please stand. Pramila Jayapal, Ro Khanna, Raja Krishnamurti, and Sri Danda. Under your leadership.
The words of US Vice President Kamala Harris carry the essence of her cherished childhood memories of southern India, invoking her ancestral roots with passion and pride.
More expansive than every morning consisted of taking long walks on the beach with his retired buddies. I remember them talking about the importance of fighting corruption and fighting for equality. Throughout these walks, I recall my grandfather teaching me lessons about not just what it means to have a democracy, but to keep a democracy.
The Prime Minister thanked the hosts for their gracious reception.
उपराष्ट्रपति कमला हैरिस और सेक्रेटरी ब्लिंकन का इस भव्य स्वागत के लिए बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद करता हूं। पिछले 3 दिनों में मैंने अनेक बैठकों में हिस्सा लिया, कई विषयों पर चर्चा की। इन सभी बैठकों में एक चीज कॉमन थी, सब एक मत थे कि भारत और अमेरिका के लोगों के बीच मित्रता एवं सहयोग और गहरा होना चाहिए।
Talent, technology and diplomacy came together earlier in the day. The Prime Minister and President Joe Biden met top CEOs of the US and India at the White House.
It was an honor to meet Prime Minister Modi during a historic visit to the US. The excitement here.
I had a very good and productive conversation with Prime Minister Modi. I think we share a number of goals together in India.
The Prime Minister's passion for India's development, the welcome mat to business and investment and opportunity.
Microsoft's Satya Nadella, Google's Sundar Pichai, NASA astronaut Sunita Williams, Mahindra Group Chairman Anand Mahindra, Reliance Industries, Mukesh Ambani and several others present.
हम नई और उभरती टेक्नोलॉजी के क्षेत्र में नए विश्वास के साथ काम कर रहे हैं।
President Biden once again emphasized the significance of Indian-US relationship.
And our technological cooperation will be a big part of defining our partnership. So look forward to continue working with all of you and on our voyage of discovery, as was referenced, and to building a better future.
Unparalleled warmth, heartfelt camaraderie. American hospitality for Prime Minister Modi leaves an indelible mark on India-US relations. Bureau Report, India Today.
It's time for a quick commercial break. Here on the other side, we're getting you details of another big international story that is developing. We're talking about a massive escalation in fighting in Russia. Russia accuses Wagner chief of mutiny. Military tanks roll out on the streets of Russia.
You are watching India Today.
If you travel towards these Western countries, European countries, it's crazy how people they are involved in yoga. Every third street will have a beautiful yoga center. It's not only that you're just running outside and you got some place and practicing yoga. There are dedicated academies, institutes, studios to practice yoga. So what our experience is, let it be the streets of Manhattan or in Japan. People, they practice there. They spend a year or 2 years and then they are back to Himalayas. You will see them in Himachal Pradesh, in Rishikesh or in Nepal, these kind of mountain ranges. They come and they spend their time. They try to go more deep in yogic practices.
In my early educational days, I was a little boy and I was very lost. I didn't know where to turn, I didn't know what to do, I didn't know who to believe. So I always wondered why I was here. I knew I was here for a specific reason. We implement the practice of yoga. So naturally, it changes your inner mechanism. I gave up my business in the UK and I sold my house in the UK to come to India to learn the ancient teachings of yoga and pranayams, breathing techniques, mudras and meditation techniques. And it's helped me so much because obviously moving from England to India is such a big jump and it's enabled me to have a stronger mindset. Now that I realise that this is what I need to do in this lifetime, it's very passionate for me to bring these teachings back to the West, back to England and help humanity.
watching India Today.
Welcome back. There's a mutiny brewing in Russia's mercenary group Wagner vows to go all the way to topple Russia's military leadership. Russian mercenary boss Yevgeny Prigozhin, Wagner has claimed that his fighters had crossed the border into Russia from Ukraine and were prepared to go against Moscow's military. They've captured military installments and the airbase in Rostov. The Wagner group is a private army of mercenaries that has been fighting alongside the regular Russian army in Ukraine. Tension has been growing between them over how the war has been fought, with Prigozhin launching vocal criticism of Russia's military leadership in the recent months. On Friday, he had accused the military of launching a deadly missile strike on his troops and vowed to punish them. Authorities have denied the strike, demanding that he halt his illegal actions and accused him of armed mutiny.
Мы били по ним, они били по нам, и это происходило все эти долгие 8 лет, с 14 по 22. Иногда нарастало количество различных перестрелок, грубо говоря, обмена боеприпасами, обменом выстрелами, иногда уменьшалось. На 24 февраля ничего сверхординарного не было. Сейчас уже Министерство обороны пытается обмануть общественность, пытается обмануть президента и рассказать историю о том, что со стороны Украины была безумная агрессия, и они собирались вместе со всем блоком НАТО на нас напасть. Поэтому спецоперация, так называемая 24 февраля, она была начата совершенно по другим.
All right, let's now take a look at the top developments from Russia. The owner of the Wagner private military contractor made his most direct challenge to the Kremlin, calling for an armed rebellion aimed at ousting Russia's defense minister. Wagner forces have made it to the southern military district headquarters in Rostov. These are visuals from Russia's Rostov-on-Don, where military forces are on the move. Security has been heightened in Moscow and in Rostov-on-Don, which is home to the Russian military headquarters for the southern region. It also oversees the fighting in Ukraine. The Wagnerites also seized the buildings of the head office of the Ministry of Internal Affairs, the FSB department, the administration of Rostov, and one of the police departments. Moscow is on high alert. Anti-terrorist measures are being taken to strengthen security measures. Additional control has been introduced on the roads. Public events may also be restricted owing to the simmering tensions. Soldiers, apparently part of Wagner, are taking positions in Russia's Rostov-on-Don. Machine guns have been deployed at the headquarters of the southern military district in Rostov-on-Don. It is reported that there are up to 300 Wagnerites in the center of Rostov. We're tracking that story and much more on our website as well. That's indiatoday.in. You can also download the India Today app for all the news and updates. Thank you for watching.
You are watching India Today.
These lethal long-endurance, medium-altitude drones may soon be the new weapons in the arsenal of the Indian Armed Forces. The Defence Acquisition Council gave its nod for the acquisition of the Sea Guardian drones. The Army, the Navy and the Air Force are looking at 10 drones each. The Indian Navy has already leased 2 MQ-9 Sea Guardians, the naval version of the drones, for intelligence, surveillance and reconnaissance operations since 2020.
ये जो डील है ये हमारे देश की मैरीटाइम और ओवरऑल सिक्योरिटी के लिए बहुत ही ज़रूरी है, क्योंकि सर्वेलेंस सबसे ज़्यादा महत्वपूर्ण स्थान रखता है, क्योंकि हमें चाहिए कि हम अपनी एरिया में, जहाँ एरिया ऑफ ऑपरेशंस है, वहाँ निगरानी रख सकें, और ये क्षमता इस कैपेबिलिटी से हमें मिलती है।
The MQ-9A Reaper drones were used for the precision targeting of Al-Qaeda chief Ayman al-Zawahiri in Kabul. These unmanned combat aerial vehicles, apart from a number of sensors, cameras and radars, are also capable of carrying 4 Hellfire missiles for precision targeting of high-value targets. Both the Army and the Air Force are looking at these drones for high-risk operations to destroy strategic assets of the adversary without risking the lives of pilots. These hunter-killer drones can carry 4 Hellfire missiles. They're also capable of carrying 2 laser-guided bombs and 2 joint-action JDAMs. These drones can fly at an altitude of 40,000 feet and remain airborne for over 36 hours. They're also capable of loitering in the sky, scanning the ground below for the enemy. The MQ-9B Sea Guardian drones come with both maritime surveillance, reconnaissance and anti-submarine warfare capabilities. The drones are capable of providing over-the-horizon surveillance and reconnaissance support both to warships and surface units. With increased Chinese presence in the Indian Ocean region, coupled with Chinese aggression along the LAC, these UCAVs will help keep an eye on the adversary both in the Himalayas and in the Indian Ocean region, and take out strategic targets when needed. Bureau Report.
It is wonderful to see the entire world come together again for yoga.
Welcome to this special broadcast from Washington, D.C., where I'll bring you glimpses of what the world has been talking about. Prime Minister Narendra Modi's 4-day visit to the United States of America, which was full of color, hard negotiations, big deals and discussions on geopolitics, trade and health. Day 1 started in New York, where mega Musk-Modi meeting took place. Prime Minister Modi spoke with a lot of top honchos in New York, but the big conversation was with Elon Musk when I asked him a question on ex-Twitter chief Jack Dorsey's comments on India. This is what he had to say.
I am a fan of Modi, so...
Billionaire, visionary, world's richest man, and latest addition to Prime Minister Narendra Modi's large fan list. Tesla chief and Twitter owner Elon Musk confessed that he's a big fan of Prime Minister Narendra Modi after he met him in New York.
I am a fan of Modi, so, so I have to say that.
Musk richly lauded Modi's transformation of India.
I can say he really wants to do the right thing for India. He wants to be open. He wants to be supportive of new companies, and obviously, but at the same time, make sure it accrues to India's advantage.
Endorsing Prime Minister's vision for India, Musk, who has been scouting for location of Tesla's next factory, hinted at his next possible foray into India.
Obviously, India is great for solar, and the amount of land area you actually need to generate enough electricity to power India is very small. I believe it'd be probably 1 or 2% of the land area of India. So it's very doable. And then you need to pair that with stationary battery packs because the sun doesn't shine at night. And then you need electric vehicles. And then you have a sustainable energy future.
Modi appreciated Musk's efforts at making cutting-edge technology accessible and affordable for the masses.
Your reaction to Jack Dorsey's statement, Elon?
Speaking exclusively to India Today, Musk trained guns on ex-Twitter CEO Jack Dorsey, who had claimed gag order by Modi government.
India is a country that had many requests of us around the farmers' protest, around particular journalists that were critical of the government, and it manifested in ways such as we will shut Twitter down in India, which is a very large market for us. We will raid the homes of your employees, which they did. We will shut down your offices if you don't follow suit. And this is India.
One cannot just apply, America to Earth, because Earth is not. They have different rules and regulations and different forms of government. So, but we'll do the best to provide the freest speech that is possible under the law.
After the much-awaited Modi-Musk meet, all eyes will be on Musk's business venture in India. With Geeta Mohan and Rahul Kawal in New York, Bureau Report, India Today.
June 21st is celebrated as International Day of Yoga. Prime Minister Narendra Modi was in New York at the United Nations headquarters after 8 years. And he performed asanas with the top notch of the city. Here are details of the event.
Prime Minister of India leading representatives of 180 countries in celebrating Yoga Day at the United Nations headquarters in New York. The biggest flex of India's soft power.
Breathe out. Let the
A
head
stunning
fall back.
start to the Prime Minister's momentous America visit.
Being followed by many people.
The Prime Minister kicked off Yoga Day celebrations by paying tribute to Mahatma Gandhi and thanking the world for recognizing June 21st as International Yoga Day.
Almost every nationality is represented here today. What an amazing cause to bring us all together. Yoga. Yoga means to unite.
Now we'll bend forward.
Joining the Prime Minister at the UN headquarters lawns were several prominent faces, from Hollywood legend Richard Gere to singer Mary Milben, all chanting Om together.
One more breath in, come a little higher.
The Yoga Day celebrations lasted nearly an hour and created a Guinness World Record for people of most nationalities doing yoga together.
Yoga comes from India, and it is a very old tradition. But like all ancient Indian traditions, it is also living and dynamic. Yoga is free from copyright, free from patents, and free from royalty payments.
The theme this year for Yoga Day was Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, World is One Family, and the Prime Minister's message was for a peaceful world.
Let us use the power of yoga to build bridges of friendship, a peaceful world, and a cleaner, greener, and sustainable future. Let us join hands together to realize the goal of one earth, one family, one future.
Those who attended the event were thrilled. From New York to New Delhi, India has shown how yoga can unite the world. With Rahul Kawal in New York, Bureau Report, India Today.
Time for a short break. On the other side, the special broadcast of Modi's visit to the United States of America continues.
quality today. In Delhi, 212. In Mumbai, 53. In Kolkata, 55. In Bangalore, 54. In Chennai, 84. In Hyderabad, 21.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
I've long believed that the relationship between the United States and India
दोनों देश साथ मिलकर काम करने के लिए प्रतिबद्ध हैं।
The second leg of Prime Minister Narendra Modi's visit began here in Washington, D.C. with a rousing welcome from the Indian diaspora right outside his hotel. It was followed by a private dinner with the Bidens at White House right behind me. And we're being told that the First Lady directed her in-house chef to prepare a spectacular vegetarian meal for the Indian Premier.
Day one of Prime Minister Narendra Modi in Washington, D.C. was all about Desh Bhakti, delectable delicacies, with the Bidens and Desi diaspora dhamaka. Modi arrived at the Joint Base Andrews in Washington, D.C., where he was given a ceremonial guard of honor in heavy rains. The Prime Minister, who was wearing a raincoat, stood throughout in rapt attention for the national anthems of the two countries, unmindful of the torrential rains. From the airport, Modi travelled to the hotel where large and boisterous Indian diaspora members were waiting for him.
I came to welcome Modi, and he is a global leader and doing an extremely good job for global good. We are proud of him.
I'm so excited Prime Minister Modi is coming. This is truly an honor and a great way for us to showcase our culture and to welcome him to Washington, D.C.
The Indian American community staged cultural programs including Garba and folk dance outside the hotel in Washington, D.C., where Modi is staying. In his first public interaction in the US Capitol, Modi and US First Lady Jill Biden then visited the National Science Federation and interacted with students.
हमारी वर्तमान और आने वाली पीढ़ियों को एक बेहतर भविष्य सुनिश्चित करने के लिए ये हम सभी का दायित्व है। इस उज्जवल भविष्य के लिए आवश्यक है एजुकेशन, स्किल, इनोवेशन और भारत में हमने इस दिशा में कई प्रयास किए हैं।
If we want our economies to be strong, we need to invest in young people who are our future. We need to ensure that they have the opportunities that they deserve. Education is the cornerstone of the bond between India and the United States.
President Biden and First Lady Jill then hosted Modi for an intimate dinner at the White House. Jill Biden was seen personally supervising the dinner table and the delectable vegetarian spread laid out for the Prime Minister. Modi and the Bidens were seen sharing hugs, handshakes and warmth. Prime Minister Modi met immediate family members of President Biden. Modi and Bidens exchanged exquisite gifts, which included a lab-grown 7.5-carat green diamond for Jill Biden from the Prime Minister. An enamored Jill was seen trying out the diamond on her ring finger.
Prime Minister Narendra Modi also met prominent tech czars here in Washington, D.C. The Indo-US collaboration in the tech sector, the software sector, is going to be crucial for a resilient supply chain in the electronics industry. And that is something that the two countries are looking at, particularly because of China.
Intimate dinner. Key bilateral meet. Technological collaborations. And big-ticket tech talks. Prime Minister Modi's visit to the US is high on substance. A visit that offers an opportunity to the United States to strengthen its economic and security cooperation with India. Ahead of the intimate dinner with US President Joe Biden and First Lady Jill Biden, Modi met leading tech czars in Washington, D.C. In a series of high-profile back-to-back meetings, Prime Minister Modi met Gary E. Dickerson, the president and CEO of semiconductor giant Applied Materials, inviting his company to boost the chip-making ecosystem in India.
We will be announcing soon a new innovation center in India. With Applied Materials, we'll also bring global partners into this new innovation center. And this innovation center will really be focused on innovation in the equipment. And we have very high confidence that working together with India, we can create a tremendous success.
Amid jet engine deal buzz, PM Modi met the chairman and CEO of General Electric, H. Lawrence Culp Jr. GE is likely to sign a pact with Hindustan Aeronautics Limited to manufacture jet engines in India. Prime Minister Modi also met Sanjay Mehrotra, the president and CEO of American chipmaker Micron Technology. During the meeting, Modi invited Micron Technology to manufacture semiconductors in India.
Had an excellent meeting with Prime Minister Modi. Very impressed with the vision that he has for India and the advances that India is making. We discussed a wide range of topics, and we really look forward to greater opportunities in India.
Modi's active wooing of global businesses of the future can potentially redefine business ties with the US. With Geeta Mohan and Rahul Kanwal in Washington, D.C., Bureau Report, India Today.
Prime Minister Narendra Modi made history by becoming the only Indian premier to address the joint meeting of the US Congress twice. a rare honor accorded only to a few world leaders. He mentioned and he spoke about a lot of issues covering climate, democracy, rights issues, and the fact that India and the United States of America need to stand together. Take a look at the few important snippets from the Congress address.
Prime Minister Narendra Modi's historic second address to the US Congress. The Prime Minister walked into loud cheer and applause as lawmakers welcomed him. Flanked by US Vice President Kamala Harris, the Prime Minister received a rock star welcome. Lawmakers stood up and applauded as he walked up to the podium to deliver his address. Chants of Modi Modi from members of the Indian American lawmakers and members of the Indian diaspora reverberated the Grand House chamber at the US Capitol.
Members of Congress, I have the high privilege and distinct honor of presenting to you His Excellency Narendra Modi, the Prime Minister of the Republic of India.
In a scathing attack on Pakistan, Prime Minister reiterated that there can be no double standards in dealing with terror. He called on the world to act against state sponsors of terror.
More than 2 decades after 9/11 and more than a decade after 26/11 in Mumbai, radicalism and terrorism still remain a pressing danger for the whole world. We must overcome all such forces sponsoring and exporting terror.
Prime Minister Modi also referred to China amid its aggressive military maneuvering in the strategically vital Indo-Pacific region.
The dark clouds of coercion and confrontation are casting their shadow in the Indo-Pacific. The stability of the region has become one of the central concerns of our partnership. We share a vision of a free, open, and inclusive Indo-Pacific. We also remember,
noting that the Ukraine
many
conflict
others
is causing great pain in the region,
work
Modi
for
said that this is
liberty,
not an era of war,
equality,
once again appealing for dialogue and
and
diplomacy.
this is not an era of war. But it is one of dialogue and diplomacy. And we all must do what we can to stop the bloodshed and human suffering.
Modi paid rich tribute to the Indian American community's success and cited
Every
Vice President
100
Kamala
miles.
Harris as a glowing example.
There are millions here who have roots in India. Some of them sit proudly in this chamber. And there is one behind me who
Prime Minister Modi also hailed woman power and said that they will lead the world towards a better future.
women's sages compose many verses in these Vedas. And today, in modern India, women are leading us to a better future.
Modi sang a couplet written by him to stress India's steely resolve in the global arena.
आसमान में सिर उठाकर घने बादलों को चीरकर रोशनी का संकल्प ले, अभी तो सूरज उगा है.
Modi received 15 standing ovations and 79 applauses during his hour-long speech.
I think more than anything, he talked about the future and the future alliance between the United States and India, how great that's going to be. And it was a very moving speech.
The message from the Prime Minister is very positive and very exciting to see the relationship between the United States and India.
God bless America. Jai Hind. Long live India-US friendship. Thank you.
Amid Modi and Bharat Mata Ki Jai chants, the Prime Minister was mobbed for selfies and autographs both by US lawmakers and Indian Americans. With Rahul Kanwal and Geeta Mohan in Washington, D.C., Bureau Report, India Today.
That's all in the special broadcast from Washington, D.C. News and updates will continue on the other side of a short break. Stay tuned to India Today and thank you for watching.
Forecast now. Delhi, maximum 41 and minimum 31 degrees. Mumbai, maximum 29 and minimum 27 degrees. Kolkata, maximum 33 and minimum 26 degrees. Bangalore, maximum 27 and minimum 21 degrees. Chennai, maximum 32 and minimum 26 degrees. Hyderabad, maximum 27 and minimum 22 degrees.
Why does this happen? Let me tell you the science behind it.
For more informative videos like this, keep watching India Today News Mo.
You are watching India Today.
उन लोगों को सोचना चाहिए यार ये लोग किन्नर है तो हम लोगों को इन लोगों का मजाक नहीं उड़ाना चाहिए, इस तरह से रिएक्ट इन लोगों के साथ नहीं करना चाहिए।
दोस्त बन के रह लो लेकिन शादी लड़के से करो।
सेल्फ एक्सेप्टेंस बहुत ज़रूरी है कि मैं क्या हूँ, कैसा हूँ, ये मुझे पता होना चाहिए।
आज नहीं तो कल वो चीज़ बदलेगी, क्योंकि मैं उस गलत तरीके से या उस चीज़ से नहीं, मैं अपना नाम बना के वो चीज़ अपनी रिस्पेक्ट पाना चाहूँगी।
So when you're lying about one identity of yours already, and then you're like also questioning your queer identity.
Constitution requires recognition of same-sex marriage, or what I call marriage equality.
The Pride Month is about acceptance. The Pride Month is about equality. It is all about celebrating the word LGBTQ+ individuals and raising awareness about issues faced by the community. But first, let's see what does LGBTQ+ stand for. L stands for lesbian, G for gay, B for bisexual, T for trans, Q for queer, and finally, the plus. Plus is an inclusive symbol for all gender identities. Pride is all about being proud of who you are, no matter where you come from or who you love. But it is important to know, why do we celebrate June as the Pride Month? Well, in the 1960s, gay bars and clubs in the US were often raided by the cops, the police. On June 28, 1949, a similar raid happened in Manhattan's Stonewall Inn, a popular gay bar. In this raid, the members of the community resisted arrests and fought back. Riots went on for 3 days. A year later, the first Pride March was held to commemorate the Stonewall Uprising. It was called the Christopher Street Liberation Day March. In 1999, President Bill Clinton officially declared June as the Pride Month. Five years ago, in a historic verdict, the Supreme Court of India overturned Section 377, which criminalized same-sex relationships between consenting adults in India. This community, the LGBTQ+, which was once a taboo for a large portion of Indian society, even amongst the youth, is now a celebration. This month, that is exactly what we're going to do at India Today. Celebrate the power of love and, importantly, the power of acceptance.
Historic and momentous day when the Supreme Court declared that gay sex was not illegal.
Images of a landmark day, a historic verdict by the Supreme Court finally decriminalizing Section 377.
It's been a big victory for the LGBTQ community after the Supreme Court decriminalizes gay sex in India.
'Decided as a community, as an individual who identifies outside the gender and sexuality binary.
We had a fear in our heart that whether what judgment will be. But we are very happy to say that we are not criminals now.
It is a long fight, but finally we have achieved our goal and we have won this whole thing. And thank you Supreme Court, thank you Constitution Bench.
We used to think of two females, two women, as merely friends, but times have changed. And now when I talk about Payal and Yashvika, we may also think of them as partners, a couple. Here is their story.
मैंने बोला मैं ऐसे बाहर नहीं जा सकती बिकॉज शी इज़ माई हस्बैंड. मैडम हस्बैंड वाइफ में तो लड़की और लड़का ही होता है. मैंने बोला नहीं, हम दोनों लड़कियां हैं लेकिन हस्बैंड वाइफ है.
बेसिकली जब मुझे पता चला कि मेरा जो इंटरेस्ट है वो लड़कियों में है, तो मैं उस टाइम पे 8th क्लास में थी और मुझे लड़कों से ज़्यादा मतलब लड़कियां ज़्यादा पसंद आने लगी थी। फीमेल की तरफ मेरा जो अट्रैक्शन था वो ज़्यादा था उस टाइम पे।
तो मैंने मेल को कभी एज अ पार्टनर नहीं देखा। तो अगर मैं बात करूँ तो 2012 में मुझे ये चीज़ लगी कि नहीं, मेरा इंटरेस्ट लड़कियों में है और मुझे लड़की के साथ ही रहना है।
तू है तो मुझे फिर और क्या चाहिए, तू है तो मुझे फिर और क्या चाहिए, किसी की ना मदद ना दुआ चाहिए, तू है तो मुझे फिर और क्या चाहिए।
हम लोग 5 साल पहले टिकटॉक पे मिले थे। मैंने इनका एक रील आया, मैं रील्स देखती थी उस टाइम पे, तो इनका रील आया सामने, तो मुझे एक्सप्रेशन बहुत अच्छे लगे, तो मैंने वहीं से इंस्टा पे एक मैसेज ड्रॉप कर दिया कि मुझे आपसे बात करनी है।
फिर धीरे धीरे करके बहुत ज़्यादा बातें होने लगी। फिर हम लोग मिले, हरिद्वार में फर्स्ट टाइम हम लोग मिले थे। फिर उसके बाद हमारे बीच पहले कोई कमिटमेंट नहीं थी, पहले ऐसे ही था कि हम लोग देखते हैं कि कैसा मतलब हम लोग साथ में रह सकते हैं कि नहीं।
जब हमने डिसाइड किया दोनों ने कि हम अपनी फैमिलीज में बताएंगे, तो बहुत सारी चीजें मेरी मदद के साइड से सामने आई कि मतलब तुम ये चीज़ें क्या बोल रही हो, या तुम्हारा ब्रेन वॉश हुआ है, या ये सारी चीज़ें। तो स्टार्टिंग में बहुत मुश्किल था उनको इस चीज़ के लिए समझाना, उनको चीज़ें प्रॉपर कन्वे करना, क्योंकि वो उनकी नज़रों में 2 लड़कियों का होना सिर्फ दोस्त, क्योंकि उन्होंने हमेशा वही देखा है, वो उसी सोसाइटी में रही हैं, उनका माइंड वही सेट था कि शादी हमेशा लड़का और लड़की की होती है, 2 लड़कियों के बीच में सिर्फ दोस्ती हो सकती है। तो मुझे 4 महीने लगे उनको ये चीज़ें समझाने में, पूरा बताने में कि ऐसा है ऐसा है। उसके बाद जाके चीज़ें थोड़ी थोड़ी ठीक होनी शुरू हुई। फिर भी बीच बीच में मेरी मम्मी का ऐसा आता था कि अरे ठीक है ना, तुमको पायल के साथ रहना है, तुम रह लो, दोस्त बन के रह लो, लेकिन शादी लड़के से करो। एंड फाइनली उसके बाद उन्होंने उस चीज़ के लिए एक्सेप्टेंस दी, उन्होंने समझा कि हाँ, यहाँ ये प्यार है। LGBTQ कपल की शादी थी, तो नॉर्मली कोई वेन्यू नहीं मिल रहा था हमें, हमने काफ़ी सारे सिटीज़ में ट्राई किया, तो फाइनली हमने अपनी वेडिंग को डेस्टिनेशन बनाया और हमने डेस्टिनेशन वेडिंग की लोनावला में, तो वहाँ का हमको इजीली वेन्यू प्रोवाइड हुआ।
एक ऐसी शादी की थी कि लोग देखें कि एक लेस्बियन कपल होके भी ऐसी शादी कर सकते हैं, तो वो एक तरह से जो हमारी जो यूथ है, मतलब LGBT कम्युनिटी की जो यूथ है पूरी, उसको इंस्पायर करना था कि आप नॉर्मली शादी करो ना यार, आप क्यों दुनिया से खुद को अलग समझते हो, आप कर सकते हो, आप कुछ भी कर सकते हो, आप कोई अलग नहीं हो, या फिर आप इस दुनिया के कोई अलग प्राणी नहीं हो, आप भी इन्हीं लोगों के जैसे हो और आप जो चाहे वो कर सकते हो।
ओम यजुर्वेदाय नमः, ओम सामवेदाय नमः, ओम अथर्ववेदाय नमः। अभी पूरा छोड़ दीजिए लास्ट वाला। ओम बम बौराय नमः।
जहाँ पे भी तू है वहाँ पे सुकून है, अब तो वही हम हैं।
That the Constitution requires recognition of same-sex marriage, or what I call marriage equality. If 2 people love each other, there is no reason why they cannot get married to each other, the way if 2 straight people love each other and get married to each other. This is not about religion, this is not about caste or class, this is just about 2 people wanting to get married and having society recognize it so that they can get the same advantages that any straight married couple has.
Disowned by a royal family, forced to endure years of conversion therapy, faced death threats, but still proudly holding on the title of the first openly gay prince in the world. India's Prince of Rajpipla, Manvinder Singh Gohil, shares his strength of love with us.
Though I was attracted towards the same sex at childhood, but I did not know my identity, I did not know my sexuality till I became 30, and it's that time I came to know that I am gay and I am homosexual, and that is my identity. It was very difficult, very challenging to come out openly as gay, and especially with the family, because we are always in the public life. We are considered as role models. We are considered as icons in our geographical areas. People of Rajpipla were furious. They were never expecting that I will take this kind of a stand, because I came out openly as gay, and they thought I brought shame and humiliation to the family and to the culture, Indian culture, and to all the royal families. So coincidentally, the day I came out was the festival of Holi. And they took my images from newspapers and they made effigies and they threw it in the fire, saying that he is the evil person. He should be burnt. He should be outcasted. He should be stripped of his title. He should be excommunicated, not be invited to any events, because he has brought bad name and bad reputation to the Indian culture. My coming out to my parents happened through a nervous breakdown. After I opened up to my parents, the marriage pressure, of course, was there. But more than that, they thought it was a disease, and they thought it was a mental disorder, and they wanted to cure me. So they took me to psychiatrists, doctors. They even thought of taking me to America, and where they were planning to perform a brain surgery on me, and they also thought about giving electroshock therapy, but that did not work. For almost 3 years, they took me to different parts of India, Baba, Sadhu, Sannyasis, saints, all over the country. I was taken to them. This is not a disease, this is not a disorder, so you cannot cure anyone just because taking them to Baba or Sadhu, or it is not going to help. Since the time I have openly come out as gay, I think a lot of changes have happened in the society. A lot of people have started talking about this subject, which was not spoken previously. The fact that sex itself is a taboo in this country. It's not spoken about openly, and it's always considered to be something evil, something bad. So sexuality and homosexuality, these issues were never spoken about openly. So when my coming out actually started a lot of talks, discussions, debates on this issue, which is existing in our culture and yet not spoken about. So that discussion has brought about a lot of change in the mindset of the society, and now people have started understanding us, and they are starting to accept us.
To be able to sort of be fully entrenched into the fabric of society. I think that the community can't just be looked at people that are just coming alive in June Pride Month, or people that we will use for tokenism, or we will use to basically put a rainbow flag on and just sort of forget about the rest of the year. I think the community needs to feel loved and feel accepted in every aspect of what makes a society and what makes a nation. And I think that's where we're at. I think I'm hoping that changes as the months come along.
We've also often heard that love knows no boundaries. Love is not limited to one gender. Love is something to be felt. Our next story is of someone who believes that love transcends the gender binaries.
I am as proud of my sexuality as I am of all other parts of my identity. I am sexually and romantically attracted to my own gender, which is female, as well as other genders. I think I started discovering about my identity when I was a teenager. I would trace it back to the time when I watched Pirates of the Caribbean, and I fell in love with Keira Knightley, and then a lot of things started playing in my head. And then as time went by, I watched a lot of queer cinema, TV shows, and I read a lot about it, and then I realized that I do identify with all of these things. Women's sexuality is something that is looked down upon in this country and something that isn't valued or even doesn't exist for a lot of people. A woman being attracted to more than one gender becomes more of a problem for an orthodox country. When I was around 22 years old, that was very easy, honestly, because my friends were very supportive. Yes, some of them were not very supportive. I had judgmental remarks and comments and questions, and I was called abnormal by someone. I was called confused by someone, and a lot of those things. I think the major point in my coming out journey was last year when at the age of 26, I came out to my mother, and I honestly did not expect a lot from her because I don't blame her for not understanding the community. As a person from a different generation, I really do not blame her, and she has been trying to understand it. I would not say that she understands me completely, and that hurts me. The queer community also makes me feel heard and understood, and I can share my feelings and experiences with them better than I would with non-queer people. We do not always want to have polyamorous relationships. Just because we are attracted to more than one gender does not mean we want more than one partner all the time. I want people to understand that we are as normal and want to be as included as straight people, gay people, lesbian people, anybody. We just have more to love, that's it. Through love's great power to be made whole in mind and body, heart and soul. Through freedom to find joy, or be by dint of joy itself set free, in love and in companionhood. This is the true and natural good. To undo justice and to seek, to quash the rights that guard the weak, to sneer at love and wrench apart the bonds of body, mind and heart, with specious reason and no rhyme. This is the true unnatural crime.
The rainbow flag was first used in 1978. It was designed the same very year. Harvey Milk was the first gay elected figure in the United States. He had commissioned artist and designer Gilbert Baker to create the pride flag. They decided on a rainbow design. The rainbow symbolizes today the unity of the LGBTQ+ people of various races, religions, ages, genders, and backgrounds. Every color in the pride flag has a meaning. Red for life, orange for healing, yellow for sunlight, green for nature, blue for serenity, purple for spirit, black and brown for people of color.
You are watching India Today.
month, when the International Chess Federation released the rankings for the under-7 category, right on top was an Indian wonder kid. Anupriya Yadav from Prayagraj has secured the first position at the age of 6 years, leaving behind players from the rest of the world.
सबसे पहले टिया दीदी से मम्मी ने सीखा था, क्योंकि मैं मम्मी को बहुत फॉलो करती थी, तो इसलिए मैंने मम्मी से सीखा। पापा फिर करने लगे मेरे साथ, मैच खेलने लगे, तो उसी फिर जब पापा से भी हाई लेवल पे हो गई तो दीदी ने सिखाने लगा।
Anupriya is inspired by her sister Priya Yadav, who is a national level chess player. Her parents want to see both of them become grandmasters.
हमारी भी 2 बेटियां ही हैं, इसलिए हमारे लिए हम बेटों से बढ़ के हैं और हमारा यही सपना है कि ये इनके नाम से हम जब भी जाने जाते हैं। हमको हमारे अगल बगल में अगर कोई जान पहुंचेगा तो कोई भी बोलेगा प्रिया यादव का घर बताइए, अनुप्रिया यादव का घर बताइए, तो सीधे हमारे घर पहुंच जाएंगे। हमारा नाम तो बहुत कम ही लोग जानते होंगे।
While Anupriya aims to be a grandmaster, her immediate goal is different.
मैं पापा को हरा लेती हूँ बस। मम्मी को भी हरा लेती हूँ। दीदी को तो नहीं।
अब आगे सपना क्या है, किसको हराना चाहती हैं?
दीदी को।
After the latest rankings were released, school teachers felicitated Anupriya for her achievements. Anupriya is now a hero at her school. Bureau Report, India Today. People often donate heart and eyes, but now you can also donate your skin. North India's first skin bank is ready in Delhi's Safdarjung Hospital. Eligible disease donors can donate skin and give someone a new lease of life. Burn victims can immensely benefit from these skin banks for their graft surgeries.
स्किन बैंकिंग में ये खास बात है कि इसमें कोई मैचिंग की ज़रूरत नहीं है। कोई भी पेशेंट स्किन डोनेट कर सकता है। उस मरीज की, उस डिजीज़ की दी हुई स्किन किसी भी दूसरे मरीज में इस्तेमाल हो सकती है। ना कोई ब्लड ग्रुपिंग मैचिंग चाहिए, ना कोई और HLA मैचिंग चाहिए। और जिसमें ये स्किन हमने लगाई है उसको जीवन में कोई स्टेरॉयड और इम्यूनोसप्रेसेंट्स खाने की कोई ज़रूरत नहीं है।
Safdarjung Hospital authorities are also doing everything they can to make people aware about skin donation. With the help of specialized equipment and proven techniques, donated skin is processed and stored in bank before transplantation.
इतने सारे वार्ड्स हैं, जो भी नए डॉक्टर्स ज्वाइन करते हैं, जूनियर रेजिडेंट्स हैं, वो ज्वाइन करते हैं, तो उनको सेमिनार्स लेके, उनको इन्फॉर्म करके, उनको बताया जाएगा। डेथ फॉर्म है, जब हम लोग उसको साइन करते हैं तो उसमें भी हम सोच सकते हैं कि हम उसमें भी ऐड करा दें कि हम आई डोनेशन के लिए विलिंग हैं और स्किन डोनेशन के लिए विलिंग हैं।
As of now, there are 16 skin banks across the country, and here's hoping that this latest center in Delhi opens the doors for many more such skin banks in India. With Neetu Jha, Bureau Report, India Today.
Cheers, bonhomie and the biggest global bond. World's biggest and oldest democracies unite. Modi Biden, a new chapter in India's foreign policy. Watch all this and more on World Today, only on India Today.
So sorry.
नए दौर में दोस्ताना हमारा अब देखेगा जलवा ज़माना हमारा ये डीलों के दिन कुछ हिसाबों के दिन कई दिल जलों को जवाबों के दिन डिफेंस फील्ड में अच्छे ख्वाबों के दिन है वेलकम अमेरिका में जी मेहरबान मेरे जैसा फ्रेंड भी मिलेगा कहाँ मिलेगा कहाँ ऑटोग्राफ को दिल दीवाना हमारा अब देखेगा जलवा ज़माना हमारा
You are watching India Today.
When we hear the term transgender, the first picture that comes to our mind is that of a hijra, crudely termed hijra. So to give you more clarity on this, we've covered 3 categories which fall under the term transgender.
मैंने अपने आप को टूटते हुए देखा है, मैंने अपने आप को कांच की तरह बिखरते हुए देखा है, कि मैंने अपने आप को टूटते हुए देखा है, मैंने अपने आप को कांच की तरह बिखरते हुए देखा है। लोग तो मरते हैं एक बार, लोग तो मरते हैं एक बार, मैंने खुद को खुद के लिए रोज़ मरते हुए देखा है। क्या ज़रूरी है खुद को बदलना, समाज के बनाए हुए ढांचे में डलना? एक लड़का होने के लिए, एक आदमी होने के लिए आपको किसी सर्जरीज़ की ज़रूरत नहीं है। आप अपने आप में अगर एक लड़का अपने आप को महसूस करते हो तो वो बहुत बड़ी बात है, बिकॉज सेल्फ एक्सेप्टेंस बहुत ज़रूरी है। आई आइडेंटिफाई माई सेल्फ एज अ ट्रांस मैन एंड माई प्रोनाउंस आर ही हिम हिज। ट्रांसमैन वो होते हैं हु बॉर्न एज अ फीमेल, जिनके जेनेटिक्स जो होते हैं वो फीमेल होते हैं, एंड दे आइडेंटिफाई देमसेल्फ एज अ मैन। दुनिया की नज़रों में और मेरे स्कूल में जो टीचर्स हैं या मेरे जो स्कूल में फ्रेंड्स हैं, उनको मैं ये लगता था कि मैं लड़की हूँ, बट मुझे पता था कि मैं एक लड़का हूँ अंदर से। तो जो वो फर्स्ट पीरियड आया ना, तो उसके बाद जो फिर मैं अपने आप पे सेल्फ डाउट करने लगा। मतलब आई वाज लाइक यार मुझे कोई बीमारी तो नहीं है, क्योंकि स्कूल में इतने बच्चे पढ़ते हैं, मैं इकलौता एक ऐसा लड़का हूँ जिसको पीरियड्स आ रहे हैं, जिसके सर्टेन पार्ट्स ग्रो अप कर रहे हैं। उसके बाद जब भी पीरियड्स मुझे आता था, आई यूज्ड टू लॉक माई सेल्फ इन अ रूम फॉर अ वीक, क्योंकि मुझे डर था कि कहीं अगर मेरे दोस्तों को पता लग गया, जो मेरे मेल फ्रेंड्स उनको पता लग गया, कहीं वो मुझसे बात करना बंद कर दें, कोई मुझसे उल्टा ना बोले। सत्यमेव जयते आया था जिसमें LGBTQ कम्युनिटी के बारे में बात हुई थी, तो वहाँ पर मैंने एक पर्सन को देखा था, गज़ल ढालेवाल। तो उनको देख के मुझे पता लगा कि यस, मतलब मैं इकलौता नहीं हूँ जो ऐसा है। हो सकता है इनके बाद मैं दूसरा इंसान हूँ जिसको ये सब चीज़ें हैं, बट मुझे वहाँ से सेल्फ डाउट ख़त्म हो गया था। एज लाइक कि ठीक है, दुनिया में सर्जरी होती है, मतलब मैं बीमार नहीं हूँ, मुझे कोई मेंटल इलनेस नहीं है, बट मुझे टर्म नहीं पता था कि ट्रांस मैन बोलते हैं। मुझे पता लगा कि इंडिया के फर्स्ट ट्रांसमैन बॉडी बिल्डर हैं आर्यन पाशा, उनके बारे में मुझे पता लगा। तो मैंने उनकी स्टोरी पढ़ना स्टार्ट कर दिया कि किस तरीके से उन्होंने अपनी लाइफ में चीज़ों को किया है, फैमिली को कैसे बताया है, ताकि मैं मतलब मेरा माइंड ये था कि पापा जो भी क्वेश्चन पूछें मेरे पास उनके हर क्वेश्चन का आंसर होना चाहिए था। मतलब मैं एक इवेंट में गया था, वहाँ पर वो सारे ट्रांस लोग थे, तो आई वाज सो एक्साइटेड क्योंकि वो एक ऐसी जगह थी जहाँ पर सिर्फ मैं था, मुझे ना प्रिटेंड नहीं करना पड़ता था जो मैं बाकी की सोसाइटी के सामने करता था। तो वहाँ पर बाकी के लोग थे, ट्रांसमैन ट्रांस वुमेन थी, वो एक ब्यूटी पेजेंट था। पापा के फ्रेंड ने देख लिया, इन्होंने पापा को जाके दिखा दिया कि आपकी बेटी ये किन्नर के साथ हिजड़ों के साथ घूम रही है, तो कहीं ऐसा ना हो कि आपकी बेटी भी ऐसी हो जाए। मेरे पापा ने कहीं मेरे पे हाथ नहीं उठाया था। फॉर द फर्स्ट टाइम ही स्लेप्ट मी। मेरा फ़ोन ले लिया, मुझे घर से बाहर निकलना बंद कर दिया। एंड 1.5 साल बाद, मतलब वो 1.5 साल एक ऐसा था कि पापा और मेरे बीच में कोई बातचीत नहीं होती थी। एक दिन ऐसा आया, मैंने पापा को बोला, मैं पापा एक काम करते हैं, मैं ऐसा फील करता हूँ, ये डॉक्टर्स हैं जिनके बारे में मैंने पता किया है, एक काम करते हैं, हम एक बार डॉक्टर के पास चलते हैं, उनसे बात करते हैं। क्योंकि मेरा मोटिव ये था कि पापा को किसी भी तरीके से डॉक्टर के पास लेके जाना है, बिकॉज अगर वो नहीं जाएंगे, डॉक्टर उनको नहीं समझाएगा, तो मैं फिर ट्रांजिशन कभी स्टार्ट नहीं कर पाऊँगा। पापा ने कहा कि नहीं चलना। पापा एक बार चलते हैं, उसके बाद आई प्रॉमिस इस टॉपिक पे आज के बाद इस घर में कभी बात नहीं होगी। तो इट्स लाइक कि ठीक है, ओके फाइन। उस 1.5 साल के मेरे जो मेहनत थी, पापा से बात करना, उनको दिन रात मनाना एंड डॉक्टर के पास जाने के बाद, उसके बाद फिर पापा ने मुझे अलाउ किया कि ठीक है फाइन, अब तुम अपना ट्रांजिशन स्टार्ट कर सकते हो। ट्रांस मेंस की 2-3 सर्जरीज होती हैं। फर्स्ट होती है ब्रेस्ट रिमूवल, जिसे हम मस्टेक्टमी बोलते हैं, जिसमें ब्रेस्ट रिमूव होती है। सेकंड होती है हिस्टेक्टमी, जिसमें फीमेल ऑर्गन्स रिमूव होते हैं, यूट्रस हो गया, फेलोपियन ट्यूब हो गया, आपका ओवरीज हो गया। एंड थर्ड होती है आपकी बॉटम सर्जरी, विच इज़ फेलोप्लास्टी और मेटेडोप्लास्टी। एंड फॉर फेशियल हेयर की बात है और वॉइस की बात है, तो हम 21 डेज़ में, मैं स्पेशल 21 डेज़ में एक हार्मोन्स का इंजेक्शन लेता हूँ जो डॉक्टर ने प्रिस्क्राइब किया है मेरे को। तो हर बॉडी का अलग अलग होता है। कुछ लोग ऐसे हैं जिनकी फेशियल हेयर 6 मंथ में आ जाती है, कुछ लोग ऐसे हैं जो 3 साल तक भी नहीं आते। लाइक मेरी फेशियल हेयर 3 साल बाद आनी स्टार्ट हुई है। तो सिर्फ सर्जरीज आपकी एक ही बार होती हैं, बट हार्मोन्स आपको लाइफ टाइम देने पड़ते हैं। लाइक अगर मैं अब हार्मोन्स ले रहा हूँ तो लास्ट जो डोज होती है वो 21 डेज़ में आपको, एवरी 21 डेज़ आपको इंजेक्शंस अपने लेने पड़ते हैं फॉर लाइफ लॉन्ग, जिससे कि आपकी बॉडी में जो हार्मोन्स है वो बैलेंस रहे। एंड बिकॉज ऑफ हार्मोन्स ओनली ये फेशियल हेयर आना, बॉडी का स्ट्रक्चर चेंज होना, वॉइस हैवी होना, ये सब बिकॉज ऑफ हार्मोन्स ओनली। इसके लिए कोई सर्जरीज नहीं होती हैं, बिकॉज वो जो सर्जरीज होती हैं फेशियल हेयर के लिए होती हैं वो ट्रांस वुमेन की होती हैं। ट्रांस मैन के लिए ऐसे कोई सर्जरीज नहीं होती। 3 महीने बाद आई वाज लाइक कि मैं हमेशा अपने आप को मिरर में देखता था। ओ माय गॉड, मेरी मुस्टैच आ रही है, ओ माय गॉड मेरी वॉइस चेंज हो रही है, ये तो शक्ल ही बदल रही है। तो वो जो इनिशियल टाइम होता है ना, वो मैंने बहुत इन्जॉय किया। लाइक अभी भी अगर मैं अपने आप को देखता हूँ कि यार कुछ भी है तो हैंडसम तो है।
Once you do come out, you need support, especially as children, where there can be bullying, which is prevalent, not just for lesbian and gay people, but particularly for trans children. It can be a very traumatic time. So you need awareness. And that awareness is not just about sex education. I think children will get sex education one way or the other. We don't give it in India just now very comprehensively, yet children know what they need to know, or they find out. What is needed beyond sex education is a kind of education about empathy and understanding about what it means to be queer and how to be good allies, how to be good friends. I think it's time we take the debate beyond sex into acceptance and culture. I think that's what's really needed in India.
मेरा नाम बॉबी है, मैं आम आदमी पार्टी से यहाँ से काउंसलर हूँ, वार्ड 43 से, सुल्तानपुर माजरा विधानसभा। किन्नर है, किन्नरों का क्या काम है? किन्नर का तो नाचना गाना होता है, बधाई वगैरह लेना होता है, यही काम होता है। मैं 15 साल से सोशल वर्क करती हूँ। बहुत सारी 100-150 गरीब लड़कियों की, मैंने जो विधवाओं की लड़कियों की शादी करवा चुकी हूँ, और बहुत सारे यहाँ दिव्यांग आते, ब्लाइंड आते, सबकी मदद करती, राशन से, पानी से, कपड़े लत्ते से, हर चीज़ से मैं जो मेरे से हो सकता है वो उनकी मैं यहाँ से मदद करके भेजती हूँ। और ये जिस क्षेत्र में मैं रहती हूँ सब लोग जानते हैं कि मैं यहाँ क्या काम करती हूँ, और जनता की हमेशा मैं सेवा ही करती हूँ, और ये सेवा करना मुझे बहुत अच्छा लगता है। मुझे बड़ी खुशी होती है कि मैं किसी गरीब के काम आई। खुश हूँ, कोई बात नहीं। अब देखो, जो भगवान ने ज़िंदगी दी है, जो लाइफ दी है, उसको तो जीना पड़ेगा। और खुश इसलिए हूँ क्योंकि आम आदमी पार्टी से जो हमारे माननीय अरविंद केजरीवाल ने इतना एक घास कूड़े को आज क्या कहते हैं निगम पार्षद बना दिया, तो उनके लिए हमेशा शुक्रगुजार रहूँगी अपने मुख्यमंत्री जी। आज मुझे देख के और जो किन्नर उनको अंदर भी एक आत्मविश्वास बढ़ रहा है कि हमारी जो पहली दिल्ली की किन्नर पार्षद हुई है, तो उनके मन में भी ये चाव हो रहा है कि हम भी कहीं ना कहीं आम आदमी पार्टी से जुड़े, और भी कहीं किसी और पार्टी से भी जुड़े, ताकि आज जो इसको बॉबी को इतना मान सम्मान मिला है, आज ये निगम पार्षद बनी, तो कहीं ना कहीं हम भी निगम पार्षद बने जनता के हित में और समाज हित में। जो बॉबी अच्छा काम कर रही है, कहीं ना कहीं हम लोग भी अच्छा काम करके दिखाएं, ताकि समाज के प्रति, किन्नरों के प्रति जो समाज में भावना है, वो गलत धारणा है, वो कहीं ना कहीं खत्म हो जाए। रोड पे भी हम लोग निकलते तो समाज, कुछ लड़के और कुछ इस तरह से रिएक्ट करते जैसे कि हम कोई इंसान नहीं है ऊपर से, जैसे कोई हम ऊपर से टपके हो, या हमारे 2-4 हाथ पैर हो, 4-5 आंखें वगैरह, इस चीज़ के लोग रिएक्ट करते हैं। कई बार मजाक भी बनाते हैं हम लोगों का, मगर कहीं ना कहीं बड़ा दुख होता है ये सारी चीज़ें देखते हुए। कौन सुनेगा, किसको सुनाए, कौन सुनेगा, किसको सुनाए, इसीलिए चुप रहते, हमसे अपने रूठ न जाए, हमसे अपने रूठ न जाए, इसीलिए चुप रहते। कौन सुनेगा, किसको सुनाए, कौन सुनेगा, किसको सुनाए, इसीलिए चुप रहते।
शायद से मैं थोड़ा सा लहरा के बात कर रही हूँ, तो शायद से मैं मीठा हूँ, हलवा हूँ, इस तरीके से मुझे आइडेंटिफाई किया जाता था। एक ट्रांसमैन हूँ, मेरे प्रोनाउन शी हर हैं। ट्रांसजेंडर्स होते हैं, बट ये 2 हिस्सों में बांटे जाते हैं। जो हिजरा कल्चर फॉलो करते हैं वो लोग, और एक वो जो हिजरा कल्चर फॉलो नहीं करते। मीन्स जैसे कि जो लोग अपने आप को एक एज अ ट्रांस गर्ल या ट्रांस वुमेन आइडेंटिफाई करते हैं। हिजरा कल्चर में जैसे कि गुरु चेला वाली जो रीत होती हैं, कोई ट्रांस कम्युनिटी की कोई है कि जो अपने आप को आइडेंटिफाई करती है, वो उस इलाके में रह रही है, तो उसको उस इलाके में रहने के लिए उसको वहाँ पे उसी घर के, मीन्स एक घराना जो बोलते थे, घराने में चेला होना पड़ेगा, वहाँ रहना है तो, नहीं तो अदरवाइज वो वहाँ नहीं रह सकती। किन्नर समुदाय जो थे वो क्या बोलते थे कि बेटा तू किसके नाम की चेला है, यहाँ नहीं रह सकते, कौन है तेरा गुरु। वो सारी चीज़ रही, वो सारी चीज़ मैंने फेस भी करी, यहाँ तक कि मैंने उनके हाथ का चांटा भी खाया जब मैंने नहीं बताया। तो फिर हार के मैंने सोचा कि चलो ठीक है, होना ही है तो मैं हो जाती हूँ, बट उस लाइफ से बेटर मेरी ये लाइफ बहुत अच्छी। और जो ट्रांस वुमेन्स है वो उस लाइफ को जीना पसंद नहीं करती, क्योंकि शायद से उसमें वो सारी चीज़ें होती हैं जैसे टोली बधाई, पैगिंग करना, बत्ती मांगना, या हम सेक्स वर्क की बात करें तो ये सारी चीज़ें इसमें इन्वॉल्व रहती। तो वो चीज़ करने से अच्छा कि अपनी सिंपल लाइफ जियो। जो रहीम उत्तम प्रकृति का करी सकत कुसन, चंदन में विषयापत नहीं लिपट रही थी। जब मैं 12 साल की थी
तो मैंने अपनी मम्मा के साथ ये बातें शेयर करी थी, क्योंकि मैं खुद इन चीज़ों के बारे में नहीं जानती थी। जब मैं अपने आप को औरों से मैच करने की कोशिश करती थी, जब मुझे लगता था कि शायद से मैं उन लोगों से अलग हूँ, कि जैसे मैं अपने आप को समझना चाह रही हूँ वैसे मैं बिल्कुल नहीं हूँ, क्योंकि बायोलॉजिकली मेरी बॉडी एक मेल की है, बट मेरी जो मेरी सोच, मेरे विचार, मेरी भावना, मीन्स कहने का तात्पर्य यह है कि मेरा जो दिमाग है वो मेरे शरीर से मैच नहीं कर रहा। तो ये सारी चीज़ मैंने अपनी मम्मा को बताना स्टार्ट करी, बट मेरी मम्मा का ये था कि अभी तुम बच्चे हो, शायद से ये चीज़ तुम्हारे बचपने में चल रहा है, धीरे धीरे आने वाले कलों में तुम सीख जाओगे, ये सारी चीज़ ठीक हो जाएंगी। बट ऐसा कुछ भी नहीं हुआ। मैंने अपने फादर को इस चीज़ों के बारे में बताया नहीं था कि मैं इस टाइप की हूँ, पर मैंने उनको वो सारी चीज़ें सुनाई थी, कि मैंने उनको बोला था ये देखो ऐसे भी होता है। गे कपल्स को दिखाया, मैंने लेस्बियन कपल्स को दिखाया, मीन्स मैंने लक्ष्मी नारायण त्रिपाठी जी का एक इंटरव्यू था वो भी दिखाया, मीन्स ये सारी चीज़ें मैंने उनको दिखाई। देन उनको था थोड़ा सा, कहते ना कि एक उनको मैंने हिंट दी, तो वो चीज़ उस समय वो थोड़ा सा मैच करने की कोशिश करते थे उस समय। मैंने लास्ट दिसंबर मैंने अपने फादर को कम आउट किया कि मैं ट्रांस हूँ। मेरे फादर का रिएक्शन बहुत अलग था, क्योंकि शायद से ये चीज़ उनके लिए अलग थी, क्योंकि कोई भी माँ बाप होते हैं वो जानते हैं कि चीज़ें होती हैं, बट इस कदर होती है। आज तक उन्होंने नॉर्मली उन लोगों से मिले थे जैसे कि जो हिजरा कल्चर्स जो फॉलो करते हैं, बट उनके लिए ट्रांस वुमेन को जानना, उनको समझना वो बहुत नया था। वो चीज़ मैंने उनको समझाई, वो चीज़ उनको मैंने ऐसे बहुत से उदाहरण दिए अपनी लाइफ के, जिनके साथ मैं खुद इतना इन्वॉल्व रही हूँ, तो उन चीज़ों के साथ मैंने उनको समझाया। पर चीज़ें बहुत अनकम्फर्टेबल थी उनके लिए, कि वो मानने के लिए राज़ी नहीं थे कि नहीं ऐसा नहीं हो सकता। तो शायद से मुझे अपने घर से 2 दिन के लिए भागना पड़ा। करत करत अभ्यास से जनमत हो तो सुजान, रसरी आवत जाते ही सिर पे पड़त निशान। चलो ठीक है, तुम्हें जैसा रहना है तुम रहो, बट आपको अपने लिए और हमारे लिए थोड़ा सा टाइम देने की ज़रूरत है। शायद से ये चीज़ हमारे लिए नहीं है और हम सीखेंगे भी ज़रूर, बस आपको थोड़ा सा हमें टाइम देना। और जब से मैंने अपनी लाइफ बदली, जब से मैंने अपना HRT स्टार्ट करी, अपनी सर्जरी के लिए बारे में सोचना स्टार्ट किया, दैन मैंने अपने ड्रेसिंग सेंस बदले, तो उस तरीके की मेरी लाइफ बहुत अच्छी है कि मुझे लगता है कि हाँ ये है लाइफ, अब मैं खुश हूँ। एक कहते हैं कि जेन्युइन लाइफ की, हाँ कि वो पहले वाली लाइफ छोड़ के अब मैं जो लाइफ जी रही हूँ वो बहुत अच्छी है। देन गार्ड मुझे बोलता है गुड मॉर्निंग मैम। उस समय मुझे फील हुआ यस यही तो चाहिए था ज़िंदगी में, और क्या चाहिए। मैंने कहा आज मेरी आइडेंटिटी के साथ किसी ने मुझे गुड मॉर्निंग बोला, मीन्स उस चीज़ को लेके मैं इतनी ज़्यादा खुश थी। मेरा पहला दिन और वो भी इतना अच्छा, मुझे ज़िंदगी में और कोई दिन याद नहीं आता शायद से, कि वो दिन मेरे लिए बहुत बेस्ट था, कि शायद से उस इंसान ने जो मुझे जानता नहीं था उसने मेरी आइडेंटिटी के साथ मुझे एक्सेप्ट किया। एक प्यार का नगमा है, मौजों की रवानी है, जिंदगी और कुछ भी नहीं, तेरी मेरी कहानी है, एक प्यार का नगमा है।
As regards discrimination against the LGBT community is concerned, there are no legal provisions which criminalize it. And maybe criminal law is not the right way in any case to do it. I think what we need is a comprehensive anti-discrimination code which secures the position of LGBTQIA plus people, so that we all develop together, we nurture our differences, celebrate our differences, and yet move together in the march towards the unity and integrity of our country.
The Q in queer is the question. Who are we? The individual in the story does not like to be referred to as he or she, prefers to be referred as them or their, and is still fighting to figure out their identity.
My pronouns are they and them. My gender identity is gender fluid, and I'm a queer person. A queer is generally an umbrella. So everything that you hear, LGBTQ plus and plus identities, in that Q is queer. It's an umbrella term used for everybody. So if you're still questioning who you are, you can just say that you're queer. इनकलाब एक सपना नहीं, हकीकत में तब्दील होना बाकी है. इनकलाब एक सपना नहीं, हकीकत में तब्दील होना बाकी है. इस रफ्तार से मायूस ना होइए जनाब. अब इस खून में जीने की चाह बाकी है. हाँ, अभी इनकलाब बाकी है. So gender identity and sexuality are two very different things. Gender identity is basically who you are on the inside and what you feel on the inside, whereas sexuality is more external, as in who am I attracted to. So if I say I'm a non-binary person, I say that I feel no gender, I am gender non-conforming, but I also say that I am queer or pansexual or bisexual. That would mean that, oh, I feel attraction towards two or more genders. The first time I realized that I'm bi was when my partner had brought it up that he's bi. And I was like, okay, you know what, maybe I could be. And then I shoved it way down. And I was like, ठीक है, अभी जो भी है देखा जाएगा. Then eventually, when you go to college, of course, like you get to know about certain things. And a few of my friends were queer. And they were a lesbian couple and one of them was bisexual. And I was like, okay, you know what, maybe I need to explore this a little bit more. So that's what I did. I went out on a couple of dates and I realized that I am indeed attracted to two or more genders. So of course, I am into women as well. And yeah, that's how it all began. I came back home, sat everybody down. With my mom, it was like very simple. I made her watch एक लड़की को देखा तो ऐसा लगा ना, this is my standard thing for everything. If I wanted to normalize something, I make my mom watch something. And then slowly and gradually, I was like, okay, you know what? I am also like bi. So my mom was like, okay, I don't know what that means. Give me a little time, I'll come back to you. I said, okay, cool. With my immediate family, it was super easy though. I mean, I went and then I was like, sit down. I need to tell you something. And they were like, okay, क्या बताना है? I said, देखो ऐसा है कि I am bisexual. उनको समझा नहीं, of course. तो I was like, देखो मेरे को लड़कियाँ भी अच्छी लगती हैं, लड़के भी अच्छे लगते हैं. तो उन्होंने बोला हाँ तो. मैंने बोला हाँ तो कैसा रिएक्शन होता है? शायद आपको समझना नहीं है ये. ठीक है, शायद आपको समझ में नहीं आ रहा है तो मैं लड़की से भी शादी कर सकती हूँ, लड़के से भी शादी कर सकती हूँ. They were like, हाँ तो अगर तो किसी लड़की से शादी करते हैं तो वो भी हमारी बेटी जैसी होगी. तो I almost started crying. I was like, ये ऐसा कौन बोलता है? So my family throughout have been very, very supporting. It was easy for me to come out as queer. You know, it was easy for my friends to be like, oh, hey, cool, like we accept you, we accept your identity, amazing. But then it was more difficult for me to come out as Dalit because there is years and years of oppression and years of trauma that we have endured as Dalit people. But in North India, we are taught to lie about our caste. So when you're lying about one identity of yours already, and then you're like also questioning your queer identity, and then also coming out as double minority, it's very difficult. So I always like, whenever my friends ask me also, I tell them that when I have to enter queer spaces, I have to leave my caste identity on the brink. If I have to enter Dalit spaces and do my Dalit activism, I have to leave my queer identity on the brink. So it just becomes extremely difficult to navigate this. If you understand something, if you first understand something, only then you can build empathy towards it. जिसको आप समझोगे नहीं उसको आप वही लगेगा कि तो alien है. Why do I accept this person? Why do I accept their identity? नहीं करूँगा मैं. वही है कि then, but if you know and you understand their struggles, then you slowly and gradually as a human will start building empathy and being like, okay, ठीक है अभी. You know, this is okay, I accept who you are. प्यार किया कोई चोरी नहीं की, छुप छुप के आहें भरना क्या, जब प्यार किया तो डरना क्या, जब प्यार किया तो डरना क्या.
With that, it's a wrap in this show. Like I said, take pride, let go of the prejudice.
are watching India Today.
Weather forecast now. Delhi, maximum 41 and minimum 31 degrees. Mumbai, maximum 29 and minimum 27 degrees. Kolkata, maximum 33 and minimum 26 degrees. Bangalore, maximum 27 and minimum 21 degrees. Chennai, maximum 32 and minimum 26 degrees. Hyderabad, maximum 27 and minimum 22 degrees.
Why does this happen? Let me tell you the science behind it.
For more informative videos like this, keep watching India Today News Mo.
Kerala's public health. All political parties traveling from different parts.
Armed with facts,
Looking at political back.
she takes the news by its horns.
Do you think the future of these students are not hampered?
Fierce, bold, and direct, setting the tone for the biggest stories from every corner and every angle. Expect nothing but the unfiltered truth.
News first, niceties later. Watch me, Nabila Jamal, on India Today.
Weather forecast now. Delhi, maximum 41 and minimum 31 degrees. Mumbai, maximum 29 and minimum 27 degrees. Kolkata, maximum 33 and minimum 26 degrees. Bangalore, maximum 27 and minimum 21 degrees. Chennai, maximum 32 and minimum 26 degrees. Hyderabad, maximum 27 and minimum 22 degrees.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
Oh, sorry.
नए दौर में दोस्ताना हमारा अब देखेगा देखेगा जलवा ज़माना हमारा। ये डीलों के दिन, कुछ हिसाबों के दिन, कई दिल जलो खो जवाबों के दिन। डिफेंस फील्ड में अच्छे ख्वाबों के दिन है। वेलकम अमेरिका में जी मेहरबान, मेरे जैसा फ्रेंड भी मिलेगा कहाँ, मिलेगा कहाँ। ऑटोग्राफ को दिल दीवाना हमारा, अब देखेगा जलवा ज़माना हमारा।
Watching India Today.
We'll kickstart this edition with some breaking news coming in. Russian President Vladimir Putin is talking tough amid a coup threat. Putin says Wagner chief's actions are betrayal and a stab in the back, noting that this works against the Wagner fighters who bravely fought in Bakhmut and other directions of the front line. Vladimir Putin warns those who betrayed Russia will be defended, while those who are dragged into the situation should abstain from breaking the laws. Putin said the rebels will suffer inevitable punishment. Any internal unrest is a deadly threat to our statehood, and our actions to protect against such a threat is going to be tough. All those who prepare the rebellion will suffer inevitable punishment. The armed forces and other government agencies have received the necessary orders, is what Putin has just said, talking tough on the mutiny that is brewing in Russia, as the Russian military mercenary group Wagner has vowed to go all the way to topple Russia's military leadership. Wagner mercenaries have now captured military installments in the airbase in southern Russian city of Rostov while they prepare against Moscow's military. Wagner Group, remember, is a private army of mercenaries that has been fighting alongside the regular Russian army in Ukraine. The mercenary boss, Yevgeny Prigozhin, has called the Russia-Ukraine war unnecessary, claiming it started as a PR operation for Russian military officers, saying that Russian Defense Ministry had deceived Putin about the war reality, saying Russian soldiers were dying without reinforcements fighting Ukrainians. The Wagner boss has accused the military of launching a deadly missile strike on his troops and vowed to punish them. Putin, however, is talking tough, promising the strictest action possible against those who have, in fact, dared to launch a coup. Akshay Dongre has more details on that story. Akshay, the possibility of an escalation really can't be ruled out at this point in time, isn't it?
Well, not at all, Sneha, not at all. In fact, Wagner Group is the group that was spearheading Putin's attack when the invasion started from the day one. And in fact, they have been the group responsible for many victories of Russia as far as the Ukrainian territory is concerned. There have been several accusations. There have been tensions between the Defense Ministry of Russia and the chief of Wagner Group. That is the group of mercenaries that was used by the Russian forces to spearhead the attack. But now, as we are seeing the Wagner chief turning against Russia, not just threatening the forces on the ground, but he has also made claims that the defense minister will be hanged from Kremlin, that is equivalent to the parliament of our country, and he has also indirectly threatened the entire Russian government, including the president of the Russian Federation. So the situation has in fact escalated to a different level altogether. Nobody was expecting this turnaround of the Wagner Group, because from the very beginning we were seeing that how the militants, or rather the armed youth of Wagner Group spearheading the attack, continuing with their assault on different Ukrainian cities. We saw them in trenches, we saw them fighting along with the Russian troops. In fact, they were at the front lines of these Russian army officials as well as the personnel who were attacking the Ukrainian cities as far as the conflict is concerned. But with Putin now coming up and saying that this has been
just coming back to you in a moment from now, Akshay. In fact, Alexander is also getting us up to speed with the situation on the ground, joining us from Moscow right now. Earlier, Alexander, when I spoke with you this morning, you did say that it appears that all is fairly calm right now. Give us a sense, really, of how the Kremlin is looking at this particular threat, given that the Russian president has spoken out and promised the strictest action possible against those who revolted.
I'm standing here in one of the districts, which is a very quiet one, almost very quiet one, and it's located almost 1 hour drive from the Kremlin, a very sleepy district, and it's a Saturday morning. People are passing by, cars are passing by, and the situation looks very normal. The only reminds of the revelation, I would say quote unquote revelation right now, is the name of the street. The street is named after Giuseppe Garibaldi, the Italian revolutionary who took the Rome in Italy many years ago. That's something that Mr. Prigozhin wants to do now, because he's believing that he's a guy who represents the people, and he will be against the defense chief, Sergei Shoigu. And President Putin, who just spoke live on television, has compared actions of Mr. Prigozhin with the 1917, the actions before the revolution. Then he said there was somebody beat Russia on the back. That of course reminds the actions of the Bolshevist radicals, who at that time, then Russia was fighting the World War I with Germany, started to make propaganda against the war among soldiers. That brought the Tsarist government and started the second Russian Revolution. So here I am, just in you see the supermarkets and the buildings behind me. Things are very quiet, and you see the women is passing by there, and the cars. So everything is quiet here in Moscow. But as we hear reports, the military people, the military took control under certain buildings in Moscow, the governmental buildings, which are far away from here.
Okay, give us also an idea about how the US and Ukraine are really looking at this developing situation, because at the end of the day, this is an armed rebellion, and a lot is being said about the fact that the Russian president really hasn't looked this weak in a very long time, isn't it?
Well, it's difficult to say. What actually we hear from the news reports, that of course the Ukrainian, the political elite and the armed army is of course looking at the situation, and there are some people who are actually saying what Mr. Prigozhin has done is a treason, because the Russian army today is fighting on the front, and actually that makes a treason for that he has done that thing. What U.S. government has said, I mean, they of course study the situation. It's probably first time in 30 years, the US government is looking on a coup attempt in Russian Federation. And as we remember, then Bush Sr. was president, Michael Gorbachev was ousted from power. He was still quiet and he was still looking what sides are wrong, what's going on in Moscow. Only then they heard from President Gorbachev himself. They have said they wrote something in his support. And that was 30 years ago, there was a coup when President Gorbachev was ousted by the members of the political elite. And at that time, the situation, of course, is different. So we have to look for development.
Also, Alexander, if you could give us an idea about what really is being said right now about the whereabouts of the Wagner leader, because some reports do suggest that there is, in fact, no information since Friday late evening on where he really is at this point in time.
Mr. Prigozhin, as Russian media and the Telegram channels have reported, is taking attempts to take over the city of Rostov. And there is a group presence in the city of Rostov. Although there are reforms, the reports there are unconfirmed by the Russian state television, and they also use a lot of Russian television. I watched the Russian television today, just 15 minutes before we actually started to speak here. Russian television just wrote official information, showing Mr. Prigozhin. And said that Mr. Prigozhin will be under arrest, and the prosecutor's office opened the case against him, and they shown President Putin speaking to the nation. However, people who watching television, it's the first time they hear this. Those are very important news for them, because Mr. Prigozhin is known to many people. People hate him, people like him, but he is becoming sort of a celebrity figure. So, and that Mr. Prigozhin's statements are still broadcasted. And one of the Russian political columnists on the liberal side has compared Mr. Prigozhin to Mussolini, who was taking over the Rome in the 30s, and also compare him to also Russia's public movement against the Polish invaders, Minin and Pozharsky, who's you can actually those who visited the Russian Red Square probably saw the monuments of those two brave men standing. So a lot of historical comparison, but we don't know how the situation turns this day. So as we know, history doesn't learn us about anything.
The sense we get from you, Alexander, and the others who've been tracking this story very closely is that right now the action, in fact, is only confined to one particular area, that's the Rostov-on-Don. Give us an idea about whether there's been any further escalation or not from this particular region.
Rostov-on-Don is I've never visited the city. From the historical part, Rostov-on-Don played a big role in the Russian history. It was a stronghold of Cossacks. The Russian rebels sometimes actually compared to cowboys in American history. The very brave men who lived by their own, right? So the Rostov people are very kind of like they're very brave. They're known for great character and so on. So Rostov is a very beautiful city, has a lot of churches and so on. So as reports say that, to get the columns, to get the whatever Mr. Prigozhin forces into Moscow will take him about several hours. But of course, Moscow is well guarded by the securities, by the soldiers, and of course we should take into account the situation that the military conflict is going on. A lot of militaries are taking part in the military operation. So it's very difficult to say how the situation will turn out. So I think that's important, is just to closely watch and monitor. Yeah, just as I just watch the street for any signs of anything, I can show you there's a flag rising, but it's always been there, that the brave Russian flag. So it's, maybe you don't see me behind it, but it's just that this is the area of the supermarket close to my place, right? So where I stay. So yeah, people just, I don't even see people looking at their telephones careful. But when I was in the morning, I haven't seen anything like people standing near the banks, because people usually like to withdraw the money if the situation gets worse. And you can see the guy behind me. There's a guy delivering something, right? So yeah, so not much signs of anything here, but not even in the center of Moscow, but as I have said, as I repeated, of course, привет. Just a little boy just passed around me with his small motorbike. So of course he lives by his own life, you know.
Okay, Alexander, I'm going to thank you for the moment. Thank you so much for getting us up to speed with all of those details. Clearly, at the moment, calm, at least in the other regions, but Rostov seems to be fairly restive when it comes to the Wagner leader taking over the army headquarters in Rostov. And how far is this going to escalate? Clearly, we need to wait and watch. Putin, however, says he's ready and that none of these people who've launched a coup really against the Russian people, he says, will be spared. Alexander, I'm going to thank you listening to what the Russian president said just a few moments ago in his public address.
The lives and security and freedoms of our citizens. And those who organized and prepared this rebellion, those who put up weapons against their fellow comrades, they have betrayed Russia and they will be held accountable for that. And those who are being drawn into this, I call upon them not to do this fatal mistake and do the only right thing to stop taking part in criminal activities. I believe that we will be able to defend what is sacred and dear to us, and together with our motherland, we will overcome any ordeals and we will become ever stronger.
Okay, so we've heard, in fact, of the mutiny brewing in Russia's mercenary group Wagner, vowing to go all the way to topple Russia's military leadership. Wagner mercenaries have now captured military installments in the airbase in the southern Russian city of Rostov while they prepare to go against Moscow's military. The Wagner group is a private army of mercenaries that has been fighting alongside the regular Russian army in Ukraine. Listen in from their leader.
Мы били по ним, они били по нам, и это происходило все эти долгие 8 лет, с 14 по 22. Иногда нарастало количество различных перестрелок, грубо говоря, обмена боеприпасами, обменом выстрелами, иногда уменьшалось. На 24 февраля ничего сверхординарного не было. Сейчас уже Министерство обороны пытается обмануть общественность, пытается обмануть президента и рассказать историю о том, что со стороны Украины была безумная агрессия. И они собирались вместе со всем блоком НАТО на нас напасть. Поэтому спецоперация, так называемая 24 февраля, она была начата совершенно по другим причинам.
Я обращаюсь к руководству, командирам и бойцам ЧВК «Вагнер». Мы вместе с вами прошли трудный, тяжелый путь. Мы вместе с вами воевали, шли на риски, несли потери. Мы вместе побеждали. Мы одной крови. Пока не поздно и нужно, и необходимо это сделать. Это подчиниться воле и приказу всенародно избранного президента Российской Федерации. Остановить колонны, вернуть их в пункты постоянной дислокации и районы сосредоточения.
Перестрелок, грубо говоря, обмена боеприпасами, обменом выстрелов.
Marina Kortunova is joining us from Moscow to give us a sense of what really is going on in Russia vis-a-vis the Wagner leader saying that there has to be a rebellion against the Russian defense chief, against the government, as to how they've dealt with the war in Ukraine. They don't agree and that they're not going to, in fact, be a part of this any longer. Marina, would you say that there is an internal rebellion of sorts? What has the Russian president said?
Well,
minutes ago, he made his speech and appeal to the nation, and he said that Russia is waging a hard fight for its future, and the entire military and information machine of the West is directed against Russia. Any strife must be discarded during the period of the special operation, and now the fate of Russian people is being decided. Putin called the heroes of the Wagner fighters who fight in the northern military district, and their names and glory were betrayed by those who organized this rebellion. So what we know so far about an attempt armed rebellion by Wagner Group chief Yevgeny Prigozhin. On Friday last night, footage and audio attributed to Wagner troops and Prigozhin surfaced online, alleging that a missile attack had been launched at a Wagner camp and that the strike was delivered from the rear, that is by forces of the Russian Defense Ministry. Russia's National Anti-Terrorism Committee said that allegations spread on behalf of Wagner chief Prigozhin were unfounded and that the FSB had opened a criminal case over calling for an armed rebellion. The FSB said that there was a threat of escalation on Russian territory. Russian Armed General Sergei Surovikin called on Wagner troops to return to their bases and hold their positions. Russia's defense ministry reported activity by Ukrainian forces in Bakhmut tactical direction who took advantage of Prigozhin's provocations. Kremlin spokesman Dmitry Peskov told reporters that President Putin had been informed of all events around Prigozhin and said that necessary measures are being taken. So security has been boosted in several regions of Russia as well as the capital of Moscow. But
so where is the leader now? Marina, if I may please interrupt you for a moment.
I must say that the situation is very calm at the moment.
Okay.
So the Moscow is very calm, the capital of Moscow is very calm, but these are some measures are being taken, some especially several regions of Russia, strict restrictions in the southern regions of Russia, in Rostov-on-Don, in Voronezh.
Okay, where is the Wagner leader right now?
He is in Rostov. This is Rostov-on-Don. This is a Russian southern district which borders the Donbas region. Rostov is the last town borders on the way to Donbas, where special military operation taking place. I will mention this situation later. I will come back to this. So Russian regional authorities said that law enforcement agencies were doing everything necessary to protect the general public, and the authorities added that Ukraine was seeking to spread disinformation about the introduction of curfews in Russia. So we've been reading Telegram channels the whole night, and it was actually very tough.
Okay.
Russia's Federal Security Service has opened a criminal case against the head of Wagner mercenary group after Yevgeny Prigozhin called for a march for justice against the evil of the military. The FSB says the command amounts to calling for an armed civil conflict in Russia. It has described Prigozhin's orders to his forces as criminal and traitorous, and has called on Wagner mercenaries to help security forces arrest him.
You know,
Yevgeny Prigozhin denies.
Okay, I want to ask you, how seriously is the Kremlin taking this threat? How worried is President Putin?
Well, you know, Prigozhin denies calling for a coup. He says he's reacting to military strikes that allegedly killed 2,000 of his forces, and Defense Ministry denies this as informational provocation. Meanwhile, the Kremlin says that President was informed that situation. The President said that this is a provocation, and Russian media are now saying that security stepped up around government buildings and key facilities in Moscow, and Russia's Defense Ministry also says Ukraine is taking advantage of Prigozhin's provocation to disrupt the situation. So, you know, staying with the story, Wagner's chief says his forces have entered Russia from Ukraine and are ready to go all the way against the Russian military. In an audio recording posted on Telegram messaging app, Yevgeny Prigozhin said his forces will destroy anybody who would stand in their way. He also vowed that he will do everything to topple the military leadership in Moscow. According to Yevgeny Prigozhin, the mercenaries are now in the southern Russian city of Rostov-on-Don, alone, as I mentioned, where citizens have been urged to stay indoors and remain calm. The group's chief has also claimed that his forces have shot down a Russian military helicopter after it opened a fire at a civilian column. So a very important thing for your understanding, I must mention that in the morning, about 7:30 by Moscow time, Yevgeny Prigozhin arrived at the main command post in Rostov-on-Don, and this is southern military district of Russia. And he made a video that everything's working normally. And he mentioned that under the control of Wagner PMCs, there are military facilities in Rostov, including the airfield. The day before, Yevgeny Prigozhin recorded a 30-minute video about the real things happening at the front, as well as the huge losses in the Russian troops hushed up by the official authorities. And this is the truth. So we know one part of the story where official Ministry of Defense says, and we know another part of the story. Yevgeny Prigozhin, ЧВК Wagner, PMC Wagner, is a very powerful organization.
Do you see a further escalation?
No, I don't think there will be an escalation, but the conflict between Prigozhin and Shoigu entered an acute phase half a year before today's events. So Yevgeny Prigozhin, he appealed to Shoigu and to the Ministry of Defense for an open talk, but they refused to talk with him. So there has been escalation. We've been, watching this escalation, and this is actually the final drop of his patience, maybe, because there are huge problems in the military areas, and Yevgeny Prigozhin knows one side of the story and Russian official defense knows their story, but there was no dialogue between them. This is what is bad, actually, because when the situation in the country is very difficult, people should sit and talk. And the problem of Ministry of Defense, they refused to talk with Yevgeny Prigozhin, to talk about the problems. There were a lot of problems, but I don't really know. There is a big part of Russian population. They support Yevgeny Prigozhin. These kind of problems should be discussed. They should not be silenced.
Marina, I'm going to in fact now thank you for joining us and sharing those important details with us as to what really is going on in Russia. Important to point out that right now there is calm, is what Marina is essentially saying, and also indicating that perhaps maybe not further escalation, but the Kremlin essentially, who has ordered the arrest of the Wagner leader, is watching the situation, and so of course is Ukraine and the US. Thanking you, Marina. Hope to hear from you once again and very more often on the developments from Russia. Thanks for your time. That interview and that ground report, much more going up on our website too. That's indiatoday.in. You can also download the India Today app. News continues on the other side. Thanks for watching.
You are watching India Today.
If you travel towards these Western countries, European countries, it's crazy how people they are involved in yoga. Every third street will have a beautiful yoga center. It's not only that you're just running outside and you got some place and practicing yoga. There are dedicated academies, institutes, studios to practice yoga. So what our experience is, let it be the streets of Manhattan or in Japan. People, they practice there. They spend a year or 2 years and then they are back to Himalayas. You will see them in Himachal Pradesh, in Rishikesh, or in Nepal, these kind of mountain ranges. They come and they spend their time. They try to go more deep in yogic practices.
In my early educational days, I was a little boy and I was very lost. I didn't know where to turn, I didn't know what to do, I didn't know who to believe. So I always wondered why I was here. I knew I was here for a specific reason. We implement the practice of yoga. So naturally, It changes your inner mechanism. I gave up my business in the UK and I sold my house in the UK to come to India to learn the ancient teachings of yoga and pranayams, breathing techniques, mudras and meditation techniques. And it's helped me so much because obviously moving from England to India is such a big jump and it's enabled me to have a stronger mindset. Now that I realise that this is what I need to do in this lifetime, it's very passionate for me to bring these teachings back to the West, back to England and help humanity.
Why does this happen? Let me tell you the science behind it.
For more informative videos like this, keep watching India Today News Mo.
Kerala's public health. All political parties traveling from different parts.
Armed with facts,
Looking at political back.
she takes the news by its horns.
Do you think the future of these students are not hampered?
Fierce, bold, and direct, setting the tone for the biggest stories from every corner and every angle. Expect nothing but the unfiltered truth.
News first, niceties later. Watch me, Nabila Jamal, on India Today.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
Hi guys, welcome to Tech Today. Well, we brought you out in the rugged outdoors and I don't usually wear two wearables unless I am reviewing them for you on the show. And that's what we're doing in this particular episode, the Garmin 2655 Forerunner, a new product from Garmin. And yes, it looks like a runner's watch, but I just wanted to see whether this can replace my existing wearable, which is usually an Apple Watch, And what are the benefits of using a Garmin watch? And I also want to figure out whether some of that data is helpful for maybe amateur athletes like me who aren't into marathon running, but who also play sports like football, go out swimming. So we need metrics from there. And well, the Garmin has a lot of those sensors, but then how is that data put out to the consumer and how helpful is it? That's exactly what we want to discover on this episode of Tech Today. Well done. See, now that's the beauty of playing the sport of football, but one thing that really doesn't work with the Garmin 265 is it doesn't come with a football mode. Now what that means is you got to put it in cardio or in indoor running or something like that. We've tried playing football often with that particular mode on the Garmin and the football mode on in the Apple Watch Ultra, and it doesn't always work out the same. That is one thing, as a football fan and someone who plays a lot of sports, I wasn't too happy with the Garmin. They need to come up with a football mode which gets that sort of movement, because if you're a marathon runner or an athlete, then you can run in one direction in one particular pace, one particular speed. But when you are using the Apple Watch, it's non-steady movement in football. So I'm going to run very quickly and then I'm going to stop. Then I'm going to decelerate, I'll pass the ball and run. That's how the best footballers play. And for that, the Apple Watch is a much better companion. Now, of course, this particular watch comes with an AMOLED touchscreen, which is great in brighter environments and in darker environments. But yes, in terms of the display and the user interface, it's not as intuitive as other watches. But once you get used to it, the data that it gives on the Garmin app is unparalleled. Now, another really good feature with Garmin smartwatches happens to be battery life. Yes, this comes with an AMOLED screen, but even if you compare it to an Apple Watch Ultra, which gives you nearly 36 hours of battery life, and this is the expensive Apple Watch, a standard Apple Watch would give you less than 18 hours and then strap it back on to a charging port. The Garmin watch, this particular one, gives you nearly 18 hours with GPS mode on for running. So that's amazing, and can give you nearly half a month, 13 to 15 days in standard mode. Now, that's your normal watch mode. Just think about it. Half a month, max to max a couple of days. And this is just the Garmin Forerunner, which is meant for performance athletes and running. If you're talking about the Fenix 7 Solar, which is even more expensive, and we had it exclusively on Tech Today, using solar power, it had a film on top of that Garmin watch, which would then mean that it could last for several weeks without a charge. Just leave it on the windowsill on a nice hot summer day here in Mumbai and it charges itself. That's the sort of technology and innovation we want to see across the wearable space, and maybe even across the technology and personal technology space. Now, I told you about training readiness, which is a really cool feature which comes with high-end Garmin watches. It comes with this particular watch as well, which tells you that, hey, your body has recovered, your body battery is so. If you are low, then you need some more time for recovery. It uses a very complex algorithm to give you that metric. But there's also a morning report feature, which I find kind of cool. When you wake up in the morning, it gives you a bunch of things. It tells runners that, hey, what was your previous night's sleep quality? What is the body battery index? HRV status for heart health, recovery time, and of course, it also gives you workout suggestions for this particular training days. And that's why the Garmin is perhaps not a watch just purely for tech enthusiasts, but it is a watch for people who are very serious about their training, running. In fact, we've used the Garmin watch even for our yoga workouts along with the Apple Watch, and they have given nearly 99.9% similar results. So when you're talking about accuracy, if you thought the Apple Watch was the gold standard, not just for running, but for other workouts as well, well, the Garmin watch gives you precisely the same values. Even for heart rate measurement, it gives you almost the same values in terms of BPM. Yes, the Apple Watch has an ECG feature because the Apple Watch is not only directed towards fitness and training, it's also more of a lifestyle gadget and of course a health-centric gadget as well. So there's a lot of things in terms of health metrics that the Apple Watch can do within the Apple ecosystem especially. The Garmin watch is very interesting because in terms of sensors and accuracy and portraying or depicting that data, it does a stellar job as well. Now what's really interesting is while I was doing this particular piece to camera, the Garmin watch just beeped saying time to sunset is another 10 minutes. That means I have 10 minutes to wrap up this shoot. The sun's setting in the background, but we're trying to tell you exactly what this watch is all about. It has all sorts of really cool features as well, especially, like I said, if you're onto training and running on a regular basis, even swimming. The Apple Watch does a stellar job. The Apple Watch Ultra is not just for swimming, it's actually for divers, PADI certified divers. This is a certified dive computer, and we've shown you the Apple Watch underwater. The Garmin watch does a great job for swimming at least, and that we have tested as well. Let me tell you a few more features with the Garmin watch. Yes, it comes with an AMOLED screen. Yes, it comes with wrist-based running power or running dynamics. It also comes with multi-band GNSS, advanced training metrics, recovery insights, 30 plus advanced sports modes, some of them which we've showed you already. If I just tap this button right here, you will get all of these modes like run, track run, treadmill, yoga, HIIT, Pilates. Now just going on with that features list, of course it comes with advanced health monitoring and with music storage of up to 500 songs, smart notifications, and you can also customize the Connect. And given our lifestyles in the media and how we're running from pillar to post to put all this content together and pull off some of the biggest events of the year like the Tech Today Congress, it also tells you how stressed you are. Even if you're in resting state, this often gave me a notification when I was stressing out a little too much, like we all do, we're all human. Final verdict on the Garmin Forerunner 265 at a price of over 50,000 rupees. It's more expensive than the standard Apple Watch, but of course it's cheaper than the Apple Watch Ultra. It gives you a battery life just in watch mode of nearly half a month, and that is praiseworthy about a wearable which costs 50,000 rupees. Now, is this a watch that can replace your standard wearable or an Apple Watch or a Samsung Galaxy Watch? My short answer, unfortunately, is no. This is meant for a very particular, specific type of consumer who is not just passionate about running or training, but is obsessed with it, wants that sort of data, and really doesn't mind being disconnected from the cellular world. The Garmin Forerunner 265 is a very interesting proposition, but yes, I'd wish that they'd be able to put all that data together, put it to better use, and then make it ubiquitous and accessible to all of us enthusiasts. Well, we're back at the Tech Today headquarters, and there's a lot that's going to unfold right here in this very studio, and there's so much more that's going to come on the other side of the commercial break. Across the country, our reporters are bringing you the latest developments in tech. Stay tuned to Tech Today.
What we're going to do now is take a look at how the mainstream American media has covered Prime Minister Narendra Modi's state visit to Washington, D.C. So we've got the New York Times, the Financial Times, the Washington Post, the Wall Street Journal with me. So let's take it one by one and show you what the different papers are saying. I'll start with the New York Times, typically seen as a trenchant critic of the Prime Minister. So if my video journalist Kirpal Singh just comes across and we'll show you. So it's raining quite non-stop here in DC, but this is the front page of the New York Times. They're leading with this image from the US Congress joint address, which the Prime Minister had. Kamala Harris there, all the senators and the congressmen there. Their take is for Modi's visit, abundant pomp and no friction. Biden hopes to make India an ally. Military deals, joint projects, but India is no closer on Ukraine, and that's the take from the New York Times. Let's now come across to the pink paper, the Financial Times. Pink paper, the Financial Times has this image of President Biden and Narendra Modi on its cover. This talks about stronger ties. Modi and Biden commit to a defining relationship between the two democracies. This again on the front page of the Financial Times, and they're talking about how Prime Minister Modi spoke of making this one of the defining relationship of the 21st century, saying that the India-America partnership is built on mutual trust, candor and respect. Let's now come to the Washington Post. The Washington Post features the visit prominently on
Welcome back to Tech Today. I'm your host, Ayush Alavadi. Now, every year, people talk so much about the Apple event. And yes, there is an Apple event, a one more thing moment, but we saw with the last WWDC how they launched an Apple Vision Pro and no one's really been able to shoot with it. The Americans don't know when it's coming to them, and we certainly don't know whether it's coming to India at all. The only other competitor to Apple events in terms of scale and of course in terms of innovation happens to be Samsung Galaxy Unpacked. This year, the one thing we know is it's happening in Korea. It's going to be an in-person event, but there's all sorts of leaks and rumors in terms of what are we going to get at that flagship event. We at Tech Today are super excited about it. Here's what we think we can expect at that particular event. And the only question I'm going to leave you with is, will you fold?
Welcome to Galaxy Unpacked.
Samsung's biggest annual event, Galaxy Unpacked, is likely to take place in July this year. Just like every year, it's expected to launch a handful of devices starting from foldable phones, tablets, smartwatches and the TWS earbuds. While the company has not really confirmed any of these products as yet, leaked images of the rumored devices are surely making the rounds on the internet. One of the biggest highlights of the Samsung launch event is this foldable smartphone. Samsung Galaxy Z Flip 5 and Galaxy Z Fold 5 are expected to debut at the Galaxy Unpacked event. Samsung Galaxy Z Fold 5 is expected to have the same design as its predecessor, including the triple rear camera setup. It's also likely to come with support for S Pen, just like Galaxy Z Fold 4. It might feature 7.6-inch AMOLED display that offers a 120Hz refresh rate and 6.2-inch AMOLED cover display. Galaxy Z Fold 5 may be powered by Snapdragon 8 Gen 2 chipset and offers up to 1 TB storage and 12 GB RAM. For photography, it might come with a triple rear camera that includes a 50-megapixel primary sensor, a 12-megapixel ultra-wide angle lens, and a 12-megapixel telephoto lens. For selfies, it's rumored to feature a 4-megapixel camera on the inner display and a 10-megapixel camera on the outer display. Samsung Galaxy Z Flip 5 is expected to have a larger display. It will go up against the Moto Razr Ultra 40 and Oppo Find N2 foldable smartphones. The company is also expected to launch 2 new smartwatches at this event, Samsung Galaxy Watch 6 and the Galaxy Watch 6 Classic. As per the leaked images, the Galaxy Watch 6 Classic smartwatch is expected to come with a rotating bezel, unlike Galaxy Watch 6. In fact, they are likely to come with the same circular design and different strap styles as well. Samsung Galaxy Tab S9 Ultra is confirmed to launch at the Galaxy Unpacked event. In addition to Ultra, Samsung might also launch Galaxy Tab S9 at this event. The Ultra model is likely to feature thinner bezels along with the S Pen. This model is expected to be powered by Qualcomm's Snapdragon 8 Gen 2 chipset. Lastly, Samsung might also launch a new iteration of its Galaxy earbuds. Samsung Galaxy Earbuds 3 TWS earbuds are likely to look very similar to their previous generation. Not much has been really revealed about these earbuds yet, but as per leaked images, they will be available in white color option.
The Samsung Galaxy Fold. Now, each year that they come up with a new rendition, I keep asking myself, how can they get even better? Well, maybe this time around, I think this is a device which has almost reached the perfection stage, but maybe this particular crease can become absolutely invisible. The fact that it is water resistant is great, and also when you do shut the device, if this particular sort of gap can be reduced as well. It's very small things you can do. This is a very popular device, a very expensive device, and honestly, it's right up there in terms of foldables. But this is not all. In terms of what's happening in India, you have Techno Mobile, who've come up with their Phantom Fold device, a lot cheaper, half the price nearly. And then stock Android buffs were waiting for the Pixel Fold. Now, we haven't gotten it in India, but we've seen all sorts of videos coming out of the US of that particular device. Maybe it'll come to India soon. The OnePlus Foldable was something announced at Mobile World Congress earlier this year, and that's something we're excited about as well, because if OnePlus can come in and they can get it right with the implementation of Oxygen OS on a foldable and get the price point right, that might be a game-changing moment for foldables in India. Now, very, very exciting to see that there's so many developments in the smartphone space. Innovation is not dead. But we want to know what you think about this foldables revolution, so let's find out.
It was a couple of decades ago when Motorola single-handedly revolutionized the whole mobile phone industry when it launched the first foldable that we'd all ever first seen. But now these foldable phones are making a comeback. We saw Samsung revive this trend a couple of years ago, and now all the other companies are sort of hopping on this bandwagon. But are we, the people, ready for foldable phones to be a trend yet again? And mind you, it's only available in Android, not an iPhone. So would people be picking a foldable Android phone over an iPhone? We're here to find out. So if you had to pick between an iPhone and a foldable phone? Foldable.
I will like a regular phone.
iPhone. I think iPhone is the best.
Foldable.
It would be a foldable phone.
I would choose a non-foldable.
Well, I would prefer a foldable phone.
As a clumsy person itself, I will prefer a regular phone.
What would you pick? Would you flip, fold or nothing, or just go with an iPhone? Or would you want an iPhone that's foldable?
Currently nothing, because I think the hinge mechanism is not there yet. And maybe right now the foldable phones are pricing only at the flagship level. So if they price it at mid-range level, then maybe I will consider them, but till then not.
Because sure, it's nice to see new technology, but I don't find it that useful. Yeah, there's some cool features like, oh, you can flip it, it's compact, but then I don't find those features useful. Plus it might cost a bit extra. So better to just stick with a standard one.
I would prefer a regular phone itself, because I feel the flip phone are much heavier to handle, and again it creases very easily.
Fold is technically very big for my hand and it's very heavy, so I will prefer flip.
The main problem is fragility of the phone. If it falls, it can be shattered. It is we have to handle it with care. The repair cost goes up to 50 to 60,000.
Buying an Apple foldable or just generally no?
I think other companies have already come with Samsung, the hinge technology, the Motorola has great technology. I feel like Apple, by doing it, it does go ahead, but would not make a big difference since it's already been worked on for
But now that Google, OnePlus, Oppo, everyone has gotten into this foldable race, would you want to give it a chance?
I wouldn't mind to give it a try, but then again, looking towards the people's experiences, after some point of time, there are drawbacks of the foldable phone. So I feel the regular phones are much more long-lasting, and again, it also depends upon the function. If I want to use it I need a bigger pad, because if I'm a sketcher or anything, so foldable phone are much more will come handy to me. So hence, at that moment, I'll prefer a foldable phone.
Concerns regarding the hinges, the glass and the body, and even affordability. These are the leading concerns of the youth of Mumbai that we just spoke to when it comes to a foldable phone. But with such big names like Google, OnePlus throwing their hat in the ring for the foldable phone, it is only for the time to tell which one will succeed. But it sure is safe to say that the foldable technology is here to stay and advance. Back to you, Ayush.
I get yourself an iPad. Well, you want to get an iPad Air maybe? iPad. I think you should get an iPad. I think you should get the iPad Pro if you're being really luxurious. No, an iPad Air or an iPad 9th generation for you. Well, that used to be my standard default response if anyone asked me whether they should pick up a new tablet and which one it should be, because there wasn't much competition from the Android guys. But then a few weeks ago, we saw the OnePlus Pad, exclusively a first look and a review on Tech Today. And we were in the Delhi studio with the team, and all of us, with the colors on that, the output and the performance, mind equal to blown with what OnePlus had done with its tablet. And then every time there's a revolution coming, well, you need a captain of the ship, but it's nice to have, well, two pilots in the cockpit. And what if I told you that I just found my second pilot to drive the Android tablet revolution forward? The Xiaomi Pad 6. And honestly, the iPad has a lot of competition with this monster. Look, taking on the iPad is not an easy task. When it comes to software, iPadOS is spot on. Can it get better? Maybe become more like macOS? That's a pipe dream. Android has a long way to go, but that's nothing to blame the Android tablet guys. It's Google that needs to work on that. From the hardware side, that's where companies like Xiaomi and OnePlus can come in. And yes, the OnePlus Pad looked good, but this particular device looks like a Xiaomi 13 Pro from the outside with this camera module. It has a 13 megapixel shooter. In terms of design, yes, it's an 11-inch screen. I'll tell you a little bit more about the display. You have a speaker set up here and then down here as well. Of course, it comes with Dolby Vision and Dolby Atmos support in a tablet, which I'm telling you now comes at a very attractive price. But if you're taking on the iPad, no fingerprint scanner or Touch ID, and of course, no headphone jack in the Pad 6. But when we're talking about this particular sort of form factor, what's really good now, and we're going to come to the display, is that they've given you a camera here in landscape mode. So if you placed it on a keyboard, which is an add-on accessory with this particular device, then when you are looking at the camera or at your subject during a Zoom call, you're not looking away from them, as opposed to on the iPad, I always end up looking a little weird and wonky in terms of my line of sight or vision. With this particular device, the display is something we must talk about. Yes, it's an LCD display, but it is capable of a lot. But since we're talking about this particular layout, yes, it comes with an LCD display. It's not an AMOLED, but with Dolby Vision and Dolby Atmos support at this price point, watching content on it is almost comparable to an iPad Air. Well, honestly, when I heard this had an LCD display, I did have a few reservations, but now when I'm watching content on it, this particular aspect ratio, 144 Hz refresh rate, Dolby Vision, Dolby Atmos, this 4-speaker setup on the Xiaomi Pad 6, it does a stellar job when you're watching content, and I can see myself using this on flights and stuff like that, because it's the perfect size to maybe slip into your laptop sleeve pocket or even in your hand baggage. And it really is quite a good display, even though it's an LCD display. But that's of course if you're watching OTT content on this particular device. If you want this to be a productivity device, you'll have to purchase 2 accessories. Number 1 being the keyboard, and number 2 being this particular stylus or pencil. I find it very interesting that the pencil works fine, very low latency. I could write your favorite technology showdown in less than, well, 5 seconds. Now the keyboard cover that I'm talking about costs nearly 5,000 rupees, and then this smart pen costs 5,000 to 6,000 rupees as well, which snaps on quite well over here. If you're using this entire setup, you're going to have to purchase these additionally over and above the Xiaomi tablet. Now let's get to the price, and then you'll get a simple one-line verdict as well. Now in terms of the price, this tablet costs anywhere between 27,000 to 29,000 rupees. You can get a bunch of offers and maybe bring that down to 24,000, 25,000 rupees, depending on which version you're getting, the 6 gigs of RAM or 8 gigs of RAM. And if you add on both accessories, the pen and the keyboard, that's another 11,000 rupees. So at under 40,000 rupees, you could get the entire setup with all the bells and whistles in the Xiaomi ecosystem, as compared to maybe an iPad. If you bought an iPad with its keyboard and pencil, you'd be spending a lot more. But yes, when you're comparing it to the other Android tablets, even the OnePlus Pad for that matter, one, you'd be saving money, two, it honestly gets the job done. It's a value for money offering. In Tech Today parlance, the Xiaomi Pad is a step in the right direction and truly a bang for your buck. Well, I'm smiling for a couple of reasons. Number one, it's been an action-packed episode. Number two, as much as I love traveling, and there's a lot more traveling left on the show in the next few weeks, I'm always happy to get back to the Tech Today headquarters and put this show together for you. The team has loved putting it together as well. I hope you've enjoyed watching it. Do let us know. This is our social media, and that's my Instagram handle in case you want to tell us a little bit about the show, about how we can make it better, things you like, things you didn't like. And until next week, when we put all of this together for you, yet again, an action-packed episode, I'm your host Ayush Alavadi saying adios.
Stand here in the east room of the White House, where so many world leaders have made commitments to protecting democracy. What steps are you and your government willing to take to improve the rights of Muslims and other minorities in your country and to uphold free speech?
मुझे आश्चर्य हो रहा है कि आप कह रहे हैं कि लोग कहते हैं नहीं, भारत डेमोक्रेसी है.
Asked on India's democratic credentials and rights of Muslims, the Prime Minister made an emphatic answer at the joint briefing with President Joe Biden. Prime Minister Modi was answering to Wall Street Journal's Sabrina Siddiqui. The Prime Minister's body language said it all. He removed his earpiece to make his point with full authority.
What steps are you and your government willing to take to improve the rights of Muslims and other minorities in your country and to uphold free speech?
मुझे आश्चर्य हो रहा है कि आप कह रहे हैं कि लोग कहते हैं नहीं, भारत डेमोक्रेसी है. और इसलिए जब आप डेमोक्रेसी कहते हैं, जब डेमोक्रेसी को स्वीकार करते हैं और जब हम डेमोक्रेसी को लेकर के जीते हैं, तब डिस्क्रिमिनेशन का कोई सवाल ही नहीं उठता है. और इसलिए भारत सबका साथ, सबका विकास, सबका विश्वास, सबका प्रयास, उन मूलभूत सिद्धांतों को लेकर के, और इसलिए हम चलते हैं.
Prime Minister Modi made it clear that his government will not let go of India's democratic credentials at any cost. In a massive pushback to silence critics who have trained guns on India over the issue of minority rights, President Biden also rubbished claims by former US President Barack Obama on India's track record in safety.
Watching India Today.
Hello, very good afternoon. You're watching India Today TV. I'm Sneha Mordani. Let's get started with the headlines first in this edition. Prime Minister Modi's Mega Diaspora Connect in Washington, D.C. says India shaping world's Vikas, hails India-US ties. Singer Mary Milben touches the Prime Minister's feet after singing the national anthem.
माता की, भारत माता की, भारत माता की।
Prime Minister Narendra Modi meets CEOs on the final day of the US visit. The meeting marked by pledges of deeper US-India cooperation on areas including space, artificial intelligence and also quantum computing. Prime Minister Narendra Modi wraps up his US visit en route to Egypt now. Egypt to formalize strategic partnership during his key visit. Manipur is on the boil. The Home Minister has called an all-party meeting. The Congress attack says no Modi, no meeting. BJP's big attack at the opposition meeting calls out double standards, says Tukde Tukde gang coming together with dreams of becoming the Prime Minister. Massive escalation in infighting in Russia. Russia accuses Wagner chief of a mutiny. Putin talks tough, warns of severe punishment. Military tanks roll out on streets of Russia.
I believe that we will be able to defend what is sacred and dear to us. And together with our motherland, we will overcome any ordeals and we will become ever stronger.
A quick look at the top highlights from Prime Minister's last day in Washington, D.C. U.S. Vice President Kamala Harris and Secretary of State Antony Blinken hosted a lunch for Prime Minister Modi in the State Department. Samosa, khichdi, mango halwa and masala chai were among other delicacies at the White House. U.S. President Joe Biden gifted a special T-shirt to Prime Minister Narendra Modi with the Prime Minister's quote on AI. Earlier during his speech to the U.S. Congress, the Prime Minister quoted AI as momentous America-India ties. Prime Minister Modi met top business leaders including CEOs of Boeing, Amazon and Google and also tech honcho Sundar Pichai, the CEO of Google. Modi's meeting with Boeing CEO Dave Calhoun comes on the heels of Air India signing orders of over 200 jets earlier this week from Boeing. Prime Minister Narendra Modi, in his address to young entrepreneurs at the Kennedy Center in Washington, hailed the technology handshake as a direct message to companies and businesses of both the countries. Award-winning international singer Mary Milben performed the national anthem of India at the Ronald Reagan Building in Washington, D.C. Mary Milben touched the Prime Minister's feet and took his blessings after singing the national anthem. On the final leg of the U.S. visit, as a state guest, the Indian Prime Minister addressed the Indian community at the Ronald Reagan Building in Washington, D.C. The Prime Minister's much-anticipated address began with international singer Mary Milben rendering India's national anthem. Lauding the several deals inked during his maiden state visit, the Prime Minister said India-US ties had embarked on a glorious new journey by converging on global strategic issues, technology transfer, manufacturing cooperation and much more. The Prime Minister announced that Indian origin members will not have to leave the US for an H-1B visa from now onwards. Also said that United States will open new consulates in Bengaluru and Ahmedabad. Chants of Vande Mataram and Bharat Mata Ki Jai reverberated inside the building.
आप में से बहुत से लोगों की H-1B वीजा के रिन्यू को लेकर भी लंबे अरसे से एक डिमांड थी। अब ये निर्णय लिया गया है कि H-1B वीजा को रिन्यू करने के लिए आपको अमेरिका से बाहर नहीं जाना पड़ेगा। Thank you. अमेरिका में रहते हुए ही अब ये वीजा रिन्यू हो जाएगा। इसके लिए इस साल एक पायलट प्रोजेक्ट शुरू किया जाएगा। इसका बहुत बड़ा फायदा हमारे आईटी प्रोफेशनल्स को भी होने वाला है। इस फैसले के जो भी अनुभव होंगे उसे देखते हुए यही व्यवस्था भविष्य में एल कैटेगरी वीजा के लिए भी हो सकती है। आप में से बहुत सारे लोग यहां बरसों से अमेरिका में रह रहे हैं। यहां आप अपने जीवन में, अपनी दिनचर्या में व्यस्त रहते हैं, लेकिन मैं ये भी जानता हूं कि आपका मन, आपका दिल भारत में भी लगा रहता है। और इसलिए आपकी सहूलियत ये भी भारत की प्राथमिकता है। आपकी जरूरतों को देखते हुए भारत इस साल सिएटल में एक नया कॉन्सुलेट खोलने जा रहा है।
To begin with, let's talk about the visit to the United States of America. Prime Minister Narendra Modi had a very fruitful and a successful visit to the United States of America. It's a state visit, a historic one where there have been many firsts, with a very warm, resounding welcome, not just from the Indian community, but from the Biden family also. The Bidens inviting him for a private dinner, apart from the state banquet that they were anyway going to host. The private dinner was overlooked by the First Lady herself in terms of the layout, in terms of the fact that a spectacular vegetarian meal was prepared for the Indian Premier. We've had Indian Premiers in the past also who've been vegetarian, but the special nuance of having millets added to the menu. In terms of the deals and the announcements, there have been so many when it comes to substantive outcome. Be the GE F414 deal with HAL, that is going to be a game changer. Manufacturing in India. India has been pushing for not just complete technology transfer, but also has been saying that if India is buying your product, your complete product, then source the raw materials, source from India whatever that they can source. And if they're looking at manufacturing outside, then look at India to manufacture outside. The Artemis Accord, another very important move forward in space collaboration, where we could see Indians in the International Space Station by 2024. There are so many aspects when it comes to economy, trade, but one pain point for all the Indian Americans was the visa issue. And I'm not talking about delays in visas, that's for the Indians. I'm talking about Indian Americans and the H-1B visa policy, or for that matter, those with work permits now can get their visa stamped here. A huge move forward for all these people. They were so happy when Prime Minister Narendra Modi spoke about it. But also in terms of visa delays, more consulates coming up in India, and similarly more Indian consulates coming up in America. Well, on the final day of his U.S. visit, Prime Minister Modi and President Biden participated in an India-U.S. high-tech handshake event at the White House. Several leading Indian and American CEOs of tech companies and startups took part in this event aimed at deepening technology collaborations between the two nations. The Prime Minister met Google CEO Sundar Pichai, Amazon CEO Andrew Jassy, Microsoft CEO Satya Nadella, Apple CEO Tim Cook, among other business leaders. NASA astronaut Sunita Williams, Mahindra Group CEO Anand Mahindra, Zerodha co-founder Nikhil Kamath and Mukesh Ambani from Reliance Industries were also present at this event. The Prime Minister underlined the immense potential of harnessing India-US tech cooperation for social economic growth. President Joe Biden gifted a special t-shirt to Prime Minister with latter's quote on AI. Remember, the Prime Minister in his US Congress address had hailed the momentous development of AI, which is America and India.
अमेरिका ने टेक्नोलॉजी में जो प्रगति की है वो और भारत का युवा विशेष करके टैलेंट के कारण आज विश्व में अपनी पहचान बना रहा है। तो टैलेंट और टेक्नोलॉजी का ये मिलन मैं समझता हूँ कि अपने आप में एक उज्जवल भविष्य के लिए गारंटी लेकर गया है। ये सुबह कुछ ही मित्रों के बीच की है, लेकिन ये सुबह उज्जवल भविष्य की गारंटी लेकर गया है। एक उज्जवल भविष्य की आशा अपेक्षा के संकल्प के साथ हम सब लोग राष्ट्रपति बाइडेन का जो विजन है, भारत के जो एस्पिरेशंस है, राष्ट्रपति बाइडेन के पास जो ताकत है और भारत के पास जो संभावनाएं हैं, उन सबको लेकर के आगे चलने का एक मक्कम निर्धार का ये अवसर है। और इसके लिए मैं सचमुच में मेरे मित्र रहमान को बहुत अभिनंदन करता हूं कि उन्होंने भारत की यात्रा की, काफी समय निकाला और उन्होंने खुद ने जो अनुभव किया और उन्होंने आकर के यहाँ इसको आगे बढ़ाया। मैं आपका भी आभारी हूँ। राष्ट्रपति बाइडेन जी का जितना आभार करूँ उतना कम है। मैं फिर एक बार आप सबका बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद करता हूँ।
We're sticking up for our values and the vision of the world. And so our partnership between India and the United States will go a long way, in my view, to define what the 21st century looks like. And our technological cooperation will be a big part of defining our partnership. So look forward to continue working with all of you and on our voyage of discovery, as was referenced, and to building a better future.
It was an honor to meet Prime Minister Modi during a historic visit to the US. The excitement here, in terms of seeing the progress India has made, particularly around the vision of digital India and the economic opportunity. And I had met the Prime Minister in December, and we continued our conversation. And we shared Google is investing $10 billion in the India Digitization Fund. And we are continuing to invest through that, including in companies working on AI.
India Today's Rahul Kanwal spoke to Zerodha co-founder Nikhil Kamath, who attended the Prime Minister's Tech Handshake event at the White House. Listen in.
Do you want to talk a bit about the Tech Handshake? Sam Altman, Sundar Pichai, Satya Nadella, all the movers and shakers there in that room. You were there too. How do you see this tech collaboration between India and the United States shape up from here?
Yeah, I think many possibilities, many opportunities. There is a friendship which has kind of formed between our Prime Minister and the US President, which was evident for all of us in the room to see. They were really pally with each other and, like joking and stuff like that.
You got to see Biden's funny bone?
Yeah, and he is quite funny. And I think even from like when I was in the room, when they asked me to speak, I was talking about the India stack and all the opportunities of exporting exporting our India stack and many things in our banking ecosystem per se to the West. Because banking in India, I must say, is more efficient, cheaper and faster than Western countries. And I think we're trying that experiment with Singapore a little bit, but India stack abroad, I think, will be a very valuable product. It doesn't even have to be implemented in a manner where India has any of the data. The data can be localized in their geography. But I think that's a huge opportunity for us to work with them, wherein we not only transport services or we not only transfer services, but IP of some sort which has been organically created in India.
So you met up with Satya Nadella, Sundar Pichai, Sam Altman. You want to talk a bit about how it was meeting with them and your big takeaways from those meetings?
Well, each one of them had a different viewpoint, and so it was interesting talking to them about stuff I don't understand too well, maybe, like generative AI, but each one of them, like be it Microsoft, Google, or Sam Altman, they seem to be on the forefront of it. So, Keynes once said the biggest problem, if we didn't have work, what would we do? The problem of not knowing what to do is a problem in itself, and it feels like when productivity is going to be taken away by whatever AI transforms to into the future, and a large section of society necessarily need not work in the manner that they work today. It's a very interesting use case, and one has to ponder about how the world, the socio-economics, even the geopolitics of the world change by virtue of something like that. Do we shift to some form of socialism with UBI and a bunch of benefits at the bottom and optional capitalism for the people who opt into it on top? How do the incumbent winners of capitalism transition? Because I'm guessing the transition will be most painful for them. And if there is a transition, how long is the transition, and how painful is the transition? So there are many, many questions for the day when generative AI in a manner can truly think. But I guess nobody knows. Everybody had a different viewpoint, and I think nobody agreed with the other. But these are very interesting questions for even us to ponder, people who don't know.
Well, the US Vice President hosted a state lunch for Prime Minister Modi, where they've raised a toast to India-US ties. Prime Minister Modi, Antony Blinken and Kamala Harris spoke about their shared love for yoga, samosas and democratic values. In attendance were Indra Nooyi and top diplomats, among others.
Those hopes are reality. Cheers.
The clinking of glasses, more than a simple gesture.
Whether we call it the American dream, whether we call it the Indian dream, our people believe profoundly in opportunity. That no matter who we are or where we come from, we can make something more of ourselves.
Their toast embodied the diplomatic triumph of unity and progress. Indian-American author Jhumpa Lahiri, American actress Mindy Kaling of Indian descent, Indian singer Diljit Dosanjh debuting at the Coachella Valley Music and Arts Festival this year. The hall embraced the Indianness flourishing across the United States.
Here in the United States, India is part of our daily lives. We enjoy Jhumpa Lahiri's novels over samosas. We laugh at the comedies of Mindy Kaling. We dance to the beats of Diljit at Coachella. And yes, Mr. Prime Minister, and I can say that from personal experience, we keep ourselves more or less fit and healthy doing yoga.
The lunch hosted by the US State Department in honor of Prime Minister Narendra Modi made a profound affirmation of interconnectedness.
The historic number of members of the United States Congress with Indian heritage. Representatives Ami Bera, if you're here, please stand. Pramila Jayapal, Ro Khanna, Raja Krishnamurti, and Sri Danda.
The words of US Vice President Kamala Harris carry the essence of her cherished childhood memories of southern India, invoking her ancestral roots with passion and pride.
More expansive than every morning consisted of taking long walks on the beach with his retired buddies. I remember them talking about the importance of fighting corruption and fighting for equality. Throughout these walks, I recall my grandfather teaching me lessons about not just what it means to have a democracy, but to keep a democracy.
The Prime Minister thanked the hosts for their gracious reception.
उपराष्ट्रपति कमला हैरिस और सेक्रेटरी ब्लिंकन का इस भव्य स्वागत के लिए बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद करता हूं। पिछले 3 दिनों में मैंने अनेक बैठकों में हिस्सा लिया, कई विषयों पर चर्चा की। इन सभी बैठकों में एक चीज कॉमन थी, सब एक मत थे कि भारत और अमेरिका के लोगों के बीच मित्रता एवं सहयोग और गहरा होना चाहिए।
Talent, technology and diplomacy came together earlier in the day. The Prime Minister and President Joe Biden met top CEOs of the US and India at the White House.
It was an honor to meet Prime Minister Modi during a historic visit to the US. The excitement here.
I had a very good and productive conversation with Prime Minister Modi. I think we share a number of goals together in India.
The Prime Minister's passion for India's development, the welcome mat to business and investment and opportunity.
Microsoft's Satya Nadella, Google's Sundar Pichai, NASA astronaut Sunita Williams, Mahindra Group Chairman Anand Mahindra, Reliance Industries, Mukesh Ambani and several others present.
हम नई और उभरती टेक्नोलॉजी के क्षेत्र में नए विश्वास के साथ काम कर रहे हैं।
President Biden once again emphasized the significance of Indian-US relationship.
And our technological cooperation will be a big part of defining our partnership. So look forward to continue working with all of you and on our voyage of discovery, as was referenced, and to building a better future.
Unparalleled warmth, heartfelt camaraderie. American hospitality, Prime Minister Modi leaves an indelible mark on India-US relations. Bureau Report, India Today.
Well, Prime Minister Modi's 2-day Egypt tour begins today after a power-packed 3-day visit to the United States of America. The Prime Minister is gearing up for his Egypt visit today. This will be his first visit to Egypt and also would be the first official bilateral visit of the Indian Prime Minister to Egypt since 1997. Upon his arrival at Cairo, the Prime Minister will hold a roundtable meeting with the Egyptian Prime Minister, followed by an interaction with the Indian diaspora community as well as the Egyptian thought leaders. During his 2-day visit, the Prime Minister will be at the 11th century Al-Hakim Mosque, historic and prominent mosque in Cairo. He will be visiting the Heliopolis War Grave Cemetery to pay tributes to the Indian soldiers who made the supreme sacrifice fighting for Egypt during the First World War.
पीएम के बारे में, मोदी जी के बारे में हम सभी बहुत गर्वान्वित हैं जो उन्होंने इतने सालों में काम किए हैं, स्टार्टिंग फ्रॉम इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर टू कोविड वैक्सीन। सारी दुनिया अब उनका लोहा मानती है। ही इज़ वन ऑफ द मोस्ट पावरफुल लीडर और उनकी वजह से हमारी इमेज यहाँ पे इजिप्ट में बहुत ऊंची हुई है। आई मीन वी फील प्राउड, वी आर ऑनर्ड।
We are having for the first time a round table between Honorable Prime Minister and the Egyptian Prime Minister. After President Sisi's highly successful visit to India in January 2023, both countries agreed to elevate the relations to a strategic partnership, and on his return, President Sisi constituted a special India unit in his cabinet, which consists of senior ministers, and they have been tasked to improve relations with India. So Prime Minister will be having a meeting with the India unit, and I'm sure that this will lead to very concrete outcomes and further deepen bilateral relations.
Moving forward, Prime Minister Narendra Modi's second leg of his two-nation tour is Egypt. A very important tour, a very important country for India. President Sisi had come visiting India for the Republic Day, and then now Prime Minister Narendra Modi, a long overdue visit, is going to be in Egypt for an official visit to the country, where he is going to engage the North African Islamic nation that holds a lot of sway in the region and is is a powerful country and is going to engage them on many quarters. Security is going to be very important and top of India's agenda. Economic and trade ties, given Egypt's position, geostrategic position. But what he is going to do is, apart from the bilateral meeting, he's engaging an India group that was constituted by President Sisi after he went from India when he had come for the Republic Day. He went and constituted this group. He's also going to meet thought leaders of Egypt. He's going to go to the Grand Mufti Mosque in Egypt and the Al-Hakim Mosque. So a lot of messaging, a lot of symbolism and a lot of substance. Symbolism and substance has been part of Prime Minister Modi's agenda in America. It will be so in Egypt as well. And then in Egypt, as he does in every country, he is going to engage the Indian community there as well.
All right, the story and much more up on our website too. That's indiatoday.in. You can also download the India Today app. Thanks for watching.
You are watching India Today.
This month, when the International Chess Federation released the rankings for the under-7 category, right on top was an Indian wonder kid. Anupriya Yadav from Prayagraj has secured the first position at the age of 6 years, leaving behind players from the rest of the world.
सबसे पहले प्रिया दीदी से मम्मी ने सीखा था क्योंकि मैं मम्मी को बहुत फॉलो करती थी तो इसलिए मैंने मम्मी से सीखा पापा फिर करने लगे मेरे साथ मैच खेलने लगे तो उसी फिर जब पापा से भी हाई लेवल पे हो गई तो दीदी ने सिखाने लगा
Anupriya is inspired by her sister Priya Yadav, who is a national level chess player. Her parents want to see both of them become grandmasters.
हमारी भी दो बेटियां ही हैं इसलिए हमारे लिए हम बेटों से बढ़ के हैं और हमारा यही सपना है कि ये इनके नाम से हम जब भी जाने जाते हैं हमको हमारे अगल बगल में अगर कोई जान पहुंचेगा तो कोई भी बोलेगा प्रिया यादव का घर बताइए अनुप्रिया यादव का घर बताइए तो सीधे हमारे घर पहुंच जाएंगे हमारा नाम तो बहुत कम ही लोग जानते होंगे
While Anupriya aims to be a grandmaster, her immediate goal is different.
मैं पापा को हरा लेती हूँ बस मम्मी को भी हरा लेती हूँ दीदी को तो नहीं
अब आगे सपना क्या है किसको हराना चाहते हैं
दीदी को
After the latest rankings were released, school teachers felicitated Anupriya for her achievements. Anupriya is now a hero at her school. Bureau Report, India Today. People often donate heart and eyes, but now you can also donate your skin. North India's first skin bank is ready in Delhi's Safdarjung Hospital. Eligible deceased donors can donate skin and give someone a new lease of life. Burn victims can immensely benefit from these skin banks for their graft surgeries.
स्किन बैंकिंग में ये खास बात है कि इसमें कोई मैचिंग की जरूरत नहीं है। कोई भी पेशेंट स्किन डोनेट कर सकता है। उस मरीज की, उस डिजीज़ की दी हुई स्किन किसी भी दूसरे मरीज में इस्तेमाल हो सकती है। ना कोई ब्लड ग्रुपिंग मैचिंग चाहिए, ना कोई और HLA मैचिंग चाहिए। और जिसमें ये स्किन हमने लगाई है उसको जीवन में कोई स्टेरॉयड और इम्यूनोसप्रेसेंट्स खाने की कोई जरूरत नहीं है।
Safdarjung hospital authorities are also doing everything they can to make people aware about skin donation. With the help of specialized equipment and proven techniques, donated skin is processed and stored in bank before transplantation.
इतने सारे वार्ड्स हैं, जो भी नए डॉक्टर्स ज्वाइन करते हैं, जूनियर रेजिडेंट्स हैं, वो ज्वाइन करते हैं, तो उनको सेमिनार्स लेके, उनको इन्फॉर्म करके, उनको बताया जाएगा। डेथ फॉर्म है, जब हम लोग उसको साइन करते हैं तो उसमें भी हम सोच सकते हैं कि हम उसमें भी ऐड करा दें कि हम आई डोनेशन के लिए विलिंग हैं और स्किन डोनेशन के लिए विलिंग हैं।
As of now, there are 16 skin banks across the country, and here's hoping that this latest center in Delhi opens the doors for many more such skin banks in India. With Neetu Jha, Bureau Report, India Today.
Why does this happen? Let me tell you the science behind it.
For more informative videos like this, keep watching India Today News Mode.
Hello, welcome. You're watching our special broadcast. I'm Dipali Patel. In the next 30 minutes, we on India Today are going to celebrate the life and times of superstar Thalapathy Vijay as he turns a year older. To begin with, let's first bring you how the makers of his next film, Leo, shared the first look from his much anticipated actioner in order to wish him.
Thalapathy, Let's
hear it for Thalapathy!
Thalapathy Vijay, an actor par excellence, every single time he's on the screens, he creates nothing but only magic. And when this mass hero turns a year older, fans turn on the celebration mode. Wishes poured in for Thalapathy from across the nation. That's not all. To mark the special occasion, the makers of his most anticipated film Leo too shared his first look poster in which he can be seen bashing someone with a sledgehammer. Ever since the film was announced, it has grabbed eyeballs for all the right reasons.
Bloody sweet.
The makers, however, have been smartly teasing this Tamil language action film with one element after the other. Helmed by Lokesh Kanagaraj, the Tamil actioner, is currently in shooting phase and comprises of an ensemble cast including Trisha and Sanjay Dutt. As per reports, Sanjay Dutt, who is making his big Tamil debut with this film, will not only be playing the role of an antagonist, but his character has also been penned as Thalapathy's father in the film. Leo is special in ways more than one, as it also marks the second collaboration between the filmmaker and Vijay after Master. Moreover, Leo also marks the return of the hit pair of Trisha and Vijay after a really long time.
ஏன் இந்த அடிக்கு பெட்ல படுத்துட்டு இருப்பேன் நினைச்சியா?
அதான் பார்த்தனே. சார் பயங்கர ரொமான்டிக் மூட்ல இருந்தீங்க.
So as the poster has left everyone intrigued, one cannot wait to witness Thalapathy take down the bad guys in Leo. Entertainment Bureau, India Today.
Bloody sweet.
Not just Leo, Vijay is also making headlines for his next venture, tentatively titled Thalapathy 68. The actor, who was last seen in Varisu, shared details of his next film on social media. Here's more on that. Thalapathy Vijay is undoubtedly one of the busiest actors of current times. The superstar is smoothly juggling between one big project to another, and now Vijay took to social media to announce his next venture, tentatively titled as Thalapathy 68, which will be directed by Venkat Prabhu. The film will reportedly be made on a grand scale and is slated for 2024 release. Backed by AGS Entertainment, Thalapathy 68 will also mark the second collaboration with the production house and the actor after their blockbuster outing Bigil.
Bigil, he's the pride of a nation.
பெருசு ஒத்தையா சிக்கின்னு இருக்கு. செஞ்சிடலாமா?
செஞ்சுட்டா போச்சு.
Meanwhile, Thalapathy Vijay also has Leo, which is one of the most anticipated films of 2023. With back-to-back films in the pipeline, Thalapathy Vijay has kept his fans on tenterhooks as they eagerly await to witness him on the big screens after he delivered a blockbuster with Varisu much recently.
கிரவுண்ட் மொத்தம் ஆளுங்க இருக்கலாம், ஆனா ஆடியன்ஸ் எல்லாரும் ஒருத்தரை மட்டும் தான் பார்ப்பாங்க. கேள்விப்பட்டிருக்கியா? ஆட்ட நாயகன்.
Entertainment Bureau, India Today. Thalapathy Vijay has been ruling the showbiz as a mass entertainer from his first role as a child artist in 1984 till present. He's one of the most loved superstars. Let's take a look at his star power.
Mass entertainer, Vijay has had a dream run on the professional front. Superstar Vijay began his journey in films as a child artist back in 1984. And his first movie as a hero was Nallai Tiruppu in 1992, when he was 18-year-old. However, it was Puve Unakaga in 1996 that got him recognition. It was a blockbuster movie starring legendary actors like M.N. Nambiar and Nagesh. The 1997 movie Kadalukku Maryadai was not only Vijay's career best but also regarded as one of the classic hits of Bollywood. Interestingly, the female lead in the film was Shalini, Tala Ajit's wife. The movie was a remake of Aniyati Praavu, a Malayalam super hit. Vijay received Tamil Nadu State Award for Best Actor. In 2001, Siddiq directed Friends was released. Surya was paired up with Vijay and it was the first blockbuster for Surya. The movie ran for more than 175 days in theatres and was one of the top grossers for the year. Post a few career flops, Vijay bounced back as an action hero with Tirumalai. Which went on to be a blockbuster in 2003. And then came Gilli, also an action thriller directed by Dharani in 2004. Vijay played the role of a kabaddi player, and this was Vijay's first movie to collect 40 crores at the box office. Pokhri released on Pongal 2007. It was a remake of Telugu film Pokhri, but the Tamil version was directed by Prabhudeva. Asin was the actress in this action movie. The movie ran for more than 200 days in theatres. Later, this Vijay film was remade in Hindi as Wanted in 2009, which resurrected Salman Khan's career as an action star.
एक बार जो मैंने कमिटमेंट कर दी, उसके बाद तो मैं खुद की भी नहीं सुनता।
The first movie of Vijay which entered the 100 crore club was Tupaki in 2012, directed by A.R. Murugadoss. Captain Ark, adikena karanam. It was an action thriller in which Vijay played the role of an intelligence officer in the Indian Army.
I'm waiting.
This film too was remade in Hindi in 2014, with Akshay Kumar in the lead, titled Holiday, A Soldier is Never Off Duty.
मैं आ रहा हूं तेरे पास जहां मिला खत्म कर दूंगा.
I'm waiting.
Katti was another A.R. Murugadoss movie in which Vijay acted in 2014. The film faced many controversies before its release but earned more than 100 crores.
அரிசி பருப்பு காய்கறி கொத்தமல்லி கருவேப்பிலை வரைக்கும் கிராமத்துல இருந்து வரணும். ஆனா ஒரு கிராமத்தை செத்தானா?
Vijay played a double role and Samantha played the female lead. Like Topple, this Murugadoss film is slated to have a Hindi remake with reports of Akshay Kumar headlining it. His 2017 film Mercenary was a blockbuster. Despite the controversy it caused, the film became a huge hit. In the movie, Vijay as the magician addresses the media and highlights the need for better healthcare facilities in Tamil Nadu. The film did not go down well with the government. Like Mercenary, his film Sarkar too had its share of controversies. But it did not dampen the ticket collections.
Election day.
The film had a blockbuster opening across Tamil Nadu, and despite mixed reviews, the fans have given a thumbs up to the political flick.
இன்னும் ஒரு நாள்ல என்னென்னலாம் மாறப் போகுதுன்னு ஓரமா நின்னு வேடிக்கை மட்டும் பாருங்க. I'm a corporate criminal.
Sarkar reportedly made 225.3 crore at the worldwide box office in just 14 days. And this even when the full HD copy of Sarkar, which was leaked just hours after its release, and people were given free access to download the copy illegally. Sarkar made headlines when the producers reportedly agreed to remove or mute controversial portions critical of Tamil Nadu's AIADMK government after two ministers levelled sedition charges against them. Vijay was then seen in a sports drama Bigil in 2019, and the film turned out to be a blockbuster. Written and directed by Atlee, the film followed the story of Michael, played by Vijay, a former footballer who decides to coach a women's football team. Two years after Bigil, Thalapathy Vijay returned with Master in 2021. The superstar played the role of a college professor, John Dureraj, in this Lokesh Kanagaraj directorial. The film also starred Vijay Sethupathi, apart from Malvika Mohanan, and marked the maiden collaboration of Vijay and the filmmaker. Despite the coronavirus pandemic, Master opened to a fantastic start at the box office. However, the film's collection dipped after the opening day. Master was not only subjected to some negative reviews, but social media was also flooded with memes criticizing the action film. In fact, hashtags like Master Disaster, Flop, and Master Verdict Disaster also trended. But after receiving much flack from audience, the actor came back with a bang with Beast. Despite being panned by the critics, the film turned out to be a massive success and minted over 230 crores worldwide. Directed by Nelson Dilip Kumar, the action flick also featured Pooja Hegde and Selvaraghavan. Beast narrated the story of an ex-RAW agent who goes on a crusade to rescue people held hostage in a shopping mall by terrorists.
Because I'm not a politician. I'm a soldier.
Entertainment Bureau, India Today.
It's time for a very short break now, but there's lots more coming up on the other side, so stay tuned to India Today.
The best colleges of the country. Which one will boost your aspirations? From courses to placements, know them all. India Today Best Colleges Survey 2023. Issue out this Friday, 23rd June. Subscribe now to indiatoday.in/subscribe.
Weather forecast now. Delhi, maximum 42 and minimum 31 degrees. Mumbai, maximum 30 and minimum 27 degrees. Kolkata, maximum 33 and minimum 26 degrees. Bangalore, maximum 27 and minimum 21 degrees. Chennai, maximum 33 and minimum 26 degrees. Hyderabad, maximum 29 and minimum 22 degrees.
Thalapathy Vijay is one of the biggest superstars. He has a massive fan following across the globe, yet is humble to the core. The actor who started off his cinematic journey as a child has been in the movies for almost 4 decades now. So let's take a look at his net worth and what makes him the superstar that he is today. Joseph Vijay Chandrasekhar, aka Thalapathy Vijay. One of the biggest superstars of Indian cinema, perhaps the most bankable too. And his fan following is unmatchable, just as his king-size life on and off screen. With no inherent show-off personality like one of those rare low-key celebrities, he surely and easily make it to the list of most grounded actors, but his name is also among those big shots who takes home a huge paycheck with every film, making his net worth something which often sweeps his fan base off their feet. That's right, while his acting prowess is enough to make his fans go berserk, what's also often talked about is his stature as the wealthiest actor in Indian cinema. According to reports, Thalapathy Vijay has a whopping net worth of $56 million, which is around 445 crore rupees, and earns an annual income between 120 to 150 crore rupees. Not many know that he reportedly charged around 100 crore rupees for Nelson Dilip Kumar directorial Beast.
One of the best and the most notorious spies we have ever had.
Thereafter, he maintained his 100 crore club and took home a hefty pay of rupees 150 crore rupees in his next Very Soon, which was released in January 2023.
கிரவுண்ட் மொத்தம் ஆளுங்க இருக்கலாம், ஆனா ஆடியன்ஸ் எல்லாரும் ஒருத்தரை மட்டும் தான் பார்ப்பாங்க. கேள்விப்பட்டிருக்கியா? ஆட்ட நாயகன்.
Clashing at the box office with Ajit Kumar's Thunivu. Not just films, in fact, owing to his popularity, Thalapathy Vijay also makes smart choices when it comes to his collaborations with brands. According to reports, the actor earns an estimate of rupees 10 crores per year for his several brand endorsements. What's more, Thalapathy Vijay even is an owner of several expensive assets. He lives with his wife Sangeeta Sonalingam and 2 children, Jason Sanjay and Divya Shasha, at a lavish seaside bungalow located at Kasuarina Drive Street in Chennai's Nilakarai neighborhood. This luxury abode is apparently inspired by Hollywood actor Tom Cruise's beach house, which he saw during his visit to the US. That's not all, he also owns multiple luxury wheels, including a Rolls-Royce Ghost, which he got imported from England. Believe it or not, Thalapathy Vijay certainly has carved a lifestyle for himself and his family that one can only imagine, perhaps is also too good to be true. Entertainment Bureau, India Today. Well, that's all we could pack in our special broadcast. Keep watching In the Club from Monday to Friday at 2:30 p.m. and 11:30 p.m. only on India Today to get your daily dose of entertainment. This is me, the Pari Paril, signing off for today. Till next time, thanks for watching and goodbye.
Weather forecast now. Delhi, maximum 42 and minimum 31 degrees. Mumbai, maximum 30 and minimum 27 degrees. Kolkata, maximum 33 and minimum 26 degrees. Bangalore, maximum 27 and minimum 21 degrees. Chennai, maximum 33 and minimum 26 degrees. Hyderabad, maximum 29 and minimum 22 degrees.
Why does this happen? Let me tell you the science behind it.
For more informative videos like this, keep watching India Today News Mode. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
are watching India Today.
Let's raise the big questions tonight. Can the opposition really challenge the BJP in 2024, even if it comes together? Will the opposition be able to rise above their differences? Is this only about defeating Mr. Modi at all costs, or is there a common shared ideology that these parties have? These are some of the questions we will raise tonight. I'm joined by special guests. Joining me now, Priyanka Chaturvedi, Member of Parliament, Rajya Sabha of the Shiv Sena, its Deputy Leader. By Priyanka Kakkar, Spokesperson, Aam Aadmi Party. Rohan Gupta, National Spokesperson, Congress. Saket Gokhale, National Spokesperson, Trinamool Congress. Fawad Halim, Leader of the CPIM. And Satya Prakash Mishra, National Convener, Mission 2024, Nitish Vichar Manch from the JDU. I appreciate all my guests joining us. Let's turn to you, Priyanka Kakkar, first, because the Aam Aadmi Party is creating all the buzz at the moment. It appears that Arvind Kejriwal, not happy with the Congress, claiming the Congress was not playing the role of a team player, boycotting a joint press briefing. Now, does Arvind Kejriwal want to be part of a Congress alliance, or an alliance in which the Congress is a part, or not? Is he simply looking for an excuse not to be part of this alliance?
Rajdeep ji, good evening to everyone. Rajdeep ji, it is a very clear case that there is a black ordinance which trampled upon the constitution, which overruled the Supreme Court's constitutional bench judgment, which snatched the rights of the people of Delhi, which we got after a very prolonged battle. If the fight is about saving the constitution, which is, so this is a clear case where Congress should by now should have supported us. You know, even today there were 15 opposition parties which met. Out of them, 12 of them have a standing in the Rajya Sabha. Out of them, 11 have already given us, supported us openly. So it's a little questionable why the Congress has.
But why did Mr. Kejriwal attended the meeting, attended the lunch, and then chooses to skip the press conference at the last moment?
That is not the question, Rajdeep ji. Rajdeep ji, even during the press conference, the question on ordinance came up, and Congress should be questioned. Which side are they standing on? Are they standing with the government which tramples upon the constitution, which snatches the rights of the people of Delhi? And you know, you can't get a clearer case here. It's not a small thing. A Supreme Court judge bench, a Supreme Court judgment of a constitutional bench which laid down the principles of constitution. A constitutional bench will lay down the principles of constitution. You can amend an act by an ordinance. You cannot amend a constitution by the ordinance. So here is a clear case, and the silence of the Congress is questionable, and they seem to be siding with the BJP in this case.
Okay. You know, I also have the BJP Shehzad Poonawala. It almost seems, Shehzad, it's going to be you versus all, but that will happen in a moment. I just want to bring in Rohan Gupta on this. Rohan Gupta, the Congress, many believe, is the elephant in the room for any alliance. After your victory in Karnataka, the belief is the Congress thinks it has the momentum that any alliance will be only on the terms of the Congress. Rahul Gandhi was there at this joint meeting, so was Mallikarjun Kharge. We're now told that there will be another meeting in Congress-ruled Himachal. Is the Congress committed to being part of an alliance that it could include parties like the Aam Aadmi Party, the Trinamool Congress? Is there a firm commitment of the Congress to this alliance? Will you stand by the AAP when it's in trouble? Or do you really not trust Arvind Kejriwal?
Can you hear me, Rajdeep?
Yes, I can.
Okay, so Rajdeep, basically when you enter into alliance, it's a larger alliance and it is for the macro issues. You cannot stop alliance or hinder alliance just because of the bilateral issues. On certain issues you cannot agree also. Whenever different parties come together, there is something called common minimum program. So if there are issues, obviously Aam Aadmi Party and Congress Party, they are opposite parties in Delhi, in Gujarat, in many other states. So there can be difference of opinion on certain issues. But you cannot stall the overall movement because of certain party-to-party issues. Congress is always ready for macro issues, and Congress, as it is our responsibility as a bigger party, to take all the parties together, and we'll always do that. But at the end of the day, Rajdeep, there will be certain issues. Do you
trust Arvind Kejriwal? Mr. Rohan Gupta, do you trust Arvind Kejriwal, who 6 months ago, when he contested against you in Gujarat, you said he's the B team of the BJP? Do you trust Arvind Kejriwal or not?
Absolutely. See, this is what I'm saying, Rajdeep. If you go by that logic, by fighting Gujarat elections, they have helped BJP. They have always, they passed the ordinances also. So there are many issues where we don't agree with Aam Aadmi Party. But when it comes to the larger issue of opposition unity, obviously it is not that Congress Party is adamant. But you cannot use bilateral issues or party-to-party issues to stall the grand alliance. When Rahul Gandhi ji was questioned by ED for so many hours, we never expected Aam Aadmi Party to join us. When his membership of parliament was cancelled, we never expected Aam Aadmi Party to join the agitation halls. So we understand we have to fight our own fight at the same time. We have to come together for the larger issues. I don't see a maturity in any party taking a single issue to take away from the overall opposition unity. So I think it's upon Aam Aadmi Party to understand that there will be issues where we won't agree on each other's viewpoint, but that doesn't mean that we cannot come together on common minimum program.
Okay, so you're saying you can agree to disagree, but you must come together on a common minimum program. What is that common minimum program, Priyanka Chaturvedi? Because it was very interesting. Your leader, Uddhav Thackeray, was seated at that press conference which I was at next to Mehbooba Mufti. This is the same Mehbooba Mufti. When the Shiv Sena was in alliance with the BJP, you would describe her as someone not to be trusted, almost as an anti-national. Suddenly the PDP is sitting next to Uddhav Thackeray. Is this the politics of convenience? The BJP says all of you have come together only with a single purpose, to save yourself from the enforcement directorate and to defeat Mr. Modi at all costs.
So, firstly, our agenda is very clear that enough of Man Ki Baat, now it is time for Jan Ki Baat. Unfortunately, the people of this country aren't being heard, whether it's with regards to price rise, whether it's about the growing joblessness, women's safety. You're seeing the women wrestlers protesting still haven't got justice. And these are women wrestlers who brought, accolades for the nation. Then you talk about the farmers, you talk on various issues. So our agenda is very clear. Shiv Sena has been very clear that for the sake of India's democracy, for its constitutional values, because we have been suffering, Maharashtra has faced the consequences of how constitutional norms were bypassed and how elected government with an alliance was pulled down, where the Supreme Court itself has called the entire floor test illegal, immoral and unconstitutional. So we will take all steps possible to ensure that we fight for India's democracy and constitution and do the Jan Ki Baat. And if for that we are sitting next to Mehbooba Mufti just because we are in an larger alliance, the micro issues versus macro issues, I think the larger picture, how does it become an issue of compromise? How is it an issue of compromise when our common minimum idea is that we are fighting for the people of this country? You tell me in the government how many of these ministers or BJP spokespersons or BJP senior leaders have spoken up,
Mehbooba Mufti as a persona non grata. Ma'am, you saw Mehbooba Mufti as a persona non grata almost till the other day. Now she's your ally.
With her. I am sorry, Mr. Sardesai. Mr. Sardesai, we will continue to have our difference with Mehbooba Mufti. Right? We also have our differences with Congress Party on various issues. I don't think you're understanding the larger picture. The larger picture being that the people of this country deserve a better government. They deserve a government which is not only talking about their own Man Ki Baat, is speaking for the people of this country, the Jan Ki Baat. The various issues that are impacting my nation is something that everyone should worry about. And let me tell you, this is not a gathering of opposition. This is a gathering of those people who love their nation, who love its unity and diversity, who love the idea of the democratic principles and constitutional norms that were set by Baba Sahib Ambedkar and the Constituent Assembly, and we very well fight for it. We are the ones fighting for upholding these very norms. So I don't know how do you find it as a politics of compromise. I look at it as a fight to safeguard our constitutional morality and democratic principles.
It's interesting the way you're putting it, because Shehzad Poonawalla, this has been a running theme. The opposition today, almost all their speakers said, we are fighting to save the constitution of the country. The BJP is betraying constitutional values. Whether it is in Manipur, whether it's in wrestlers' protest, whether it's allegedly misuse of central agencies, the BJP is turning India, according to the opposition, into an elected autocracy, a one-man show, where the opposition dissenting voices are not listened to. How do you respond? Is the BJP at all worried? The fact that now growing opposition parties are actually coming together on one table.
Rajdeep, in fact, I want to use your platform and say I congratulate
the Congress and all of these parties who are against me on this show as well, that today they have admitted that despite the fact that they say that the issues are prime, they themselves, by themselves, can't contest against the BJP and Prime Minister Modi. So they all need to come together with those elements whom they never saw eye to eye. For instance, the TMC has accused the left of the most brutal suppression for 34 years in Bengal. But today the TMC is hand in glove with the left. As you are speaking about the intimidation by agencies, let me just update you, Rajdeep, it's a breaking news for your channel also, that the Kerala Congress chief, Mr. Sudhakaran, has been arrested not by ED, not by CBI, by Kerala Crime Branch. And the Congress has just now tweeted intimidation and autocracy. Imagine, Bengal mein dosti, Bengal mein dosti and Kerala mein kushti. This is the way. And this is the same Congress, by the way, Rohan Gupta is representing, which says Manish Sisodia pe karwai bilkul sahi hai, par Sonia Gandhi par karwai sahi nahi hai. Now, Madam MP Priyanka Chaturvedi ji is there. She said that we are raising the people's issues. We can ignore one or two issues. But Bala Saheb Thackeray, who I know because he comes from our state, Rajdeep, is the one who said, I will rather shut my shop but never go with Congress NCP. And the same Bala Saheb Thackeray ji had an unstinting view about Savarkar ji. Congress abuses Savarkar on a daily basis. Forget that, sir. I will show you one statement published by India Today. Rajdeep, India Today is a credible organization. You are the consulting editor of it. Sanjay Raut says, and I quote unquote, Muslims' voting rights should be revoked. Now please tell me, because we have JDU sitting here, we have TMC and Congress and Fuad Halim sitting here, and Aam Aadmi Party is also sitting here, which of these parties considers this statement to be pro-constitution and acceptable for the larger interest? Arey, aapka allegation yahi hai na, the BJP is unfair to Muslims, it is killing secularism, killing democracy, it is misusing agencies. All of these things when done by Kerala left party, it's kosher. When Sanjay Raut says revoke Muslim rights of voting, it's kosher. Same Sanjay Raut said, I kicked Babri down in 17 minutes. That is kosher. But now they are all coming together. And therefore I say, Rajdeep, may I just complete, because I don't know how much opportunity I will get.
BJP versus all, you made your point. No.
Just one last sentence.
Let her respond.
Rajdeep, one last sentence, then ma'am can respond.
Examples were just given by Mr. Poonawala. No, 1 minute.
Okay.
Examples were given by Mr. Poonawala about how a political party, when it was with the BJP, says one thing. Now you are coming closer to the Congress. Now you claim to be fighting for constitutional values. Is this about constitutional values, or is this at the end of the day about opportunism? The fact that you now recognize the only way to survive is to stick together.
Okay, so let me give you two examples. Since he says he also comes from the state of Maharashtra, we were in alliance with the BJP. Shiv Sena, under Bala Saheb Thackeray ji, in alliance with the BJP, had supported the candidates of the Congress for the presidential elections. Is that not a fact? Maybe he has forgotten that. He may have forgotten that also, that Bala Saheb Thackeray ji had a meeting with Indira Gandhi ji and he had shown total support to Indira Gandhi ji. Maybe forgotten, but that is, their politics of convenience. Now he brought about statements of what Sanjay Raut ji said. Yes, we have transitioned from what a party we were and what party we are now. Just like BJP under Narendra Modi versus the BJP under Atal Bihari Vajpayee are two different identities. They have moved from what they were positioned as when Mr. Vajpayee was the Prime Minister, vis-a-vis what they stand for now. Would you have ever thought that Vajpayee ji could make such kind of hateful, insidious comments about any other minority in this country? He wouldn't do that. His conduct as a Prime Minister was that he would work for all. So there's a lot of difference. So, some statement he will pull out and he will keep it in front of the screen. Proves nothing.
Rajdeep, may I come in very quickly?
Yes.
Very quickly.
Okay,
Rajdeep.
let me, before I come to the other panel, Shehzad, you deserve a word, because you are, as I said, Shehzad versus all. The fact is, look at what your own Chief Minister, Assam Chief Minister Hemanta Biswa Sarma said today. Virtually sort of, focusing on the religious profiling of Obama, calling him Hussein Obama, because Mr. Obama made certain critical comments in an interview yesterday to CNN International about Prime Minister Modi's handling of minorities. So the Prime Minister speaks of democracy in Washington, and his own Chief Minister seems to almost target Barack and call him Hussein Obama. The point is, do you fear in some way, Shehzad Poonawala, that the BJP is boxing itself into a corner where these opposition parties, like it or not, for their own survival, are going to come together because under Mr. Modi, the BJP seems out to finish the opposition, using the enforcement agencies, using the power it has to somehow crush any form of dissent.
Rajdeep, since you added a lot of addendums, let me answer one by one, starting with Hemanta Biswa Sarmaji's tweet. Mr. Biswa Sarma is absolutely right on fact. He is Barack Hussein Obama. But yes, those who are making Barack Hussein Obama the barometer of treatment of minorities in this country should remember that he bombed 7 Muslim countries, that he did not shut down Guantanamo Bay, that he promised a lot, but the race relations actually disproved under him. And if he has to hand out certificates, then they must accept that track record of Barack Hussein Obama as well. And we must also accept the statement of Joseph Biden also. But that we won't do. We will selectively pick up one thing. Rajdeep, now let me answer one by one, because if you keep adding questions, then it will become difficult. Others will be impatient for their turn. Now let me answer the second part of this. You said we are boxing ourselves. Rajdeep, how are we boxing ourselves? Today I am most happiest. Rajdeep, you should have been in the studio. I am smiling end to end because this is not Modi hatao. This is Congress ghatao. Look at the conditions. One says Bengal matao. The other one says UP matao. Third one says Tamil Nadu matao. Then fourth one says ki idhar matao. Delhi or Punjab mat jao. Left ko chhod do. This kind of terms and conditions are being applied. And Rajdeep, just 2 more sentences. One, Omar Abdullah has applied new condition. Now I don't know, Madam Priyanka ji will answer. He said that we must clarify our stand on 370, which Aam Aadmi Party, by the way, supported us on removal of 370. Are they going to go back on that stand? And last and foremost, you have said we are misusing agencies. My dear friend Rohan Gupta is here. Arey Rohan ji, wo Sisodia ji ke khilaf istemal hua agency ya wahan par karwai theek tha?
Rohan Gupta, the elephant in the room is the Congress. You see, the Congress has to decide, is it willing to cede space in Bengal to a TMC, in Delhi and Punjab to Aam Aadmi Party, in Uttar Pradesh to the Samajwadi Party, possibly in the future in Telangana to KCR, or in Odisha to a Biju Janata Dal. Is the Congress willing to cede space? There's a belief that the Congress still is not fully committed to this alliance because it wants to wait for the winter elections. Is the Congress believe that it is the driver of this alliance, led by a Rahul Gandhi? Is that what the Congress would want to see? Is the Congress clear that whoever, if this alliance wins an election, the Prime Minister will be a Congress person, possibly Rahul Gandhi?
See, Rajdeep, first of all, Shehzad has habit and passion of showing the screen. Let me show his own video of 2017, where he was criticizing BJP and Mr. Modi. So, can I ask Mr. Shehzad's question, what changed in 7 years? So let us not go into past, Rajdeep. I have got 10 such shairis and
Rajdeep,
things.
let me answer that question. Rajdeep, let me answer that question.
Don't talk in between. So
no,
my
Shehzad,
point here
1
is,
minute.
Rajdeep,
No,
Rajdeep, is this the subject matter of the debate?
What we are fighting is a bigger fight, Rajdeep.
No, he must finish first.
You will have to forget the small differences between the parties. Obviously, we are fighting at state level. So there are many parties, obviously, at our state unit will have a different opinion. But that doesn't mean that Congress is shying away from getting into alliance with the like-minded parties.
Saket Gokhale, if one alliance partner has to take a step back, we will do it. Does Mamata Banerjee have faith in the Congress? In Rahul Gandhi's leadership? In the past, the indications has been that she's never been fully on the same page as Mr. Gandhi and the Congress party. She's got an Adir Chaudhary in Bengal targeting her every day. Does Mamata Banerjee trust Rahul Gandhi and the Congress? And will she work under their leadership?
Mr. Sardesai, again, as Ms. Chaturvedi rightly said, who are you to insinuate that every party will have to work under the Congress's leadership or somebody else's leadership? Where is this coming from? We have not yet said we are going to work under X's leadership or Y's leadership. Number one. Number two, yes, whoever leads the Congress is their issue. That is their internal decision. As far as Mamata Banerjee is concerned, as far as the Trinamool Congress is concerned, we are extremely comfortable and happy to work with the Congress, with the Aam Aadmi Party, with the Shiv Sena UBT, with the JDU, with the RJD, with the CPM. That is precisely what, I mean, if after today's meeting, if we are asking such basic questions about whether we can work together, then I don't know. I mean, maybe there has been some confusion here. These parties got together for 4 hours today. We met. Okay. We said we are going to meet again in Shimla. I think by now that should be very clear that yes, these parties have agreed to work together. And number two, Please again stop this thing about saying, will you work under XYZ party's leadership? Please allow us as the opposition to decide who is going to lead what and who is going to be facing which election where. We have not delegated that task to the media or to the BJP to decide who will lead the alliance.
Okay. Okay, I'm not deciding for you. It's for you to decide how you want to forge your alliance. But Mr. Poonawalla, you were targeted, and Rohan Gupta said, "Who?" No, 1 minute, Mr. Poonawalla, you were targeted because Rohan Gupta said, "Who are you to tell us what we said about whom 5 or 7 years ago?"
Right.
5 or 7 years ago, you were with the Congress party attacking Mr. Modi night and day.
Right.
Today, you are seen as a Modi cheerleader.
Absolutely.
So, are political parties or individuals not entitled to change their opinion? Circumstances change, you change, they are also entitled to change. How can you take the moral high ground on this debate at all?
I am entitled to change as much as Priyanka Chaturvedi is entitled to change her opinion about the BMC and Shiv Sena. Of course, we all are entitled to do that. But let me tell you that what is fundamental to their politics. Let me bring that issue up, because it's not about anti-Modism according to Priyanka ji, but for them, an issue core to Bala Saheb's Vichardhara was Article 370. I challenge you, Rajdeep, if this is not about anti-Modism, ask all of them to take the position on Article 370's abrogation. Ask each one of them, starting from TMC to Shiv Sena, Uddhav Thackeray faction, to Congress, what do they think about the abrogation of Article 370? Forget that. Here, let me show you another statement from India Today. I believe India Today is a very credible organization. Here's the DMK leadership. Rajdeep, no, I did not interrupt. Rajdeep, I request you, I beseech you.
No, you didn't answer my question, Shehzad.
Yes, what do I need to answer?
Please tell me.
I am answering all your questions at my...
You didn't answer my question. If you shift your stand, they are entitled to shift their stand too.
Rajdeep, let me explain to you the fundamental difference. My opinion, allegedly 5 years ago, about a personality and their political issue of existence are two different things. Unless Rajdeep, your journalism thinks that what Shehzad Poonawalla thought about Rajdeep 5 years ago and Rajdeep today is as fundamental as Uddhav Thackeray Sena's political philosophy on which it is existing. If you equate the two, then it's your sense of judgment. But let me make a larger point, Rajdeep, and I hope you won't interrupt me. Rajdeep, here is the DMK, which was invited
30
today.
seconds.
Yes. Rajdeep, the DMK statements, Biharis are less brainy. 1 second, sir. Rajdeep, this is not fair.
This is very old
Rajdeep,
article.
this is not fair.
Stand
Rajdeep, what is happening? Rajdeep, this is your
very
show.
recently
I
he
seek your immunity,
was
Rajdeep.
cooperating every
Rajdeep,
level,
I seek your
every
immunity.
workforce of the
Rajdeep,
Bihar
they are sitting in the
with
studio.
utmost
This is not fair, Rajdeep.
This is very old
Rajdeep,
article
this is
he is
not
quoting.
fair.
This is
Rajdeep,
very old
why are
article
you
he is
making me
quoting.
shout, Rajdeep? It is
No,
my turn
this
to
is
speak.
very old. This is a gimmick.
Rajdeep, what are you allowing?
This is the gimmick.
This is my turn to speak, Rajdeep.
Blatant lie.
No, I am in Patna today. I am in Patna today. I cannot hear noise. I am on a rainy day in Patna. I cannot hear today. I didn't want personal charges to be made of this kind. No, cross-talk doesn't help us in any way. I have to close the debate because I have run completely out of time. We will raise these issues. We will raise these issues on another day, not today. Priyanka Chaturvedi, though, I must ask you, since a direct question was posed, Article 370, where does the Shiv Sena stand? Can you be with a Mehbooba Mufti and an Omar Abdullah on the same platform?
This is not fair.
Very quickly.
Rajdeep, I request you, don't
I
allow
have
this.
also told you that we have a very different opinion from Mehbooba Mufti, and we will continue to do that. We stand by Article 370, but our question, please allow me to complete. Mr. Poonawalla, it was a fight between you and the Congress spokesperson, and you unnecessarily dragged me into your personal attacks. I don't appreciate those. All right. So secondly, I just want to say one thing. We stand by our stance on 370. We will continue to stand by our stance. But our question is very simple. When are you going to hold an election in Jammu and Kashmir if peace is prevailing? When are you going to bring the Kashmiri pundits back home? And that is a fight Bala Saheb Thackeray ji had been fighting ever since Kashmiri pundits were thrown out of their homes. What is BJP doing about it? So before they come and try and show this, mirror to somebody, remember they are biggest hypocrites who are governing the country right now. Talking about ideology.
Okay, I'm going to leave it there. There's a lot, before it gets far too personal, I'm sorry that I couldn't get enough of each and every one of you. I think I've given a sense, though, through this debate of what the challenges are lying ahead towards 2024. The BJP will target the opposition, saying it's a gathering of compromised individuals who've got serious charges against them. The opposition is going to say the BJP has compromised constitutional values of the country. You decide, because you will be the voters.
watching India Today.
+2,000 top institutes, 14 career streams, best emerging colleges, jobs in demand. The India Today group brings you the gold mine of best colleges in the country. Log on to bestcolleges.indiatoday.in and embark on your journey towards a successful future.
If you travel towards these Western countries, European countries, it's crazy how people they are involved in yoga. Every third street will have a beautiful yoga center. It's not only that you're just running outside and you got some place and practicing yoga. There are dedicated academies, institutes, studios to practice yoga. So what our experience is, let it be the streets of Manhattan or in Japan. People, they practice there. They spend a year or 2 years and then they are back to Himalayas. You will see them in Himachal Pradesh, in Rishikesh or in Nepal, these kind of mountain ranges. They come and they spend their time. They try to go more deep in yogic practices.
In my early educational days, I was a little boy and I was very lost. I didn't know where to turn, I didn't know what to do, I didn't know who to believe. So I always wondered why I was here. I knew I was here for a specific reason. We implement the practice of yoga. So naturally, it changes your inner mechanism. I gave up my business in the UK and I sold my house in the UK to come to India to learn the ancient teachings of yoga and pranayams, breathing techniques, mudras and meditation techniques. And it's helped me so much because obviously moving from England to India is such a big jump and it's enabled me to have a stronger mindset. Now that I realise that this is what I need to do in this lifetime, it's very passionate for me to bring these teachings back to the West, back to England, and help humanity.
Hello and welcome to the special broadcast from Washington, D.C. Prime Minister Narendra Modi concluded his visit here in America. He called his last engagement a dessert after dinner. He saved the best for last, so we will begin with the last engagement, that is, engaging the Indian diaspora. An ecstatic diaspora waited for the Prime Minister and then heard the Prime Minister speak, which was a very important statement, a very important address by the Prime Minister. Prime Minister Narendra Modi focused on things that really matter to Indian Americans. Pain points of visas, the pain points of very tough immigration policy and how he's made the change come about. Take a look at some of the moments from the Ronald Reagan Center.
आप में से बहुत से लोगों की H-1B वीजा के रिन्यू को लेकर भी लंबे अरसे से एक डिमांड थी। अब ये निर्णय लिया गया है कि H-1B वीजा को रिन्यू करने के लिए आपको अमेरिका से बाहर नहीं जाना पड़ेगा। Thank you. अमेरिका में रहते हुए ही अब ये वीजा रिन्यू हो जाएगा। इसके लिए इस साल एक पायलट प्रोजेक्ट शुरू किया जाएगा। इसका बहुत बड़ा फायदा हमारे आईटी प्रोफेशनल्स को भी होने वाला है। इस फैसले के जो भी अनुभव होंगे उसे देखते हुए यही व्यवस्था भविष्य में एल कैटेगरी वीजा के लिए भी हो सकती है।
Vice President Kamala Harris hosted a state luncheon for Prime Minister Narendra Modi, where they raised a toast to Indo-US ties. Secretary of State Blinken and the US Vice President also shared the love for yoga, samosas and democracy. In attendance at the state luncheon were people like Indira Nui as also Jhampa Lahiri.
Those hopes are reality. Cheers.
The clinking of glasses, more than a simple gesture.
Whether we call it the American dream, whether we call it the Indian dream, our people believe profoundly in opportunity. That no matter who we are or where we come from, we can make something more of ourselves.
Their toast embodied the diplomatic triumph of unity and progress. Indian-American author Jhampa Lahiri, American actress Mindy Kaling of Indian descent, Indian singer Diljit Dosanjh debuting at the Coachella Valley Music and Arts Festival this year. The hall embraced the Indianness flourishing across United States.
Here in the United States, India is part of our daily lives. We enjoy Jhampa Lahiri's novels over samosas. We laugh at the comedies of Mindy Kaling. We dance to the beats of Diljit at Coachella. And yes, Mr. Prime Minister, and I can say this from personal experience, we keep ourselves more or less fit and healthy doing yoga.
The lunch hosted by the US State Department in honor of Prime Minister Narendra Modi made a profound affirmation of interconnectedness.
The historic number of members of the United States Congress with Indian heritage. Representatives Ami Bera, if you're here, please stand. Pramila Jayapal. Ro Khanna. Raja Krishnamurti. And Sri Vanda.
The words of US Vice President Kamala Harris carry the essence of her cherished childhood memories of southern India, invoking her ancestral roots with passion and pride.
More expansive than every morning consisted of taking long walks on the beach with his retired buddies. I remember them talking about the importance of fighting corruption and fighting for equality. Throughout these walks, I recall my grandfather teaching me lessons about not just what it means to have a democracy, but to keep a democracy.
The Prime Minister thanked the hosts for their gracious reception.
उपराष्ट्रपति कमला हैरिस और सेक्रेटरी ब्लिंकन का इस भव्य स्वागत के लिए बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद करता हूं। पिछले 3 दिनों में मैंने अनेक बैठकों में हिस्सा लिया, कई विषयों पर चर्चा की। इन सभी बैठकों में एक चीज कॉमन थी, सब एक मत थे कि भारत और अमेरिका के लोगों के बीच मित्रता एवं सहयोग और गहरा होना चाहिए।
Talent, technology and diplomacy came together earlier in the day. The Prime Minister and President Joe Biden met top CEOs of the US and India at the White House.
It was an honor to meet Prime Minister Modi during a historic visit to the US. The excitement here.
I had a very good and productive conversation with Prime Minister Modi. I think we share a number of goals together in India.
The Prime Minister's passion for India's development, the welcome mat to business and investment and opportunity.
Microsoft's Satya Nadella, Google's Sundar Pichai, NASA astronaut Sunita Williams, Mahindra Group Chairman Anand Mahindra, Reliance Industries, Mukesh Ambani and several others present.
हम नई और उभरती टेक्नोलॉजी के क्षेत्र में नए विश्वास के साथ काम कर रहे हैं.
President Biden once again emphasized the significance of Indian-US relationship.
And our technological cooperation will be a big part of defining our partnership. So we look forward to continue working with all of you and on our voyage of discovery, as was referenced, and to building a better future.
Unparalleled warmth, heartfelt camaraderie. American hospitality, Prime Minister Modi leaves an indelible mark on India-US relations. Bureau Report, India Today.
The biggest talking point of Prime Minister Narendra Modi's visit to Washington, D.C. was democracy. Prime Minister Narendra Modi declared India a complete democracy, rubbishing all those claims on dissent and minorities in India. He also said that India is the mother of all democracies and endorsed President Biden's statement on India when he said that democracy is in the DNA of India.
As you stand here in the east room of the White House, where so many world leaders have made commitments to protecting democracy, what steps are you and your government willing to take to improve the rights of Muslims and other minorities in your country and to uphold free speech?
मुझे आश्चर्य हो रहा है कि आप कह रहे हैं कि लोग कहते हैं नहीं, भारत डेमोक्रेसी है.
Asked on India's democratic credentials and rights of Muslims, the Prime Minister made an emphatic answer at the joint briefing with President Joe Biden. Prime Minister Modi was answering to Wall Street journalist Sabrina Siddiqui. The Prime Minister's body language said it all. He removed his earpiece to make his point with full authority.
What steps are you and your government willing to take to improve the rights of Muslims and other minorities in your country and to uphold free speech?
मुझे आश्चर्य हो रहा है कि आप कह रहे हैं कि लोग कहते हैं नहीं, भारत डेमोक्रेसी है. और इसलिए जब आप डेमोक्रेसी कहते हैं, जब डेमोक्रेसी को स्वीकार करते हैं और जब हम डेमोक्रेसी को लेकर के जीते हैं, तब डिस्क्रिमिनेशन का कोई सवाल ही नहीं उठता है. और इसलिए भारत सबका साथ, सबका विकास, सबका विश्वास, सबका प्रयास, उन मूलभूत सिद्धांतों को लेकर के, और इसलिए हम चलते हैं.
Prime Minister Modi made it clear that his government will not let go of India's democratic credentials at any cost. In a massive pushback to silence critics who have trained guns on India over the issue of minority rights, President Biden also rubbished claims by former US President Barack Obama on India's track record in safeguarding Muslims. Publicly defending India and the Modi government, Biden repeated Modi's claim that democracy is in India's DNA.
And it is in America's DNA, and I believe in India's DNA, that the whole world has a stake in our success, both of us, in maintaining our democracies, makes us appealing partners, and enables us to expand democratic institutions around the world. And I believe this, and I still believe this.
Modi, while speaking at the US Congress, made it a point to underscore his government's Sabka Saath policy to uphold minority rights.
Our vision is Sabka Saath, Sabka Vikas, Sabka Vishwas, Sabka Prayas. It means together for everyone's growth, with everyone's trust and everyone's efforts.
Sought to silence its.
This was Modi's biggest counter ever to a powerful voice, which has been critical of his government.
जैसा राष्ट्रपति बाइडेन ने कहा, भारत और अमेरिका दोनों के डीएनए में लोकतंत्र है। लोकतंत्र हमारा स्पिरिट है। लोकतंत्र हमारी रगों में है।
Will Modi's forceful assertions silence his detractors? With Rahul Kanwal and Geeta Mohan in Washington, D.C., Bureau Report, India Today.
From the moment Prime Minister Narendra Modi landed on US soil, the red carpet was rolled out by the Bidens. Food, hospitality, to the welcome that one saw at the White House. It seemed like Biden administration was hell-bent on ensuring that this state visit is a huge success for both India and the United States of America. Both complemented each other, where on the one side, President Biden called India and America as two great nations, two great friends and two great powers. Prime Minister Narendra Modi returned the compliment by saying that you're soft-spoken, but you take difficult and hard action.
It was all pomp and grand at the White House in honor of the Indian Prime Minister Narendra Modi. The USA reserves this special treatment for its closest allies. The titans of business, fashion, entertainment and more, with the likes of designer Ralph Lauren, filmmaker M. Night Shyamalan, rubbing shoulders with tech leaders from Apple, Google and Microsoft in a state dinner hosted by the first couple of USA, where the who's who of American politics stood in attendance while India was celebrated and honored.
Welcome to Prime Minister Modi's Washington home. I've been doing it. Please have a seat. I've been doing this a long time, but I don't ever remember anybody getting a warmer welcome than this man right here. Good evening, everyone. 20 years ago, as chairman of the Senate Foreign Relations Committee, I made clear that the United States and India grew to be the closest friends and partners in the world would be a safer place. I believe that even more today, now that I'm president.
कल शाम आपने अपने घर के दरवाजे मेरे लिए खोले। स्पेशल जेस्चर के लिए आपकी मित्रता और गर्मजोशी भरे आदर सत्कार के लिए भी मैं आपका हृदय से बहुत-बहुत आभारी हूं।
But before this grand dinner, Prime Minister Narendra Modi held high-level talks with US President Joe Biden at the Oval Office on not-so-comfortable issues like differences over human rights and India's stance on Russia's war in Ukraine. At the dinner party, bilateral ties and friendship were toasted too, with no alcohol.
Mr. Prime Minister, thank you for your partnership and your friendship. And to all, please join me in a toast. Mr. Prime Minister, I had an Irish grandfather named Ambrose Finnegan, and he used to say that when you give a toast and you don't have any alcohol in your glass, you must do it with your left hand. You think I'm kidding? I'm not.
Prime Minister Modi quipped with his own rejoinder.
मैंने देखा है कि आपकी मेहमान नवाजी से प्रभावित होकर कई बार आपके मेहमान गाना भी गाने लगते हैं। काश मुझ में भी गाने की कला होती तो मैं भी आपको कुछ सुनाता।
Not particularly known for his humor, but the Indian Prime Minister's comment hit home. He was referring to South Korean President Yoon Suk-yeol, who surprised guests when he got up on stage during a White House state dinner, honoring him in April, and belted out a rendition of American Pie, one of his favorite songs, to raucous applause.
Some sing touch me deep inside, the day. Wow. The music that.
On Thursday, the Honorable State guest on his second state dinner at the White House praised India and USA's deepening bond as the Bidens held an extravaganza, a historic state dinner.
And may we always remember that it's our people that give our partnership strength. From all the backgrounds and beliefs, they inspire us, challenge us, tell us the truth, and push us forward. They're the reason our democracies endure, evolve, reflect, and renew generation after generation.
जैसे जैसे समय गुजर रहा है, हमारे लोगों में और एक दूसरे के प्रति समझ और बढ़ रही है, एक दूसरे के नामों का सही उच्चारण कर पाते हैं, एक दूसरे के एक्सेंट को समझ पाते हैं। भारत में बच्चे हैलोवीन पर स्पाइडरमैन बनते हैं,